Happy Friday, everybody. So we are here today on a live stream with our calibrator, Sammie Prescott, who will be here in a second. He's been setting up all morning. And today I wanted to share with you, first of all, calibrating the U8G, UH8, I'm thinking this is not 2021, U8H by Hisense, which is the bottom right-hand corner. And the bottom center is the TCL. Top right-hand corner is the QN900B, and above the TCL is the QN90A. On your left, he is calibrating the A95K. So at the end of it all, what we're going to do is see how close the TCL and the Hisense, if calibrated, how close does it get to either the Samsung flagships, the QN90A flagship 4K for last year, and the QN900B flagship 8K for this year, and of course, king of TVs, the Sony A95K. Before we jump in, I want to make sure, can you hear my audio? Since I have no one else out there to double check, I'm going to rely on you guys to check my audio. And we have 3 cameras set up today. We have me, and we have a camera that shows everything. And I'm also capturing the calibration so that we can do a video review later of this. And I'm going to enter the information in a ticker below so that you guys know where everything is. And Sammie Prescott is joining us right now. Hey, Sammie, how's it going, buddy? So,
hey.
Oh, there he is. So you're going to see him when he walks and sits down over there.
How's it going?
So he's been calibrating a lot of stuff the last few weeks. Screws and stuff falling around. And today I'm going to give him a marathon of 4 TVs to calibrate. So right now, what are you calibrating, Sammie? Let the people know.
So far, I've calibrated the A90J, or not the A90J, the A95K. So I calibrated that. I'm using the alternate white point that was used at the shootout for the primary mode. And then for Expert 2, I'm going to use the mode that's going to take care of the offset for Dolby Vision for Expert Dark. Or for Dolby Vision Dark. So I already ran through that with CalMan. Right now I'm running through it with color space. Back on the A95K, so I have specific points that I've mapped because of how Sony values change depending on the contrast you have set. So I'm working on that right now, and so far it's looking good. I'm checking different gamma points right now, and after I finish that, then I'm going to move on to some of the other televisions, calibrate those to D65. Because when you have to basically calibrate something to D65 as well as the color, because then when we perceptually match it, it's going to shift everything. Like you don't want to necessarily just do white because you don't want to do white and then calibrate like the color. You want to make sure that you're matching it as close as possible for everything. So I'm going to do D65, color, perceptually match, shift everything, and we should be good from there.
Now, this is something we talked about that I wanted to bring to the viewer's attention. We're calibrating to a certain white point. My goal is to match the actual source. So it's not like this white point is a magic number. The assumption is D65 is what the source is using. We're talking Hollywood, Mad Max, whatever.
Right.
But not necessarily so. In talking to many of the people in Hollywood and the people that actually calibrate these monitors for Hollywood, it's not always D65. That's why we're doing what we did at the shootout, which is more of a average. Can you explain?
Okay, so when you have an HX310, which is a mastering monitor, it's going to be one of 2 coordinates or white points. If it is using Judd average, which was an average. So you have Judd, which is a CMF. CMF is a color matching function. If they use that, that would be wrong. So they had to use Judd average. Judd average is where basically they had a consortium of people say, okay, this is what we find to be the closest match to the specific monitor. That monitor was a 300, like the RGB mastering monitor OLED. So if a studio has a 300, they're going to be targeting Judd on that. In order for a 310 to match a 300, it has to use Judd average. So in that case, you don't have a choice. It has to be Judd average. In the case of where, say, for instance, a partner or a studio does not have a 300 on site, it could be set to D65. So there's no there's kind of a right way, and I guess you could say there's kind of a wrong way. Like if you were in a studio and they don't have a 300, a 310 really doesn't need to be set to a Judd average. It makes really no sense because you're not trying to match anything else. Your hero is going to be D65, and then you match everything to that. So what they did at the shootout is they matched it to, well, they didn't match it. They just targeted Judd average, which would have matched to 300, and then they matched the other televisions to that. So I guess it's, fine, but that's one way of doing it. So.
And so that's why when a lot of you have your TVs calibrated, when you talk to the calibrator, you just assume, oh, it's D65. We're assuming that the source is that way. The reality is, on average, it's more correct more often than not. But you mentioned something very interesting: is the Chinese companies are completely different white point, because to them, they prefer a much brighter blue. Can you explain that? I did not know this, by the way. I thought the whole world did D65, but apparently
technically
China does not.
Everyone should do D65, but some manufacturers, when they create a display and they're setting it up and they're determining what they want to be the default color temperature, they may not choose D65 neutral gray. They can go with something a lot bluer, something a lot warmer. So a company that I've been talking to and working with, they target something like super warm, and it's technically wrong. And they also target something else. Sometimes they'll target 8300K, which is wrong. Sometimes they'll target 9300K, but it's because of how they perceive white. They a lot of times consider ultimate color accuracy to be based off of white and not all the other colors. So they're saying like, okay, if white is super clean, super bright, super crisp, they're good with that. And that's not how it should be. So I've been talking to one particular company, and they should be making some changes on that. So it just depends. Every company is going to be different, but that's another reason you're going to see some companies are going to have a very neutral, accurate looking display from the start. And some are going to be very blue. Some are going to be, shifted super red, super warm. And that's due to whatever. I'm not sure if it's an individual person making that selection or if it's just a group of people, like a board. But hopefully a lot of them should be getting better. So we'll see.
Awesome. Thank you, Sammie. And how long did it take for you to do the Sony? Because I know you got here, we jumped on the Sony right away. A lot of people say that the Sony is easy to calibrate. Is it?
Actually is. It's honestly, I targeted 2 different white points, and no matter the white point, the average error was extremely low. I'm talking like the max error being like 2.3, the average being like 0.7. And that was across the board. Color was very good as well. Color actually is some of the best that I've seen on any of the Sonys, especially red. Red came out really good. Most of the time, red really sits pretty far out, but that's not the case this time. And again, after calibrated, like the average is like 0.3. The max is I have to look at my charts again, but I want to say the max was like 0.8. And that was pretty much across the board. So it came out pretty good. I'm going to dial it in a little bit more. That's where I'm running these specific patches through color space. So when I do it, I use Calman and I use color space because I have a little bit more control and flexibility for what I want to do. But yeah, they're actually really good. They're actually not too bad.
Great. Well, let's see what happens when you jump into the other brands. Tell me, is this the first time you've calibrated a TCL and a Hisense, or have you done these brands before?
I've done one TCL for a friend, just because they're like, yeah, we're getting an extra television. We're putting it in I think it was like a side room. And it didn't look that great. So I was like, yeah, I'll just come by and fix it. Outside of that, in all honesty, most people that buy a TCL or a Hisense aren't going to get it necessarily calibrated. Unless it's a very, very large television, then they might. But someone that just gets like a 65-inch, pretty slim they're going to get it calibrated. And sometimes they'll call and they'll ask, and I tell them how much it costs, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
pass
good."
on that."
Right.
I've calibrated plenty of Samsungs. They are not they're not awful, but they're not great. It just depends on the current firmware that they're on and how well the actual controls work, or if they work at all. That's Samsung's kind of like the wild card. It's like, if it works, it's going to be great.
Right.
The question being is if it works.
If it works,
yeah.
Right.
So.
And if you guys wonder what I'm doing, I'm trying to match the TVs to the same luminance so that it's all very similar. As we calibrate everything, it'll all be matched, luminance matched at some point. But right now, just for you guys, and of course, our friend Caleb is here, so I'm just going to have fun with his video, the infamous Vizio reviews, where people love it and then they get it home and then they call him and complain to him. You're awesome, Caleb. I love you. Okay, so
I'm gonna get back.
Yes, get back to work. Thank you so much, Sammie, for taking your time to explain everything to us. Right, just trying to get it, somewhat close to luminance matched. Now, these are all 65-inch TVs, but why does it look like it's so big on the right? Perspective being what it is. So I will adjust the cameras to give it more of the correct perspective. But right now, this kind of captures a little bit of everything. It captures Sammie on the far left, although he is dark. I think I'll turn up the exposure just a little bit so you guys can see him. But he's on the far left. In the middle are the two TVs, and in the middle is the bottom TCL R655. Above that's the QN90A. And to the right, top is the QN900B, and below that is the Hisense U8H, which is still too bright. But hey, you know what? It's not calibrated, so it's all good. Let's jump into some questions. We're going to be joined later at 12:30 with another guest, and we will do this until it's done. So I'm hoping this will be done the next few hours. It just depends on how talented Sammie is. No rush, Sammie. Have fun. Oh, look, we are joined by Classy. Hey, buddy. I'm doing pretty good. I'm glad you're here. If I run around, you can start talking. Yep. What are you doing today, man?
I could join for a bit before I go to work.
Oh, awesome. How long do we have you?
About an hour. But I can maybe pop in. I don't really want to pop in on the phone though with the Bluetooth, because then it sounds terrible.
Oh yeah, just do it.
But about an hour.
Yeah. What's interesting, I was just answering some question about the U8H. So a lot of confusion. A lot of people who bought the U8H were called Hisense directly. They were told that the 75-inch is actually IPS. Turns out Caleb got it directly from Hisense. It is all VA panels this year. So that's excellent. Last year, the 75 inches turned out to be IPS. Hisense has confirmed to Caleb that their 75-inch U8H this year will be a VA panel, if that is important to you. And I think it's important because whatever we review at the 65-inch, it's VA. We cannot translate that to a larger size if it's not the same panel technology. And the differences between VA and IPS are huge if it's the same maker. So, hey, I caught a bit of your unboxing this morning on the U8H. Now you have spent some time with it. What are your thoughts on the U8H now?
If gaming is not a priority, then I think the U8H is a decent enough step up over the R655 to get the U8H. But if gaming's a concern, then I would not touch the U8H.
And I think that's something that people need to know, because oftentimes I love how you're looking at the box. Look, the box says this, and we ignore the.
Wasn't it Hisense that got sued for doing that motion rate
TCL,
thing on the box?
Yes.
Oh, TCL.
Yeah, I posted the class action. I was like, oh, it's like frame rate, frequency, motion, whatever. They were basically stretching what we think is the truth, right? And ignore the box, even if the box is accurate technically. You saw, because I know you tested the 144 hertz. Technically, maybe the TCL is capable of it. You can get it to work, right?
Yeah, no one is. It's not. It could be possibly fixed in a firmware update, but beyond that, like it's just one of the things they shouldn't be marketing 144 hertz if it's not working.
Yeah. And I didn't get a chance. Well, I stopped counting zones once it's hit over 200, just because it's kind of pointless. But Asif has a question: how many zones U8H compared to the Sony X95K? 65-inch. I know the U8H has like 508, just above 500. I thought the X95K had just above 300 zones. I don't know if you counted it, but is that about right, Cassie?
I counted on the 75 that I reviewed, but I forget at this moment exactly what it was. And it really, to me, the zone count doesn't matter. I mean, we've seen TVs with 2,000 zones not perform as well as ones with 60. So the zone count doesn't matter.
Yep. I could not agree more. And perfect example is the TCL versus the Hisense. TCL has less zones, in the 300s. Hisense has 200 more, above 5. TCL had better blooming control, and the Hisense is a little bit brighter, but zone doesn't determine brightness. It helps with the blooming control. So having less zones doesn't mean that the Sony is technically worse. It's how they approach blooming control. Do they want to crush the blacks, lift the blacks, whatever, right? Oh, hey, Sammie, Trevor's asking, generally, how much do you charge? And I know it depends on where he is. If he's in Alaska, you're going to charge a lot more. But on average, what is the range a calibrator like yourself would charge?
That's going to vary, but you could assume it's going to be anywhere between 600 on the higher end down to probably on the cheapest end, maybe 425.
Okay, so Sammie is saying the range is somewhere between 425 to 600. 600 on the high end, just above 4 on the low end. Obviously, is determined by when he visits you. Does he have a lot of appointments, right, Sammie? If you're visiting and he has like 10 appointments and you just happen to be on the way, you'll get a greater discount. If you are the only one he's coming to visit, it could be an issue because he has to fly there, all those things. So I would always start off with a local calibrator, but Classy, you're also flying around calibrating. How do you?
Well, I actually just drive anywhere I can drive. So,
even better. Okay.
Yeah, so it's like for a TV, it's a $400 service charge. For a projector, it's $500.
Now,
and
why
then
is
there's
that
travel expenses.
I'm curious. Why is a projector 200 more than a TV?
100 more than a TV. Because the projector is far more hands-on. There's a lot more involved. You have the environment, you have the screen, you have to decide when to give up luminance for contrast or black levels. Like there's a lot more that goes into it. So projector usually is going to take, twice as long as a TV. And then travel expenses. So if I have 5 or 6 clients in a trip, then travel expenses are going to be less for everybody. Usually about $100. But if I got 3, then it could be up to 150 for travel expenses. I cap it at 150. If it's going to be more, then I just say, hold off until I get more people.
And John has answered our questions about dimming zones, exact numbers off of their spec sheet. Thanks, John, for sharing. 336 zones on the 55-inch, 504 for the 65, and 528 for the 75. And as we've said, just because the 75 density-wise doesn't have as much as the 65, it is not a big deal. As a matter of fact, I want to get your input on this. There's been a lot of stress on the Z9K owners forum where the 85-inch Z9K has less dimming zones than the 75-inch, and they're like kind of up in arms because I guess when you're paying that much, you expect more zones. But as you said, it probably doesn't make a difference, right, Classy?
I mean, look at the X95J versus the X95K. The black bars are better on the J when it only has 60 zones.
That is insane. That's true. It's all about, definitely it's all about processing. I don't want to talk about processing for the TCL and the Hisense. I have to say I am very impressed with both TCL and Hisense's tone mapping this year. It definitely feels they're actually improving year to year. And this year, to me, has been the biggest jump for both of these TVs. Are you making that?
Yeah, the Hisense, the U8H, does what it should do. It just clips. It goes up to its 1500 whatever nits and then clips. And then if you turn on dynamic tone mapping, it's just going to compress everything and make it worse. So yeah, I was happy to see that with the U8H.
And right now the X95J is obviously a huge discount if it's still available. Would you choose the X95J over this year's X90K? Because a lot of people, they still have the X95J available, but they're afraid, well, that's last year. This year, the X90K is newer. What are your thoughts on the Sony X95J versus the X90K this year?
Yeah, in my review, so they have the same number of zones. They're very, very similar, and it depends on the size, because with the 95, when you go 75 and up, then you get that filter that lowers contrast. And then the 90 has terrible viewing angles. But if the contrast is better and you're sitting straight on, and the 90 also has a wider color gamut, but the 95J has better out of the box accuracy, so it's really a flip of the coin of which fits your scenario. If you need better viewing angles, you have to go with the 95.
Here's the one thing I've noticed also. So when we talk about viewing angles, terrible viewing angles, great viewing angles, how far off of direct do you step when you say something is good or bad? Like, do you go an extreme angle or just maybe 15 degrees? What? How do you?
I think if
feel
you can sit on a 3-seat couch in any seat and it look fine, that's fine. With the X90 series, it's as soon as you move one seat off, you see that drop in contrast.
Wow, that's like barely 20 degrees. That's terrible. And is it possible? So it's probably because it doesn't have the extra wide viewing filter that people complain about. And I have to agree with you. Yes, it may hit the native contrast a little bit, but I don't think it's so bad that you would give up on the viewing angle filter. I think that does make a difference for those sitting on the far edges of the couch if it's that big of a jump in terms of color shift, right?
Yeah, it's some people just worry about themselves in that center seat, and you do get better contrast out of like the X90J in that case, or the X90K in that case. But I would say even 2 people are fine with the Sony X90 series. It's when you get to 3 people trying to view the TV, then I would say get something else.
Yeah. Well, get something else. Obviously, OLED is the way to go. But OLED right now, even the 65-inch, well, okay, actually, the Costco 77-inch dropped to like what, 2,200 at the local Costco somewhere. It might hit below 2,000 local Costco somewhere this year, Black Friday. But let's say you don't have access to these special deals. At a 65-inch, OLED is the way to go. What is the least expensive OLED you would go for to get all the benefits without being too dim? A1, would you drop down to an A1? Because it's $1,000 right now. The LG A1 is an OLED, $999. Or is it?
No, I would say if you're, I don't know. I would say if you're really looking for a budget OLED, I would do whatever you can to look online, woot.com or whatever for a last year C series or an A80J or something like that.
Here, I want to highlight this comment. Andreas Bone says, the X95K turned out to be the ripoff of the year. And we're going to talk about ripoffs of the year. I don't know if it's the X95K, but yes, at 2,300, okay. But now that it's dropping, let's say, to just under 2,000 by Black Friday, that's where I predict it's going to be. What are your thoughts on the X95K, its performance, and its price right now at 2,000? Is it the ripoff of the year?
I mean, the value proposition of the X95K was the only issue that I really had with it. The black bars and the way that it lights up neighboring zones and stuff, I just wasn't a fan of that for the price. And that's why I'm fine with the X90K, because I think the X90K is priced where it should be, even though the way that the algorithm works for the zones is similar.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, definitely at launch, the X95K at 2,300 is just, that's just unbelievable. Now the X95K, I'm just checking real quick on Best Buy here. It is still 2,300. So let's talk about the 85-inch. This is something that we could look at. I'm hearing that the X95K 85-inch, even though it's around $5,000, it actually is a close match to the Z9K in many ways. Obviously, the Z9K is a lot brighter, but it has the same number of dimming zones as the 85-inch Z9K. It performs very well, doesn't have all the issues of the 65-inch, namely the blooming control and so forth. What are your thoughts on the 85-inch size X95K? Maybe that's what people should be looking at, even though it's $5,000.
Yeah, and also it seems that the 85 has a better panel, and that's why its blacks seem better. So, with the Sony LCDs, you're paying, and not just their LCDs, all their TVs. You're really paying to have everything set right. So all you have to do is switch to custom mode and you're done. And you're paying for just general usability and quality of life fixes that other brands don't necessarily do. So it's just easy. And you also know that you're going to get the entire range of detail with a Sony, whereas like a Samsung, they compress the bottom and the top end to give you a punchier look. So if you want to see all the detail, that's where you're paying extra for the Sony.
Doc Whiskey has a question I cannot wait to answer. What is the best TV for use outside? So, like this year, I'm going to say the Hisense U8H 75-inch, $1,500, probably a bit less by Black Friday, because the sound is loud. It is easily one of the loudest TVs I have in my studio this year. It's louder than any of my Samsungs. It's louder than TCL. It has a bit of that bass boost because it has louder speakers overall in the back, and it's bright, but it doesn't have that sophistication which you would only see in a dark room. Outside, it is so bright anyway. The U8H will cut through the brightness on the outside. The only thing is it doesn't have the same level of anti-glare as the Samsungs, but for $1,000, you can't go wrong. And for 1,400 75-inch, my vote is the U8H with the TCL a close second for similar reasons, except the TCL's audio may not be loud enough on the outside. So either one, I'd recommend a external loudspeaker. If you use the TV, definitely go with the U8H for the audio if that's what you need. What do you think about outside TV? What are your thoughts, Kasi?
I mean, yeah, that's the U8H. It's bright, especially SDR, crank everything up. So, what I'm sharing real quick is I'm gonna go through. I've tested 4 TVs now.
Okay.
So, showed you Stacy Spears' new brightness testing pattern. So the entire scene is constantly changing in APL, and then you have a bright highlight.
So this is one of his scenes from his new video. Okay.
No, it's basically this cloud of all the colors is the scene, and it's constantly going from very dark to very bright, and the highlight always stays at max brightness. So you're measuring how bright the highlight is through every variety of scene. So right now we're looking at the TCL R655.
Okay.
And you can see that it stays, let's say an average of 750, but it goes down to 700, up to about 850, but probably average is 750.
Average 750. What's the average size of the window? Because we know that definitely affects the LCD.
It's around a 1 to 2%, so it's supposed to be a small highlight. Okay. And it could be a dark scene, a bright scene, anything in between. If it's a small highlight, the TCL is going to average around 750. And then the Hisense, see, we're going up to 1100, still about 800, or as low as 800. So you can see this is how much brighter the Hisense is.
And for everyone watching, remember that luminance is algorithmic in terms of perception. You're going to see 200. The difference going from 800 to 1,000 is not as significant as going from 200 to 400, right? 200 nits to 400 nits is literally twice the luminance. 800 to 1,000 is more like maybe a 15% perception improvement. So it's a little bit brighter, but it's not going to be, oh my God, it's twice as bright. Just keep that in mind.
Right. And remember that this is also like, so say you have a very bright APL, bright outdoor scene that's maybe, 50 or 60% APL. Having the ability to still push this like very bright is very good.
Definitely.
So
wow.
Also on the TCL, I forgot to measure the before it turns white, it starts off black and then it turns black at the end. That way you can measure how fast it goes from black to white. So usually LCDs struggle with that. But yeah, this one did pretty well. But now I'm going to show you the G2. So we can see, even though my G2 in measurements, when like if you were to measure it, how like ratings and everyone else does, my G2 is 800 nits.
Okay.
But look, it goes up to 1100.
And it is that the x-axis? Is that a time?
Yeah. So it's like click, 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 like all the way across. So this is the beginning. This is the end. So the G2 can push much harder than you see in normal measurements. That's why I like this pattern.
Do you have the A95K?
Yes, I do. So now what we're going to see on the A95K is it doesn't get as high, but it maintains 1,000 perfectly.
That's the
It
dimming
doesn't
we're
drop.
talking about, right? Oh, and this is what you're paying for. This right here is why Sony picked up the QD OLED. That is unique to the QD OLED panel technology. It's not, Sony did what it could with the WOLED. This is why QD OLED is so awesome. Let's get to Asaf's question real quick. Hey, FOMO, which TV will give me the brightest image, Z9K or QN90B? Definitely the Z9K. The Q90B, let's talk large size, it's 75, 85-inch size, because the smaller sizes, all the TV companies kind of hold back, and the Z9K starts 75-inch anyway. The QN90B, they don't want it competing with the QN900B. The 900B has to be a lot brighter than the 90B. I know the 90B could have gotten brighter, but it isn't. If you want something that's bright, and we saw this at the shootout, I believe the brightest TV you could buy right now is a Z9K. That will be the brightest TV. And at the shootout, it was also very bright. So yeah, if you got 10 grand or 6, 7 grand, depending on the size, Z9K is going to give you the brightest image.
Yep.
You had the same sense when you were at the shootout? The Z9K was pretty bright. I was just like,
oh yeah. And the difference with the Samsungs is even when they got similarly bright, you could see there was clipping issues or, like the white turning greenish because the red couldn't keep up. So, the Sony is brighter without the drawbacks of pushing it too bright.
Awesome. And what else do you have to share with us with this new luminance? Wait, now is this working with your one of your sensors, measurement tools, right? You're connecting this to your CalMan, or how are you getting this?
So I'm measuring with CalMan, and then I can just turn off the pattern generator and then just use the pattern that Stacy sent me.
Mm-hmm.
So this will be on the new disc, and I need to talk with Ratings to see if they will implement this, because this is definitely a more real world test than the real world test that they have implemented.
I am so sick of Windows. I've been fooled so many times with window measurements. I can't trust anyone. It's not, I know Samsung gets hit a lot. They're all like that, frankly. So yeah, can't trust window measurements, people. Asaf, follow up. Peak brightness, Z9K, Q90B. The Z9K peak brightness really feels like HDR. In the shootout, we had scenes where you're in space and these little specular highlights. The Z9K consistently, the 1%, 2% windows, brighter than the QN900B over and over. So Z9K specular highlights, HDR is brighter. Now, this is in accurate mode. If you take it out of accurate mode, you go into standard, anything's possible. We did not do that. So I don't know if the Q900B, if you let it go, would it get brighter? Because a lot of people say, well, my Q900B is brighter. Well, if you go into standard mode on both, it's possible that the Q990B, could go brighter. But when we talk, we need to have some standard, and our standard is as close to D65, accurate as possible. And that's where Samsung drops, because all their TVs do a little cheat. They push a little blue, they push a little green. Suddenly the whites get a lot brighter. Sony doesn't do that. So when you calibrate, and that's why we calibrate here when we compare TVs, then the Q90B drops. So in calibrated mode, the Z9K will be the brightest. Outside of calibration mode, it's possible that any of the Samsungs could get brighter because it just pushes the green and blue so hard.
Yeah, and I can tell you the QN90B in movie, filmmaker, and even standard was 1700. Like, it was a typical graph where, the 1% not as bright as 10%, at 25% it gets its brightest, and it was about 1700. What was weird with that is that when you go to dynamic would peak 10% at 3000 and everything else hit the floor. It was doing this, it was like this, just I can't even really describe it, because it could only do it very short bursts. And so Samsung in its dynamic mode is able to do something to throw a lot of brightness, but it's for a moment and only like certain APL levels. So
it's great for in-store mode, but it's not good for the TV because it gets very hot. Diana, good question. Off topic. This is not off topic. Any question about TVs are on topic. But with a C2, LG C2 OLED being 1500, I assume it's 65-inch, right? is now the time to buy or wait for Black Friday. 1,500 is less than what the C1 was on Black Friday, 65-inch. So if you can get it 1,500 right now, absolutely.
I think that's the 55-inch price.
Okay, yeah, because the 65, heck yeah. 55, what? Let me see what the LG C2.
Yeah, I think right now it's 15 for the 55, 14 for the 48, and then 1250 for the 42.
Yeah. 15 is not, it's nothing special. You could wait. Now, if you need a TV, you need a TV, right? If you wait, it'll probably drop an extra 150. I don't think it's going to drop 2. You're probably going to save another 1 to 150. The 55-inch doesn't drop as much as the 65 and the 77. So you can get it now. Maybe Black Friday, you save another 100. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, and if you wait, when is Black Friday this year? It is probably
November. What, last Friday in November? Is it this year?
Yes, I think so. It'd be the 25th. So if you buy it on September 25th or just after, and then you have Total Tech member and you got 60 days of price matching,
yes,
then you can go in, or you buy it from Costco now and you got 90 days of price protection.
Yep. Assuming the C2 is at Costco. Yeah, definitely. So we have a couple of gaming questions I want to hit, and this is important for all you budget gamers out there. Terry Lee asks, the U8H is a downgrade for computers. Only 8-bit and no 120 hertz at 4K. The U8G had 10-bit on computers at 120 hertz 4K. So he's saying it's a downgrade from last year's U8G, which was not mini LED. So if you're a gamer, you might look at last year. Is that what you're observing as well, Kasi?
That's not even the half of it. The biggest issue is it's not even on console. It's not 4K 120. It cuts the resolution in half.
I was going to ask you, it's the whole X900H nightmare, right? The SoC.
Yeah, except way worse because it has the worst posterization I have ever seen on any display. Now, an update could potentially fix that, but to how much is the question. And I just don't trust them to eliminate it entirely.
Kasi, can you explain to the audience what posterization is? I know we use different terms, and
I will show the pictures.
Yeah. What do you mean by posterization? What are we talking about here?
Let's do that one.
And is that with low bit rate, 4K, all 4K? I mean, what, like?
No, this is
certain colors.
All right, so there's first is this picture.
Okay.
I've had people Hisense fans trying to say, "Oh, it's just Destiny." No, it's not just Destiny. It's literally like you can see it on the Xbox dashboard.
Okay, here we go. There we go. Add this to the stream. All right.
So you see all that pink on the left? These pink swirls, and that should not be there.
So the left is the
Hisense.
Hisense. And that's the posterization you're talking about, those pink swirls, right?
Yeah. And now let me show you the
What's
other.
on the right? What are you comparing it to? What's that?
That's the A95K.
Oh, well.
That's what I use for my reference. That's how it should look.
Right.
And then now look at that. You see these lines? Like count. You can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Color
Over here,
banding.
you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the amount of it's terrible. It is absolutely terrible.
For those who don't want to throw in for the A95K, obviously, the C1 obviously would be significantly better than this as well. Or how about the TCL R655? Was it as bad as that when you had?
No, the TCL was much more what you would expect. So that's why I said it's like if gaming is not a concern, I would still get the U8H over the TCL. It's just a more capable panel. The Google OS doesn't do crazy stuff with the settings. But if gaming is a concern and you're looking at those two models in particular, then just get the TCL.
Now we have the people in the middle who are not PC gamers, because we know PC gamers, they want a bit more quality because they're paying so much for their GPU. What about Xbox Series X? So Silvergish asks, I apologize if this has been asked, but how does the U8H do with the Series X? I'm concerned about gaming on the U8H. Series X, or even PS5. Let's talk about both. What are your thoughts there?
This is on the Series X, so
definitely a no then.
And it doesn't matter if it's at 60 hertz or 120. It doesn't matter if you turn off VRR. it's just a mess.
How about
And again, this is something that can be touched in a firmware update, but we
Mhm.
don't know how well. And the 4K 120 not being 4K, I do not expect that to be fixed with an update.
Now, the question also is ghosting, right? Because motion and so forth. Did you get a chance to see if there was bad ghosting on the U8H?
I wouldn't say bad. The
Oh, no.
TCL, I didn't really see anything at all.
Okay.
The U8H, maybe a little bit more, but like that takes a huge back step to this. So,
And here's Christopher thanking you, Classy. Hey guys, Classy, thanks for the U8H video. Turning off tone mapping helped. HDR looks great. Still disappointed in SDR processing. Judder is rough. So we'll start with the HDR. This is what I was saying to Classy earlier is, wow, both these TVs out of the box, forget tone mapping. Don't turn any of them on for either the TCL or the Hisense. They tone map well out of the box, straight up. Now, turning it on did nothing for me either, right? And you noticed that as well. Okay, but since I don't watch in SDR, the only time I watch SDR is sports, and sports, I'm in sports mode, standard mode, whatever anyway. But you actually watch sport SDR accurate mode. What's the deal with SDR processing? I mean, judder is motion. We can fix the motion, right, with U8H, because you could I mean, what is happening with SDR that I'm not seeing here?
There's definitely like more grain and noise and stuff like that. Like, but I don't really knock it because it's price point. Like, Hisense and TCL, their focus is brightness and blooming control. The budget goes into that. Processing is way down on their priority list. It's just the way that it is. So that's where you end up with issues like the posterization or the, things like that not working, where you have more grain and noise, and or the motion's not as good as other TVs. And that's the trade-off that you make to have the brighter, more capable panel than, say, an X90K. An X90K doesn't get nearly, well, I wouldn't say nearly, doesn't get as bright. It actually does still get pretty bright. And it's certainly in most content, if you have it set up accurately, then they're all going to be equally as bright. It's only when you want to push into non-accurate modes or you want a really bright SDR that the Hisense and TCL really gets brighter than the X90K. But they both have much better blooming control than the X90K. But the X90K shows all the details, doesn't have the processing issues.
And since we're just talking, well, we were talking gaming, and I was going to ask you, because I thought about this when I was listening to KG's video he just put out, I guess, today, about gaming TVs he recommends and so forth. And it appears he obviously loves the Sony OLEDs for gaming. And I don't disagree with him. I do like Sony OLEDs for gaming. I think it looks great, but I'm not the enthusiast that many of you are. I'm not in the Mountain Dew competitive league, as Whisper Status likes to say. Classy, what is your go-to gaming TV? Cost no object. We'll start there.
Well, for me, it's going to be a LG C2 or G2 because I want accuracy in my games. But the S95B, if you're okay with 55 and 65 inches, is going to appeal to many people who aren't that worried about accuracy in games.
Yeah, I'm happy with any of those. I love OLED TVs generally. I think they look great, and their latency is low enough that it doesn't affect me at all. Here's one that is near and dear to our heart. Oh, before we get to this, I want to get to the super chat. Hey, thank you. Hello there. Thoughts on Samsung's CPU Foundry? Now, this is definitely something. They just got a big reshuffle. Its sister companies have high yields like displays. Any insider reasons why it's so badly run? Okay, so that's two things. Samsung Display is definitely a separate company. It doesn't do the Foundry stuff. It's focused on one thing, right? It's focused on their displays. And they also do the gaming displays. Not many of you know that. Samsung Display does the gaming stuff. It also does the OLED panels for iPhone. iPhone's #1 best source of the cutting edge OLED for their iPad, iPad Pro, iPhones is Samsung Display. Samsung Display probably has the highest quality RGB OLED for the smaller smartphones for themselves, as well as Apple. So Samsung Display, this is their specialty, displays. And their QD OLED, they are so good at what they do. They've been able to lower costs. If you saw my last video, below the cost of the LG W OLED. It's insane. Foundry, though, is part of Samsung, like giant mothership Samsung. And they're trying to compete with specialists like TSMC. Well, TSMC, I'm going to say that a couple of times. All TSMC does is foundry. They only do chips, right? Whereas you have LG and Samsung, right? LG Chemical, LG Batteries, LG this, Samsung, Foundry, and all these things. At the end of the day, I believe that when you are so, the conglomerate is so large, the direction, I just feel that the lack of focus makes it very difficult, very difficult. This is why Intel kind of spun off its foundry. They just want to focus on chip design because running a foundry is not easy. It is very hard, and you got to predict the market and so forth. So Samsung is trying to, on the one hand, have a foundry business. You're working for the people, and you have companies like ARM, Intel, that just want to focus on designing the chips. I know Intel's getting back into the foundry business because they need to produce it in the USA, because TSMC, the shortage, all that stuff. But now that the shortage is not as much of a shortage, the question is it still makes sense to build a foundry, run it, and then sell it to someone else again? That's the problem, right? You're predicting this market. Every time there's a surplus, you shut down your foundry because it's not making money. Then there's a shortage. Okay, everyone wants to get in the foundry business. It takes you 3 years, 2 years to build a foundry. By the time it's up and running, maybe there's a surplus again. So I'm shocked that Samsung does its foundry for itself. I understand that. But to do for third party, that's tough. You're competing with the best, TSMC, right? I mean, they're at 3 nanometer now. That's insane. So great question. Something that I don't normally talk about. Hey, Mark, thank you for that super chat. I'll look for your question somewhere down there. We both saw last year's R646, and Corey asks, how does this year's R655 compare to last year's R646? For me, the biggest improvement is HDR tone mapping. R646 last year, depending on the firmware, it would go from black crushing to lifted blacks to blooming. There was noise, there was posturization. R655 this year, much more sophisticated. It's as if they stole some Sony engineers and said, hey, can you fix this for us? And they did for $1,000. If you have an R646, don't upgrade. It's so close. But if you have a much older TCL, get the 655 over the 646 for sure. What are your thoughts on the differences, Classy, between the 655 and the 646?
I mean, I liked the 646 more because it was Google and didn't have the setting problems.
Oh, wait. So yeah, let's address that. The biggest difference for some of you would be Google TV versus Roku. And last year you had both, right? You had Google TV or Roku, depending which one you wanted. This year it is only Roku because Google has issues last year, but Roku limits your settings. You have to go get an app, which we have here today for Sammie. We have yet to play with it, so we'll see how that goes. But yes, not having a native setting on the TV, I don't like it. I couldn't even change my motion. I agree with you. I'm a motion guy. I couldn't even change that.
Yeah, and it's not just that either. It's that the settings are very limited, and they carry from SDR to HDR. So like if you were to change your brightness thing from brighter to bright to dark or darker, whatever what they're calling it for SDR, and then you go into HDR, then you got to change it back.
And we talked about this. This is the HDR single setting kind of guy for me or my parents, right? Where, okay, I know they're all watching Netflix, whatever. Most of the time it's HDR. I get into HDR10, I set it up for them, and that's it. If they want to watch sports, it's screwed up, they don't care. But if they watch Netflix or streaming, and most of the time it's HDR10 or Apple TV, it should be okay. And they don't have to go back and change anything, right? I mean, you're constantly changing the settings, which also I don't like. But so you're saying the U8H, though, it will hold the settings depending on the feed, whether it's SDR or HDR?
Yeah, there's completely separate.
Okay.
Or you can set it to whatever in SDR, and then HDR automatically changes everything to where it should be.
And a lot, and okay, so those of you who like tweaking your settings, obviously that's inconvenient. And for many of you who just plug and play and you don't even know the difference between HDR and SDR, then you probably won't know the difference between the TCL limitations that we're discussing and not, because you don't even go in the settings. But I do like the U8H Google TV better than last year's weird Android V.A, whatever they had last year. I do like Google TV's UI. It makes it easy for me to find stuff. So I'm a big fan that Hisense upgraded to the Google TV, and they haven't pulled it off the shelves yet. So far, so good, right?
Yep.
All right, let's go down here. And here we go. Mark has his question. All right, Mark, got your super chat. Here's your question. QN900B or QN90B? Is the 8K QN900B way better? Blooming, shadow details, motion. Okay. See, I can answer your question now because I've been comparing it. The QN900B has worse blooming. That's just what it is.
I think that might be a thing with the 65-inch, though, because the 85, I don't know if it's the size or the update.
Fair enough.
Because I calibrated an 85 at launch, so it had the initial firmware. And there was essentially no visible blooming anywhere, perfect black bars. It was exactly what you would expect.
You know, this could maybe be kind of like the Sony A95K 65-inch, which much different, right? Lifted blacks, blooming, and then the 85-inch, a completely different TV. So, Mark, I'll be specific. My 65-inch QN900B was not as good as either the 65-inch QN98 or QN90B or any of these TVs as far as blooming control, but it gets very bright. If you were to choose between the two, I felt that the QN900B has slightly better upscaling of YouTube TV content, like sports and stuff. So on 65-inch, it looks great. Shadow details, that's hard. You have to tell us what content you're watching, what movies. I think they're both fine. What are your thoughts about shadow detail and motion? I think motion, they're the same. What are your thoughts about shadow detail, though?
I mean, about the same. It's just my problem with the Samsung is while the shadow areas don't get as lifted as other LCD brands, there is still some crushing that even with calibration can't really fix it entirely. That's like I was saying, like they compress the bottom, which is your shadow areas, and they compress the top, your bright highlights by clipping them, and it just gives a more contrasty, punchy look, but you lose out on details. And it's like the local dimming is fighting the crushing at the same time, trying to keep the blooming in check, and sometimes it just does weird things.
And also, Mark, think about this way. Both are great TVs. The Q900B, though, gets a lot brighter in a bright room. If you're in standard mode, you're watching sports or dynamic mode, it will get brighter than the QN90B. And so if you're in a bright room with lots of windows, its anti-glare is a little bit different. It may be the better TV, but you need to have both TVs in your room if it's very bright, because their anti-glare is slightly modified, right? I noticed it, not like it's a big deal, but if you're paying that much to go from a QN90B to 900, we're talking like, I don't know, twice as much, going from 2,000 to 4,000 65-inch size. And so the 900B, really, you're paying for brightness. That's my opinion. But other than that, they're both very similar, especially at the smaller sizes. So if you look at 85-inch, it's going to be a completely different TV than the 65-inch, because my blooming on the 65-inch was not so good. So at 65, I'd go with the QN90B. Okay.
There was a question earlier that you clicked on about Dolby Vision, then you.
Oh yes, Dolby Vision. Yeah. I jumped to the super chat. Let's get back to that. We love talking about Dolby Vision. Yeah, I gotta get back to that. That is an excellent. Hey, awesome. All right, good question, man. You're killing it today. Hey, FOMO, which TV manufacturer does the best job in Dolby Vision HDR? Classy, I'm gonna give you the pleasure and privilege of answering this question because it is something that I've been hammering.
Consistently, it's LG. On their OLED specifically, the QNET 85 Dolby Vision was iffy. But on the C2 and the G2 and last year's C1 G1, like if you want Dolby Vision out of the box as close as it's supposed to be, you want an LG in its cinema mode. And then if you want all of the Dolby Vision trying to make it better for your home stuff, like Dolby Vision IQ, Dolby Vision Precision, all that stuff, that's LG. And then the Sony A95K is the first Sony that I've seen where the Dolby Vision is actually very good, tracks pretty much perfectly, low color errors. So Sony seems to be doing well with the A95K.
Now, is there a difference that you're seeing between Dolby Vision through HDMI, disc source, or Kaleidoscape, whatever your HDMI source is, and Dolby Vision internal app?
There typically shouldn't be, but it depends on your device. So certain devices support Dolby Vision 2.8 or 4.0. Not many support 4.0. The Shield does. Then there's different like trim levels and the different apps for different. So if you have Google TV, or if you have Roku TV, or you have Fire TV or whatever, like they all get different versions of different apps supporting different versions of Dolby Vision. So that's where it gets really confusing. But that's, using a NVIDIA Shield as my Dolby Vision streaming device because it supports the latest versions of Dolby Vision. With an LG is the safest bet to have the best version of Dolby Vision.
Yes, Sammie, you have something.
Yeah, so this is done.
A95K is done.
Yeah, so this is the Q98, right?
Yes.
That one's already calibrated?
Yes, that one's already calibrated to D65, I think. I think Dwayne Davis did that a while.
That was John.
John Reformato did that one. Okay.
So John did that one. So that one.
Yeah, he's a D65 guy.
And that one is
the 900B. Dwayne did it, but I had issues. It may have jostled during shipping, so I need that one to be done. So which one would you like to do next? 900B, the Hisense, or the TCL app thing?
Honestly, because out of these three, I think the Hisense is probably going to be the one that actually works.
Okay.
I'll probably do the Hisense.
All right, Hisense next.
Then I'll do the Samsung because it's Samsung and that's it.
Okay.
Yep. The U8H that I had required very, very little to get it.
That's nice.
D65. Like it was like
the U8H.
Yeah, I tell them I think the one that I had was -1 on red and +2 on blue or something like that. It was very few clicks to get to D65 on the U8H.
Okay. And just so you know, with the Sony, in regards to the luminance for Dolby Vision, like it is pretty much spot on already, where you don't have to add a bunch of luminance like you did with like the A90.
Oh, so the luminance on the A95K. Oh, come on over, Sammie, because we're talking Dolby Vision. So Sammie's giving us his insight on A95K Dolby Vision, which is not the same as the A90J Dolby Vision. Go for it, buddy.
So when you calibrated the A90J or even the A80, and you did Dolby Vision, you actually had to give it a bunch of luminance. Like you had to give it around 13 to 16 clicks of luminance.
This was the complaint that it's too dim, right? It's to offset.
Well, yeah,
compensate for that.
Not for the actual luminance of the picture mode itself, but for the individual colors.
Mm.
And you don't have to do that with the A95K. Like you actually, depending on the color, you might have to take away a click or two of luminance. For some of them, you might have to add a click or two, but for the most part, it's pretty much dead on. Like that's great, because when you did Dolby Vision before, you had to give it a ton of luminance and hue to shift everything around. Here, you just have to change a little bit of hue and then give it like maybe 2 clicks of luminance, or maybe subtract a click or two, and it puts you pretty much right on spot. So
Sony is I do, and this is what we were talking about. I do love that Sony is paying attention, because they left Dolby Vision alone for the longest time with player LED, and everything is dark, and we heard not a peep from them. Then suddenly they're actually working on it. So thank you, Sony.
It's actually pretty good. I'm pretty surprised.
All right.
And yours is like around 950 nits.
950?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So close to breaking 1,000. Maybe next time, Sony. All right. And there was another question I wanted to hit real quick. It's about the Q90A, because here we go. Now the Q90A is last year's model, and they're on clearance. And I talked to a lot of you guys about this who have messaged me outside saying, hey, should I get the Q90? It's only a couple hundred more. Or the U8H, it's the newest kid on the block, and you guys love it. And I don't know if you agree with me, but I say we'll get the Q90A for a couple hundred more. Last year's Tizen is stable. They've been using this Tizen for years now. Last year was the most stable version. The Q98 has been improved since its specular highlights a little bit better now. It's not as dim as before. I like it a lot. And its blooming control is absolutely, bar none, the best out there, including this year's Q90B. Q90B slightly improved, but not worth the premium as long as the Q90 is this inexpensive and a lot of sales. So, Christian, you cannot go wrong with the Q90A. And panel lottery affects all of them.
There's barely any left. I was looking in my area. There's one store with one left, and I was like, should I just go get it for the missus? Because I know she likes that version of Tizen.
Yeah, get it, right? Because to me, every now and then you get a classic, the Sony Z9D, right? I think the QN90A is the classic from Samsung. It's got the right Tizen. It's not invasive. Its UI is easy, right? Everything works. And yeah, you guys are there. And we're going to hit one more super chat. Oh, I see Robert Zone in the lobby. Hey, Robert, I see you there. We're going to bring you in real quick after I hit the super chat or this question. Hey, FOMO, how's it going? Anywhere in the 85-inch U8H or U9H? No 85-inch from Hisense this year. U9H is supposed to be a 75-inch, but if it changes, I'll let you know. Jordan, thank you for the super chat. I'm deciding between the 83-inch LG G2 and the 85-inch QN900B. I'm a gamer. All right, LG G2. That's it. Now, the problem is normal bright room. I have windows behind me. Which should I choose? And there you go. You blew it for me. The QN900B will be brighter.
Still get the G2, but get a curtain.
If the curtain is an option, I could not agree more. If it's not an option...
Even without the curtain, I would still pick the G2 because no matter what TV, if a window is facing the TV, it's gonna be a problem no matter what. So you might as well have the better experience at nighttime with the G2 anyway.
I agree. Get the G2 first. Try it out. Only if it's like, oh man, this is unbearable. It's not bright enough. Blah blah blah. Then get the Q900B, but don't do it the other way around. Right? Start with the G2, and if it's just not bright enough for whatever reason, jump to the Q900B. Now, let me get to our guest. Our friend, Robert Zone. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
How are you?
Hi, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. I'm so happy to be here with your very wonderful guest today. You got a great show here.
Well, I hope so. It's Friday. What else is people doing, right? They're sneaking out. They're quiet quitting while they're at work, I assume. or they're driving, right? We're keeping you guys company. And Robert, I was asking you before we got on, right? I was like, hey, are there any sales coming up? Because, I'm quite excited about Black Friday this year. Everyone's telling me inventory buildup is crazy among all the retailers, among all the TV makers. They are scared to death that no one's going to buy anything, and it's already started, right? Prime Day sales were not as aggressively sold out as they had hoped. Everything is like the opposite of last year, where there's a shortage of things. This year, there's a surplus. And I'm hoping that you can have some good news for us. So I'm bringing you on today maybe to give updates on sales coming up, any bundles you might have for our guests, our viewers, and maybe a sneak peek as to maybe TVs or products that might be coming out in the fall that has not launched yet. So take it away, Robert.
Thank you again, and thanks for inviting me here today. What a great show this is. And I only tuned in at the last few seconds and heard the comments about the G2 versus the QN900B. Two world-class TVs here, but particularly for gaming, the G2 is clearly the correct answer. So as I usually do agree with all of you, I do again. And that is the right advice. In general, picture quality as well for an OLED emissive display. And the QN900B is a great choice also, but it's hard to beat those emissive displays that go to pure black, have pixel by pixel illumination, and have incredible input lag and all the gaming features that you can ever dream for. But anyway, to get into what's going on, inventory is easier today than it was in the last 2.5 years, but I wouldn't call it a glut of inventory. It's just, easier to get supply, but there still is limited constrained inventory. As far as sales go, they keep me on this do not announce kind of stuff, so I'm not really committed, but I can tell you that there will be some sales coming up. And I don't see them being as aggressive as what we've seen in the past.
Okay.
Thankfully, they launched at more reasonable prices this year. So we're going to see some sales, particularly Black Friday, end of December, but they're not going to be as aggressive as what we've seen in the past. At least I don't expect them to be. And they don't share with me Black Friday sales. They give me a 6-week peek into the future. Again, I've signed all these do not disclose agreements. But just this morning, I got a flash sale from Samsung on the QN800B and the QN900B, which is a 2-day sale that was a surprise to everybody and starts today and ends on Sunday.
Okay, what's the pricing on the sizes?
I just put them up and I emailed them to you earlier.
Yes, yeah. Let me look at it right now. I know you got it right.
You can put them on screen if you'd like.
Yeah. Let me take a snapshot right here.
Now, also, this Sunday at 3 a.m. Eastern time, I have my clock set to wake me up because that's when I'm permitted to announce the sales for the next week. This will be for the following week. So Sunday, 3 a.m. Eastern time, midnight California time, West Coast time. I will go on this thread and post all the sales.
Yes, please.
Put them up on our website because there are some very new sales. There's also some sales that are ending. The ones that are ending, I'm allowed to talk about.
Okay.
And unfortunately, they're ending the sale on the 83-inch A90J. And it's, oh, there you go. That's the flash sale from Samsung that started today and ends in 2 days.
And that one is, so we have the 85-inch QN900B, 6500, 85-inch QN800B, 5000. These are all 8K TVs, 75-inch QN900B, 5300, and the 75-inch QN800B, 3800, and my 65-inch QN900B, 4000. I have to tell you, I am just so in love with the upscaling. I'm watching it for all my sports and football because YouTube TV, as we know, is just, the compression is not good, even though it's 4K, right? And I enjoy the QN900B the most when I'm watching sports because you do notice the better upscaling of the QN900B, which I know they could have put on the QN95B, but decided not to. So I had to upgrade. And I was going to mention, I remember at the shootout, the QN900B, I thought it had better contrast than the Sony, even though it didn't get brighter. Because once we brought it to color accurate, the Sony was more impactful, had the HDR. But then when it was in more SDR, the Q900B is a very good TV. So for those who don't want to spend for the extra Sony Master Series, you always have the Q900B. So because a couple of people were asking about the 900B. So yeah, it's a great time to get. Oh, and of course, why should they call you? Price matching bundles. If they buy Avaya Electronics, what kind of bundles are available for them if they get a Samsung from you?
Very good. So we have bundle promotions and we customize them based on what the individual customer's needs and requests are. But as a rule, we have a store credit that we provide, which will give you money to buy anything that you like or just take the extended warranty. We also have some FOMO promotions. So please tell us if you found us through FOMO, and that will earn you some extra courtesies as well, because we love everything FOMO.
Well, I tell you, I love the Q990B soundbar matched to the Q900B.
Yes.
Together, it's great. As a matter of fact, the 900B doesn't get loud enough for me. I need the soundbar together. I mean, it does make a difference. And the 990B with its wireless surrounds, it's so convenient.
Yes.
Sounds great. It's a match for the A7000 with its surround, but it's a lot less expensive, about almost $1,000 less. So for those of you on the fence about a soundbar and you have a Samsung TV, the 990B to me is a no-brainer. It is really good.
I so agree. That's a world-class soundbar.
I really like it.
Performance, and you're correct. I love the integration with the ease of operation with a single remote. They like talking to each other, those two Samsung devices.
Definitely. And it calibrates to the room a little bit better on the bass for me than the Sony did. So the Sony has, great spatial audio, but its subwoofer, even after it did its kind of room correction, I don't know if it's room correction, but it did its magic. It went lower, but it felt unclear, undefined. A 990B much clearer. So whatever they're doing on the 990B, much better on the bass side. So for those of you who are sensitive to bass, 990B, excellent algorithm for its room correction for sure.
One thing opposite of a sale coming up is the end of a sale on a few items.
Yeah, tell us.
And that is one of my very favorite TVs that's on sale for $49.99, $5,000, is the 83-inch A90J Master Series. Sale ends Sunday.
How much is it again now on sale?
$49.97.
Okay.
With some money if you come from FOMO. And free shipping nationwide. It's going up $300. So it'll be $5,200 starting with Sunday at 3 a.m. It's going up. And that will be for the next 2 weeks. After that, I'm cautiously optimistic that they hopefully will bring it back down to the $49.97.
Okay. And A90J, one of, my favorite TVs before the arrival of the QD OLED, but since I am a 65-inch TV kind of guy,
the
83-inch, really, it's either A90J, the G2, or that. Well, that's it. Those are your OLED choices, right?
And there's a C2 too, as well.
Oh yeah, the C2, obviously. But I'm talking heatsink OLEDs. Come on, we can't be slumming it here, right? Well, actually, Classy, which would you? I mean, was there a picture quality difference that you noticed? Because I know the 83-inch size is a little bit different than the other sizes. Would you get the C2 Classy or the G2 at the 83-inch size?
It's the same situation as the other sizes. You get the G2 if you want the build, the warranty, the little bit of extra capability from the panel. You just got to decide if that's worth it to you.
Yeah. For me, I think the premium is a bit much. If I'm a gamer, 83-inch C2, I'd be thrilled. And G2 is a little bit brighter, but it's not so much brighter that I'm like, oh, I'm in a bright room, I must get the G2. I jump to a completely different technology at that point. If your room is that bad, C2 to G2 is not going to help things. Go ahead, Robert.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to add one thing about the heatsink. It does give the manufacturer the ability, if they want to drive it a little bit harder and make it a little bit brighter. Not all of the brands are doing that with all the models.
And I forgot the 5-year warranty.
Yeah,
that's why
you warranty. But the other thing I love about the heatsink is cooling the panel so that they don't have to kick in the ABL so aggressively or so quickly. And it'll preserve the panel for a longer life, and it'll help reduce the threat of burn-in. So there are a lot of other effects that are very good on that heatsink.
And it's a better build.
I don't know if you were watching earlier. If I can share this image again, FOMO.
Oh yeah.
The G2 luminance. Even though my G2 on a normal windowed pattern only goes up to about 900 nits.
I know.
Using Stacey Spears' new pattern for the new disc, you can see it's almost 1100. And that's across varying APL. So whether it's a dark scene, a bright scene, this is how it measures. So it can actually get up to 1100 nits, even though a normal 10% window is only going to say 900.
Right. And now my favorite part, show Robert
the A95.
A95K. Look at that.
Flat 1000.
No drop. Oh,
and that's thanks to their great control that they do over the panel. The heatsink does that. And it stays at that luminance. It doesn't dim. I love that. That means a lot.
Absolutely. Robert, you just arrived. I was going to say, I was telling Sammie Prescott, our calibrator, I might be the only guy who's calibrating both a TCL and a Hisense in the same day against an A95K reference, because what else do we have to do on a Friday, right?
That's right.
But I wanted to see how hard we could push their accuracy. For those of you out there getting these TVs, how good is it really? Like, what is its ceiling of performance? We know what its floor of performance is. We've been complaining about it. But what's its ceiling? If you get the perfect panel and you wanted to push it to accuracy, what can it do? And I was just curious, so we'll find out shortly.
That's right. You bet. And so glad to see Sammie on here. I'm a big Cecil and Sammie fan also. So I'm glad to finally see Sammie on the same channel. He's one world-class calibrator as well.
Well, we might have to drag him into next year's shootout, right, Sammie?
please.
We can never have enough calibrators fighting over.
That's right. That's right. And Cecil's growing his channel and his calibration business so beautifully.
I think his calibration business is growing so fast that his
Yes.
channel is
love
hardly
it.
moving, right, Cecil?
Yeah, I can barely get one video a week now.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, very good.
Yeah. And I was going to ask you something. Oh, yes, new products. So this week, LG announced their launch in Korea, South Korea, of what we talked about, the 97-inch LG G2 OLED for 28,000. Let's just round it to 28,000, which is kind of what we predicted, but that's in Korea. You're shaking your head because you can't talk about it, or you're shaking your head because
And it's on our website at 24,997.
what? You scooped the Koreans? You're selling it less
Yes.
than what they're
Yeah.
launching?
And I also scooped up all the inventory. So I had the first allocation from LG. They made about 15 pieces. It wasn't very many.
And I have to say, you did the right thing, Robert, because if you guys don't know, Robert is up there in New York, near New York City, and he
Yes.
lives in a small little town where all the hedge funders live. And
Yes.
who would buy these things in Q4 but hedge funders and their
Yes.
bonus, right? Oh, it's a $200,000, $300,000 bonus, 25,000. Robert, set it up,
Yes.
and that's awesome.
Yeah. Thank you. We also ship them,
Everyone, 25
we ship them nationwide
as well.
from LG's local distribution. We are charged sales tax nationwide, but we pay the tax and we don't ask the clients to pay the tax.
Here's a question for you.
Sales tax is paid, but you don't pay it.
Question for you, though. It's 100 inches.
97.
97 inches. The installation, though, clearly no one's going to be hanging this alone. I mean, even Brandon B, the installer, will not be lifting this with his wife. The question is, will they? I mean, is there anyone you trust to put this up? You call Best Buy? Because it sounds like something that I would think LG would install it as part of the price. Are they doing that?
No, they're not doing it, but Brandon's doing 3 of them for us.
Well, there you go.
I don't know if he's bringing his wife or one of his guys.
So
but
when you
he's-
call Robert, he'll send Brandon be the installer over.
Yeah, three of the 15 we sold already. He's installing them for us. And we're doing the local tri-state New York area where we're installing them with our staff because we're custom integrators.
And
But
since
it is a special install,
yes.
and they will, at the end of October, have a new pedestal stand for the 97-inch, end of October.
I cannot imagine how big the table is that you would put a pedestal stand on the 97-inch. I'm going to assume people are going to hang it on a wall, like
That's right.
a screen,
Yes.
a projector screen. Because it's so expensive, is there a bundle deal that they can get if they say, I got 25 grand, what can you bundle with me if I call you and say FOMO sent me to get this crazy thing? Because projector NZ8, 24,000, 25, or the G2?
Yeah, I know. You know, that is a very good, tough question. And we get that question multiple times a day. So I like the advantages of going to pure black, having a brighter image, having the ability to have the lights on if you want them, having your projector with a white ceiling, which is the enemy of projectors. You don't need to worry about that. So different use case applications would match better. 25,000, you can easily spend that easily on a projector and a screen. So we have to match it to you. If you have a dedicated theater wrapped in black duvetine fabric that doesn't reflect light, and you want a bigger screen size, the projector is for you.
Yeah. Nothing replaces a 140-inch cinema wide.
Absolutely, you bet.
And thank you to Ninjishin. He's watching while he slaves away. So if you don't know, Robert, Ninjishin is now working in Hollywood as a calibrator for one of the more notable calibration companies.
Oh, absolutely.
So he's chasing down starlets while he's out there doing his thing with grading monitors. And Sammie, were you going to say something?
I said get both, the G2 and a projector.
Sammie's saying get the G2 and the projector because apparently the FOMO discount is so huge.
Yes.
Assuming there is even an NZ8 in stock somewhere, right? Because I think they're not going to be out until October or something, I heard. I mean, do you have any in stock? You don't, right?
No, I just got in a very nice shipment of NZ9s. And
24,000.
Right, but no NZ8s yet. I'm expecting some within 2 weeks. They're very constrained and very limited supply. They just reopened their beautiful esoteric factory in Japan, in Tokyo, and they stopped manufacturing in Taiwan. So the transition to the factory to retool and open up has been a little bit slower than we liked. They've always been hard to get. They're even a little harder to get now. But if you wait for the new ones, you'll have the Japanese built where their engineers work right in that factory. And I got to think there might be, hopefully, some advantage to that. And I got to tell you, the Sonys are taking off too. The new XWs, they're really taking off. I got to get you some of these.
I have no room. I keep on thinking I would love to put a projector, but I have all these TVs take up space. I got to move it out. I'm like, not yet. I just have to wait. And every year I wait, it just gets better and better. Like the 97-inch, I'm so tempted.
I know. You need that. You absolutely need that.
You know what you need is you need to get it in your house so I could visit you more often.
Okay, please do. I am going to put one in my house. And we're going to be putting one in the store here next week when they arrive as well.
The 97-inch?
Yes, we'll have
I cannot wait.
I'll tell you, it's so awesome to see an OLED TV, a emissive display, a 97-inch, the G2 flagship model, pure black, 1,000 peak lumens, 1,000 nits. I mean, it's amazing to see that depth and detail. Sorry, please go ahead, please.
No, this is a great question because I know you get this all the time, as well as Classy and I. Mark, thank you for the super chat from somewhere in Europe. Hi, when will OLEDs be bright enough for very, very bright living rooms, including an anti-reflection layer? Good question, Mark. So I'll start with saying most OLEDs that I've seen, they don't have a very effective anti-reflection layer because they assume you're in a darker, light-controlled room. And so you want a very, very bright OLED. I don't see OLEDs personally getting their average picture level cannot get as bright as any LCD TV in standard mode, right? Like it's not going to happen, but maybe I'm wrong. What are your thoughts on this, Robert?
Well, thank you. Unlike plasmas, where you had high ambient light, it raised the blacks. That doesn't happen with OLEDs. The blacks stay pure black. I don't like the glare and reflection, especially when the light is directly across from the screen. That's the worst.
Yeah.
So window treatments are your good friend.
What would the classics say? Go buy curtains.
and it significantly helps the audio when you have soft fabrics on the screen as on the window treatments as well. So your audio is improved, your video is improved, and we just need to do that when you're critically watching in the daytime. So if that works, that's your best friend. Other than that, some of these new LCD mini LEDs are looking very good as well.
Z9K is super.
They have the anti-glare that works well.
Yep.
And they're brighter, so they stand up better. And you're not going to be disappointed with them if most of your watching is in the daytime. Some of these new, the QN900B is wonderful. QN95B or 90B is excellent.
A9K?
A9K, I like it a lot.
A9K is, it's that.
A9K.
It was so bright at the shootout because once
I know. I love that TV. Yeah.
Thank you very much,
By
Mark.
the way, the question about the amount of local dimming zones on an 85 Z9K versus 75, I'm going to verify that.
Yes. Everyone's saying it's less than 75.
I don't believe that, but I will know definitively in the next few days. We're setting up the TV shootout wall with all three. Actually, we're going to have the QNED 99 from LG. Yes. And we're setting up our TV shootout wall where I'm putting the three 85-inch 8Ks butt up against each other. And I will be measuring the local dimming zones. But please remember, I know this has been discussed, and I'm sure even here today, don't be so hung up on the amount of local dimming zones.
That's what we've been trying to tell people. Yeah.
How they control them.
Yeah.
That's what matters here, what we perceive and see. Doesn't matter how many local dimming zones there are. It's how the glow is around them and how the local dimming performs.
What were you going to say, Classy? I thought you were going to jump in there for something.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to say, so of all the houses I've been in, I've only seen two where an OLED wasn't the optimal choice for that room.
That's right.
And all they really could have done is just rearranged the room and repositioned it so the light wasn't hitting it directly.
Thank you.
So there's very, very rare situation where the room is so bright that I would say not to get an OLED, because if you're watching during the day and you have everything like open, you should be watching an SDR, because you can get 450 nits out of an OLED and SDR, or 1,000 or more out of an LCD. So no matter what TV you have, it's better to watch SDR during the day.
Yes.
So even if that means forcing it into SDR, that's what you should do during the day.
One more comment that'll address what Juan is saying now as well is all TVs perform better in low ambient light.
Yeah.
And when you have a very, very bright, capable TV that performs reasonably well in high ambient light, you will be stunned at HDR when you can see specular highlights and color volume at 3,000 nits and things like that. You will just be in love with HDR in low ambient light with some of these very bright TVs. Please go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, this question I think you get all the time. So I want to hear from the point of view of the person that carries these and recommends them since you're selling them. Benson asks, Sony 83-inch class A90J or the LG G2, also 83-inch for gaming though. Which would you recommend, Robert? I know what class he's going to say, but we'll start with you, Robert.
LG G2. I'm sorry to say that's the answer. And you're not missing much either. That's the Classy, please, what your thoughts are.
Yeah, honestly, I think the C2 and the A90J are very comparable.
Yes.
I think the G2 edges both of them just by a little bit in its capability. And when it comes to gaming, you just really should just get the LG.
And this one is for you, Robert. Hello, Mr. Robert. What is your favorite QD OLED, the Sony or the Samsung? And I know you carry both, and you've been watching them, and we had it at the shootout. So now that you've had a few months to think about it, what's your favorite? The Sony A95K?
If the budget permits, clearly Sony. It's significantly better. However, at the same time, the value and performance of Samsung's QD OLED can't be beat. And it benefits tremendously by a professional calibration, where the Sony comes out of the box really nice.
Yes.
Sony also comes with the Bravia Cam, 2 years free of Bravia Core, significantly better audio quality built in. There are a lot of other advantages other than the better picture quality. There's value benefits as well.
And Sony doesn't keep on tweaking its firmware. SNA5B, I had Sammie here, calibrated. 2 weeks later, it was a completely different TV.
I know.
So, yeah, it's not.
Sony has an equal amount of test engineers to development engineers. Before they release firmware, they try to break it 20 different ways. And, but their firmware comes out good.
And I have to say, when you talk to your Sony reps, tell them that we appreciate that they fixed Dolby OLED, Dolby Vision on the A95K.
Right.
Saw it right here. Sammie just confirmed it's significantly better. No adjustments at all compared to the A90J and the A80J last year. So thank you, Sony, for doing that. Robert, we have another question for you. And I get a lot of questions about this as well. I, too, am curious. LG QNED 90 and 99 for 2022. People want this option because gaming.
Yes, me too. Yes.
Where is it? When is it? I've heard
what's our dates on those? We got some dates. Is it early October? The QNED 90 and 99? I think it's early October. We're on the very first allocation shipment list, and I believe it's the first week of October. We're probably 3 weeks away.
Okay, so those of you guys who tell me all the time, look, I cannot do OLED, I got kids, whatever the reason. The QNED 90 is probably for you because LG is definitely feature full of everything, whether you're a PC gamer or Xbox Series X, PS5, doesn't matter. The QNED 90 for 2022, we predict is going to be an amazing gaming TV. The question is, when is it coming? And first week October, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Cannot wait. Okay. And I know you have to leave soon, Robert. So
good
questions here.
I'll stay as long as you need me to. Thank you.
Oh, here's a great question for you, Classy. FOMO Classy, how bright is C2 in standard mode with other brightness settings turned up? So we're talking dynamic contrast on high, right? Everything on high. I see ratings, SDR rating is pretty good for an OLED. And I think, Classy, we just said this, right? In SDR, it's pretty bright, right?
Yeah, and realistically, you don't even have to use standard mode. You can be in cinema or ISF bright. You can have the warm color temperature, and it's not that much of a difference. I mean, you can just turn up the peak brightness, turn up the contrast enhancer if you need to for the bright room, and you should be in the 450 nit range for SDR.
I agree. Chris has a great question, and I think this kind of affects all of us. How many more years for OLED to be affordable when it goes mainstream and everyone can buy one? So, and we don't know what does affordable mean to everyone. So right now you can get a $999 LG A1 65-inch, right? Now, that is their most entry level from LG, but we expect it to get even cheaper as the Chinese and so forth start making OLEDs. What do you believe is affordable, Chris? You're talking $500 for a 65-inch. That's probably a few years away, but right now, if you don't mind a little bit of dimness, A1 or the C1 at 1500 65 inches, fairly bright. Where do you think pricing is going to go, Robert? Because I know you've been tracking prices over the years. Where are we going with OLED prices? How much would a C5 cost a few years from now? What's your prediction?
So the trend seems to be going down. They launched much better this year with nice improvements and fair prices for the launch prices. So I see a continual trend in prices going down, which is such a great thing to see. Of course, this is just a good educated guess. It's, they don't share with me 2023 prices, but I am flying out to Japan to see Sony, and I will be at LG's headquarters here in the US as well, seeing the 2023 products fairly soon.
And this question I want to hit before we let you go, Robert. Christopher, aka CMS, asks, I know this Blu-ray player is a little dated. No, they're still selling it. That's why I'm bringing this up. Robert's still selling it. I bought my first UB820 from Robert, and my second one, I think I'm on my fourth one now. But I'm looking at the Panasonic UB820K. It says that it upsamples everything to 444 chroma. What benefit would I see on the A80J? Honestly, the biggest benefit for me of the UB820 is automatic, and it is the only one other than the UB9000, automatic Dolby Vision recognition. So you don't have to sit there and manually turn it on and off. Automatic HDR10 plus recognition. You don't have to go and turn it on and off. And the only other one that comes close to it is the Revon, which is a bit more expensive. The UB820. Do you have a special deal on that, Robert, for the UB820?
Yeah, the prices come and go on that. They have a promotional roadmap on that item as well. It's double boxed and free shipping, and
So if you get a TV from Robert, I know he can bundle that in with.
There certainly is a good bundle promotion with that TV. You bet. And I like the HDR optimizer properly set up.
Yes. So the HDR.
I worked on the EOTF recurve on that one with the engineers from Panasonic.
Uniquely on the UB820, it has the HDR optimizer, which is their version of a tone mapping. And for super bright, bad tone mapping, ultra short throws, you put this in, and suddenly, at least all the details are there, right? Even though it's pseudo SDR, it's so much better. So this is what I use when I'm testing ultra short throw or just something with bad tone mapping. The UB820 kind of tone maps for you a bit. It brings that brightness down. No other player does that. And also, though, if you have an external tone mapper, I get the Revon, because the Revon gives you the untouched luminance. It doesn't upsample anything. You get the straight direct feed. So if you need a direct feed because you're sending your digital to a tone mapping system like MadVR, you need to get the Revon. Otherwise, this will send it upsampled directly to the A80J, which doesn't need anything. I've compared the UB820 with the cheapest Sony X7000, which is, I think, the least expensive Dolby Vision capable, even though it's manual. They're nearly identical. I mean, it's very hard. I couldn't tell the difference, honestly. So you're getting it for the features, and I hate going there and manually changing things. And I do love that the Panasonic has slow motion. There are very few players that have slow motion and frame by frame, which I use a lot. So I think, but it does nothing. To answer your question, what benefit would I see in the A80J? Automatic Dolby Vision selection and automatic HDR10 plus selection.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Well, Robert, thank you so much for coming on. I know I caught you like, oh, when are you free? And got that slice of you. Oh, and just to let you know, I won't be near you, but I will be in New York City. I won't be in Scarsdale, fortunately. Next week, I'll be covering Korean startups in Manhattan, whatever. So I'll be there for a few days, and they need to have it near Valley Electronics. I can drop by and say hello.
We're a 30-minute train ride on Metro North, and I would be delighted to come to Manhattan and have dinner with you or something.
With my luck, I'll end up at Niagara Falls. Wait, I forgot to get off. Where am I? Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Robert, again for coming by.
Thank you so much.
We're going to post any updates. If you have any sales or anything, let me know, and I'll make sure to make a community post for you on those special prices.
Terrific. That'll be Sunday at 3 a.m. I'll be waking you up.
I'll be ready.
Okay.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you so much again. All the best.
All right. Hey, Sammie, what's happening?
Out of the box, the Hisense is actually not that bad. I mean, it's bad. Don't get me wrong. That sounded bad.
You talk about the Hisense?
Yeah. Wait. Here. Come over here because the microphone's facing me, unfortunately. I'm making Sammie exercise. So Sammie's going to give us his impression of the U8H. He's been working on that. And yeah, Sammie, so what's happening with the U8H?
So I said it's not that bad, but that's in comparison to something that's really good, right? If you consider where it sits at price-wise, it actually isn't that bad. It's averaging pretty much at 3 in regards to errors across the largest color checker I can run. A lot of them are saturation errors and or hue, but it's actually pretty decent considering that. How much is this television?
Technically $1,000, but they give you $100 if you decide to keep the TV.
Yeah, for that price at this size, it could be worse. Like
when you see the TCL, then you'll see why I said the U8H over the TCL.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely isn't that bad. Like it's sitting averaging around just under 3 or at 3 in regards to the errors. Now, some of them do get pretty high, but a lot of that's due to saturation and or hue, which can ideally be fixed. I'll see in a minute, but overall, it performs better than I would have thought it would have. So I mean, that's really good. So, and you said the TCL was worse.
Yeah, the TCL and no go. And I think, did you measure HDR yet? Because in Filmmaker, the U8H I had did a pretty good job with the OTF as well.
I'm going to do HDR next. So I'm going to finish off what I'm doing right now, set it to D65. Then I'm going to check HDR. And so when you did the U8H, did CMS work in HDR?
I did not do that for my reviews. I just do white point just so that the white looks the same. And then in the videos, you can see the differences from the colors. But I mean, the color errors on it aren't, like you're saying, they're not that bad, especially for that price point, because no one's going to spend the time to get a calibration done, really. And that's why I think the Hisense is just a better option than the TCL, because the TCL is much further away from where it should be. Okay. And also, warm color temperature on the TCL is not enough blue in SDR, but then too much blue in HDR. It's not the same.
Oh.
Yeah. And the settings carry over from SDR to HDR.
That's what I was just going to ask.
Yep.
That makes no sense. Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
And also when Sammie's done, we'll share some of those settings with you guys to see what it is Sammie recommends that you can do at home. Obviously, we don't have a CMS system to go into the little particulars of the subpixel colors and all that good stuff. But at least we'll have some best practices that you can do at home after Sammie's done playing with a U8H.
Yeah, when it comes to settings for the average person, it really is like my video. It's just about all TVs. Just put it in the accurate mode, disable the stuff that shouldn't be on, put it in the correct color temperature, and that's it. Everything else, there's too much panel variance to really say, do this on your gain or whatever, because you just don't know what the other panel is going to be, and you're better off just making sure that their TV's in the accurate mode, and then that's about as far as you can take it without measuring it.
Yep, absolutely. And oftentimes people don't know what accurate white point is, because Okay, so I'm going to have to say accurate in quotes. Accurate to the source, meaning whatever source movie you're watching, whatever white point it is, the hope is it's the same white point as your TV. And if the Hollywood standard is supposed to be D65, that's why you do D65 at home, so that your TV matches what it was graded at. But then in China, where some sources are actually much bluer, right? We're talking way above D65 in terms of blue. If you have a TV that's D65 and you watch that, you're like, wait, this is not, why does it look like this? So it's not always D65, but because we are not in China and our sources are generally close to D65, that gets you mostly accurate. So this is something, why do we choose this white point? It's the source.
Yeah, Hollywood and the UK, everything should be D65, or when there is a different alternate white point for metamerism, we're talking a very, very slight shift that if the display is not next to another one, you wouldn't notice.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you are in that D65 area, then that's fine. That ballpark is very small of where the alternate white points lie.
And I think I'm going to get back to this question. I forgot who asked it, but the question was a good one. I think they were asking LG C2 watching sports in a slightly bright room. How is it in sports? And it definitely depends on the sports you watch, because first of all, you're going to be in standard mode, and it'll be, a lot of people complain, and this isn't not just the C2, but many of the OLEDs, that sometimes it dims, or it just, over time, it's not bright enough. And it could be hockey, right? You have this giant hockey screen that's all white, and a lot of people outside the US who watch football, soccer, also complain of the same thing. For those people, it's almost as if OLED's not going to work for you. If you need to watch it bright and it's not bright enough, try the OLED. If it's not bright enough, then you got to go with something like this U8H or the QN90B or the Sony X95K or the TCL. You need to get brighter than what the OLED's capable of, and it's APL, right? Because when the entire screen is that bright, that's the OLED's weakness. Little specular highlights, it will always get brighter than LCD TVs, no matter what the LCD TV is. The tiniest specular highlight, OLED wins. But large screen brightness like the Z9K, the Q900B, the Q90B, that's not OLED strength. So what are your thoughts on how bright can the brightest OLED, say the G2, get for sports watchers in SDR, full screen? I know you measured that, Cassie. What are your thoughts on that?
So the G2 and the A95K, basically they're very, very consistent in their measurements.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say that the G2 does get in real SDR content. You can push it a little bit more in SDR, but they're so close that it's either 450 nits is enough for your room or it's not. So do you need 1,000 nits? Then you got to go with one of the LCDs.
Yep. And here's a great point, Magician. This is why we love larger TVs. 450 nits at a 55-inch versus 450 nits at an 83-inch or a 77-inch, much, much brighter. So if you're getting one of the larger ones, 77 or 83-inch, G2 or, well, not the A95K, unfortunately, but at least the G2, and you're over 350 nits, it'll feel brighter than what you think is bright for a similar luminance at a smaller size. So yeah, size of your TV definitely makes a difference.
Yeah, and I mean, I would say, like, even in a bright room, it's not like you're not going to see it. You're still going to see the image. I mean, 10 years ago, you were looking at 200 nits in your room. So if you were okay with that, you're going to be more than okay with an OLED. It's just, do you prefer to have your sports be at 800 to 1,000 nits?
And for football and basketball, you're fine. I think G2, even C2 would be fine for basketball and football. I haven't had my issue. Well, first of all, how bright is your room, right? But I haven't had any issues personally. It's more glare that I don't like. Glare for me ruins everything, right? The details lost, and then you have these contrast issues now with the glare fighting the image. So it's less about the room being bright and more about the glare that's coming off the TV. So choose a TV that doesn't have super glossy surface. Some of the Sonys are really glossy, so that might be more important. All right. Oh wait, you hear about the 2,000 nit OLED phone? I think the new iPhone Pro Max, 14 Pro Max, capable of 2,000 nits. What's that?
Yeah, I have the S22 Plus, and it does, what, 1,600 nits or whatever, but it's like you have to face the sensor towards the sun so that it will force it to blast the brightness. Like, you can't just drag the brightness slider yourself. Like, it'll only go up so high, but when it does, it washes out the color so much it looks terrible. So
that's what we've seen with TVs, right? Is at a certain brightness, color saturation is gone. I mean, basically it's just white subpixel being pushed hard with no color in it at all.
I mean, it's not even that. It's a brighter color is going to be less saturated than a darker color. So there you go. You kind of can't have both.
It's not linear, people. 100 nits blue is not the same as 2,000 nits of blue. It doesn't get just brighter. It cannot do that. So that's a good point.
I mean, and geez, most TVs are like on actual 100% saturated blue is like 33 nits.
And we have another satisfied owner of a Vizio, Reverend Slim. I have a Vizio P659G1 that randomly reboots several times a night. Operating within spec, my friend. Can't complain. Should I use a 12 gauge to solve the problem or an AK-47? Well, unfortunately, if I say this question again, YouTube might censor me because there's no violence on YouTube. But you might take a rock or a brick and throw it at the Vizio. I just keep on laughing. Chana, Techno Dad, has the Vizio OLED. And he has to go and unplug the power cord every time to turn it on and off. Because the remote, if he turns it off, it won't turn on again. He has to unplug the power cord, plug it back in, and then turn it on. It just cracks me up. But it works fine, except for that, right? So, hey, count yourself lucky, right?
So, Ed, you got to head out for work.
Yes, do your thing, man.
I'll be watching it in the chat. So.
All righty. Yep. Thanks, man. Have a safe drive. Do your thing. And that was classy.
Yep. All right. See you, everybody.
Bye-bye. Okay. Yeah. So people were saying, hey, the TV only costs $600 to $800 and a calibration is between $400 and $600. That doesn't make sense. And that's why people buy expensive TVs and then get it calibrated. But here's the thing for you all to think about. One day, an $800 TV might end up being so good that you could get it calibrated or you don't have to. But calibration is not always required. It's just those who want that extra layer that they're not getting themselves. And you can always teach yourself to calibrate if you get, some cheap calibration equipment. You don't have to get the best of the best. There are lots of stuff online that's free. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of sweat equity to invest into your own calibration, but you learn a lot as well. So a lot of people do that, and there's a lot of help online. I would never do it, just too time consuming for me, but many people do. For sure. And got a question from Adith Shamil. Hey, FOMO, here's a question. If someone notices blooming and highly dislikes it, but cannot buy an OLED, is it better to buy a direct lit TV? Well, no, it's not all or nothing. So if you don't like blooming, so that's an option. But you could always get a Samsung QN90A, even a QN85. But let's say you're super sensitive to blooming, like super sensitive. Even the Q90A may bloom in the most challenging scenes, then a direct lit gives you slightly lifted blacks or maybe a lot lifted blacks, depending on the scene. So if you're okay with lifted blacks, you'll never see blooming. The question is, how close do you want to get to deep blacks in HDR? Because before HDR, with SDR, there is no deep black. It's everything's slightly gray, right? It's much more compressed dynamic range. So if you watch mostly SDR, direct lit's fine, I think. If you watch a lot of HDR, you'll want the infinite contrast, and the QN90A, QN90B, QN85, right? All these mini LED TVs with a little bit of blooming will give you that dynamic range. So what's your priority, Adith? Good question. But yeah, direct lit will solve blooming, but you have lifted blacks. And for a lot of people, lifted black bars is worse than blooming. For others, blooming's worse. You just have to choose. And Corey says TVs won't need calibration in the near future. at least not detectable errors that need fixing to look correct. So this is good context. I was talking to another calibrator out there, Chris Deering, who was telling me 15 years ago when he was doing this, 3%, under 3% was considered good, right? Now we're like under 0.5% and people are complaining. The reality is, you're right. A lot of these TVs come out of the box. If it's across the board under 2%, that's actually considered very close to calibration 20 years ago. But as with everything, everything becomes more and more precise. At what point is it close enough? So in this case, both the TCL and the U8H is a bit off visibly, right? But it's not terribly off compared to maybe 20 years ago. And I think we may be there already, because a lot of people, when they buy these TVs, you have the warm setting, you have the cool setting. There's a setting that they like. Unlike Classy and I, who see so many TVs that are calibrated with so much content, we can see the difference between cool, normal, and warm. But most people, the setting between cool and warm, that's good enough. So I think we're there, Corey. I know you're also sensitive to these things. So, but I bet you, if you showed your parents or your friends, well, and Classic says the white point will always be wrong. And I think that's the thing is, on the numbers, it will be wrong. But perceptually, most people will be like, I don't need a calibration. But when I had the H9F, I'll tell you guys, it was purple. The magenta purple lips was so obvious. I knew that needs calibration. But my R625 TCL, before the mini LED, was pretty good. I look at it and goes, you know what? I probably would not get this calibrated. Definitely depends on the TV for sure. Like purple lips, obviously you know what it's supposed to be, not deep magenta. And that's when you got to give it up for the calibrator, because there's nothing that in the setting that you could do to fix that for sure. All right, let's go through these questions. The perfect TV is in the eye of the beholder. Yes, Juan, and it goes the other way. Some people are unhappy with everything. Even with the perfect TV, it cannot be perfect for them. So how picky are you, right? What is your tolerance? I always say, what is your priority? If you could hit that priority, if you have 5 things that you need and you get 1 and 2, be happy, because that is amazing. 3, 4, and 5 needs to be optional. And you have to ask yourself, well, what are those top 5? How important is 1 or 2? Get a TV where 1 and 2 is there. For me, it has to be the specular highlights and the deep blacks. And that's why I love OLEDs. They hit those very well. But then everything else, what are you going to do? Ada says the closest we'll get to a perfect TV if it's micro LED or the quantum nano rods, right? Quantum dot nano rods QNED, the Samsung's QNED. Just put Samsung's QNED aside for now, since it's still out there in prototype research phase. Micro LED, is it really the perfect TV? Like, what do you mean by perfect? I assume you mean it hits 2000 nits, which an OLED cannot do. And so I think that's the biggest difference between micro LED TVs and OLED. The micro LED TV can get brighter. Now, if you want it to hit more than 2000 nits, it's unlikely micro LED can get there either, because now it's getting too hot. So micro LED, 2000 nits is probably the peak, maybe 3 if it's a small enough window. The problem is, as the windows get larger and you're getting that bright, it's going to overheat. So heat is the enemy of the electronics inside the TV. And even if the micro LED could get brighter, as the window gets brighter, you don't want it heating up that much. So where micro LED is at, that's probably where we'll be in a few years, unless QNED can get bright more efficiently without the thermal issues of micro LED. So yeah, the perfect TV, I'd say micro LED is probably close to that. If you want your windows, small windows, to get close to 2000 nits, micro LEDs could do it. OLEDs, well, maybe it can. I forgot. LG's MLA OLED claims to hit 2000 nits on small, tiny windows. So maybe we're already there. But unfortunately, we know WOLED has its color shifting issues, the pink tint, magenta tint. Micro LED does not. So micro LED, it is. Now we just have to wait for the price to drop, right? So does a perfect TV also mean affordable TV? Because it's $80,000, $100,000 for the 88-inch micro LED that may be out there at the end of the year. And of course, Corey says micro LED will be far from perfect. Well, if Samsung is the one making the processor, absolutely. Samsung doesn't. Their processing is focused on other things. If you guys want cinema, you're going to have to wait for the Sony Crystal series to be affordable. Hello, Freddie from North Carolina. Hey, I hope you're enjoying the show. We're here talking TVs. Anyone with questions about anything TVs, prices, which TVs to buy, let me know. We are here calibrating the TVs here. The U8H is being calibrated now on the bottom. To the left of the U8H is the TCL R655. And then on top of the TCL is the QN90A. And on top of the U8H is the Samsung QN900B. At the end of it all, we're going to compare it to each other and compare it to our reference TV, which is the Sony A95K. Sammie just finished calibrating that about an hour ago. So we'll see how close these budget TVs can get at the end of calibration. And Classy suggests, when Sammie is done, let's load up the quantization pattern on Spears and Muscle and see the posturization differences. Yeah, all right, I'll do that. We'll have fun with that for sure. Yeah, Corey. So this is what I was talking about before. I don't know if I mentioned in a video, but the issue with micro LEDs right now, Samsung's own micro LED, their pixels are failing because of, we don't know, heat or just the assembly because it's so small, but there's a lot of dead pixels on their wall installations out in the wild somewhere. And so Samsung needs to figure that out. The micro LEDs, it's a great technology, but manufacturing, assembly, durability, the yields after assembly and after installation is not good, meaning the durability right now, not fit for consumer who paid $80,000. You will not be happy with even one dead pixel, not 100 dead pixels. And so the issue with micro LEDs, we're still at that, I would say, beta stage where little things that you take for granted is not there yet on the micro LED, right? And at $80,000, you don't want to be a guinea pig for those things. Yes, there's a lot of dead pixels right now, Christopher, with micro LEDs, and we're talking the installations that are out right now. That's why they're not selling a lot of it. They need to figure that out at Samsung. So dead pixels would have me beating my head against the wall. And then when it's that bright, can you imagine a 1,000 nit dead pixel? It's like, oh, I can see the dead pixel. That is funny. And Classy wants to make an announcement. Anyone in the North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida area that wants a calibration, I'll be driving to Florida on the 24th. And so there you have it. If he's there, just pull him in. The South, SEC country, Classy. If you go on a Saturday, no one will see you. Just make sure you avoid Saturday afternoon between 12 and 5, right? Catch your ESPN schedule. If you're driving through, they will not want you touching their TV while they're watching college football. Awesome. So, and I have to say, so for you guys wondering, oh, why would you calibrate a U8H or a TCL? Aren't these cheap TVs? I would say 5 years ago, I wouldn't even bother, even though I did just for fun, right? But now, both these TVs, their ceiling is so high. No, why would I say their ceiling is so high? TCL manufactures a lot of the parts under CSOT for other TV brands, Samsung, Sony, whoever's selling LCD TVs. More often than not, they're sourcing parts from TCL under CSOT, right? So they know how to make great TVs. It's just, this is their first generation, second generation of putting the parts that they've put together for the premium brands for themselves. And Hisense is no different. They're sourcing from the same part suppliers as Samsung and LG is sourcing for their top-end TVs. So the parts are there. That means the ceiling is there. The question is, if we calibrate it, how close can we get to a $4,000, $2,000 TV that's twice as much? And it's worth knowing because then you know, oh, wow, they're a lot closer. The difference in pricing comes to the processing and what they do at the factory before they put it in a box, right? So TVs destined for more discriminating enthusiasts like Sony, they spend a little bit more time to get it right, but that costs money, and thus the Sony tax. The Sony tax is something that you guys all talk about and complain about. Oh, it's a Sony. It's going to cost 20% more. That 20% is paying for the guy at the factory and the software and everything, so that all the TVs coming out of the factory is closer to D65 color accurate than the TVs coming out of the TCL and the Hisense factory. That costs money. It's not just parts. It's not just firmware. It's not just the engineering. It's the manpower required to sit there, create a system for each TV to consistently have a certain color quality out of the box, which you're not getting at Vizio, Hisense, or TCL, but you're saving money. So that's the trade-off. It's not just a tax where Sony's keeping the profits. There's actually something going on there. It's just how important are those little color accuracy differences to you. If you watch it in vivid mode anyway, don't bother, right? If you're always in standard mode, dynamic mode, and you never go into any other mode, yeah, color accuracy is not an issue because you love blue. Color accuracy, more often than not, is pulling down the blue and pulling down the green, and it makes the entire TV slightly dimmer than standard mode, or sometimes a lot dimmer. And a lot of people do not like that. So if you like it, don't worry about color accuracy. Arif asks, will the next Samsung QN90 be made from panels by TCL, since Samsung display is now fully focused on QD OLED? Well, Arif, TCL CSOT has been making panels for Samsung the last 2 years now, ever since the first Neo QLED. The Neo QLED backlighting system is from CSOT, the highest end CSOT. They're the ones that developed it for their own Vidrian and OD0. That OD0 is for the QN900B. So TCL CSOT is creating cutting edge LCD mini LED panels. How cutting edge? It is expensive. It's more expensive than an OLED. It's about $600 to $700 per unit. An OLED is $700 per unit. The most expensive CSOT mini LED with 1,000 mini LEDs, 10,000 mini LEDs, and 1,000 dimming zones, it's the same price per unit as LG's best OLED at a 65-inch size. That's expensive, right? That's why Samsung sells those things at $4,000, because it's not cheap. So TCL has the cheaper ones where there is no mini LED and no full array local dimming, all the way up to the top of the line that Samsung will source from TCL. So Samsung has been sourcing from TCL these things for the last 2 years, ever since they entered into mini LED. So the downside is that, well, it's up to Samsung. I don't believe there's a downside sourcing from TCL/CSOT. It's normally on the software side. Like this year, all of our complaints have nothing to do with the actual panel. It's the local dimming bug, which could be a combination hardware-software problem, and the software, the new Tizen, and the inaccurate colors on the S95B, right? This is all related to the software and the QC on Samsung's side, not so much TCL, CSOT sourcing the panels to Samsung. And Sony is sourcing from similar places, by the way. It's not like Sony goes elsewhere. You have Taiwanese companies like AUO and all the ones in Taiwan. You have Chinese companies. But if AUO doesn't have enough bits, they'll just go to CSOT. Maybe that's why the 65-inch X95K performs so differently from the 85-inch. Is it possible this is the cheaper one from another company? Obviously it is. I think Classy mentioned that it may be a Chinese brand that's on 65-inch and AUO on the 85-inch. And AUO is one of the premium Taiwanese LCD manufacturers out there, and normally it costs more. And Samsung often sources from them as well. So Samsung doesn't always source from itself. It doesn't always source from Samsung Display. Even when it was in the LCD business, Samsung Electronics often goes to AUO and sources its LCD panels. Good question. All right, Lester. Hello, New Orleans. I have a 65-inch Hisense H9G. One of my favorite TVs. Do you think I should get it professionally calibrated? You can buy another Hisense. Actually, New Orleans. Hey, Sammie, have you been to New Orleans to calibrate yet?
No, I have not.
All right, so there you go. It would cost you over $600 to go over there. Good question. No, I wouldn't do it. It's you might not even notice the difference. So Lester, tell me, have you seen a calibrated TV? If you've never seen a calibrated TV, then don't do it because you don't know what you're missing, right? It's the kind of, if you don't know, don't. It's okay. Once you know, then you cannot unsee it, and that's always the issue. And Cassie says, I recommend saving money from instead of calibrating and putting it towards your next TV, like upgrading to an OLED. So there you go, right? Let's say $800 for a Hisense, and then the $700 that would go to a calibration in New Orleans, $1,400. Put it together, and what do you get? You get an LG C2 on sale, right? So think on that. LG C2 is like $1,900. So yeah, right there. You're right there, man. Should we test the LG UQ7590? I do not even know what that is. Dassault graph. So I don't want to sound like a snob, right? But here's the issue. Below a certain price point, honestly, get the cheaper TV. The image quality differences are so minor because they're all so bad. And when I say bad, I'm talking about things like processing, color banding, motion. Like you can't even adjust the motion, right? Below the TCL 5 series, and Classy and I talk about this, at a certain price point, just get the 5 series. But if you need to save more money than the 5 series, they're all terrible. And if this LG model is the same price as the TCL 5 series, it's not going to outperform the TCL 5 series for 2022. So there's nothing really to talk about. And that would apply to the Hisense U7G as well. 5 series, U7G, these are excellent TVs for their price. I would not go any lower than either of those two because now we're not even talking quality. Samsung, Sony, LG at under $600, under $700, all bad because they've outsourced everything, the production, everything. So you might as well be buying a Vizio, a Hisense, or TCL. They will all have the same quality. TCL actually has a touch better quality at that price point because they're vertically integrated. More of that money goes into their QC. The other guys are not. So TCL is one of the unique companies where below a certain price, it actually has better reliability than the other ones. So if you are looking at the $500-$600 price point, I go the TCL 5 series mostly because it's going to last longer than any other brand at that price point, and it'll perform just as well. So yeah, sorry. I cannot get myself to test the LG random numbers. All right, Ramblin' Renegade. We'll ramble about this question. What are your thoughts on the future of mini LEDs? Mini LEDs are expensive. This is my problem. The best mini LEDs, we're talking Z9K, Sony mini LEDs, or the QN900B, or even the QN95B, QN90B. These panels are almost as expensive, if not more expensive, than OLED panels. I don't believe it's justified unless you need that brightness, but I don't see people really needing that brightness. It's such a small slice of the population. Yes, some of you do, but if you take those small population out, the OLED outperforms it in every other way besides that slight brightness advantage. Then if you get curtains, then it's OLED all day long. So the future mini LEDs is once QD OLED, and if you watch my last video, you'll notice once QD OLED drops per unit panel to $500, which I know it will, there is no case for mini LED, none at all, because now you're not saving money by getting a mini LED, and it's heavier, right? You got more parts. Mini LEDs have so many parts. Backlight, then you got polarizer, full array local dimming, and then you have all the transistors and and it's thicker. And if you want to go thin, you're going to pay extra because only Samsung does that well. All these moving parts. Why, when you can get a QD OLED, which really less layers? That's why it's thinner. That's why the S95B is so thin. Go for the QD OLED in 4 years because mini LEDs it's like a jalopy, right? It's just big and it's heavy and doesn't make any sense. Like a V12. When was the last time anyone bought a V12 car? So mini LEDs today is still relevant, but in 3 years, it cannot outperform anything unless it's like the best mini LEDs. And even then, it's a very specific use case. So what are your guys' thoughts? would you go QD OLED if it was cheap enough, even with the potential burn and risk? Mini LEDs don't have it, but are you willing to pay more? I'm not saying less, but paying more for mini LED. Because right now we're assuming, oh, I'm going to save money. I'm going to pay less for a U8H mini LED. But the reason TCL, CSOT, and BOE, the supplier of panels for Hisense, the reason these suppliers are looking to Samsung QD OLED is because it's so inexpensive to make. They're seeing, wait, it will cost us less to make a QD OLED than to make a high-end mini LED. We might as well just start making QD OLED. And then Hisense will go to BOE and buy QD OLED from BOE or from Samsung, and you'll be getting a Hisense or TCL QD OLED for less than what a high-performing mini LED would get you. That's the future. Maybe not next year, but 2.5 years, we're close. Adatha says, I like how mini LEDs don't dim, and it also has a higher full field brightness. Yes, but would you pay more for it? Right now, it's great because it's less expensive and you get these benefits, but would you pay more for a mini LED that does these things, but then has all of the drawbacks, right? Lifted blacks, blooming. The motion is not going to be, well, gaming motion is not going to be as good, right? Gaming features, not as good. Higher latency. It's an older technology. That's the best way to describe it. But it does get brighter, just like V16 can get louder, right? I mean, if it's important to you, you might end up getting a mini LED that performs worse in other things because you need that brightness. So it's like people, I want 1080p because I don't want upscaling to 4K. But then all the 1080p TVs out there are terrible. Yes, you get pixel to pixel matching, so your 1080p source Blu-ray matches your 1080p TV, but this is a terrible TV. But you got perfect pixel to pixel match, and that's where you're at, Adith, is mini LEDs are brighter, all these things, but they're going to start pulling away things from those TVs. The processing will be worse. The chips will be worse, less memory, right? Just laggier, and they put all the good stuff on the QD OLED. At some point, it's just not viable. Hey, Ramblin', Z9K is not a waste of money. We're talking 85-inch. We talked about how possibly it has less dimming zones. Robert will confirm directly from Sony. But forget waste of money and forget the number of dimming zones. The question is, what are you buying with the Z9K? You're getting out of the box color accuracy. You're getting literally the brightest accurate picture you can buy today. Brighter than Q900B. If you were to calibrate the Q900B, it will not be as bright as the Z9K. So it is not a waste of money if those things are important to you. And it's gameable, right? Those who have it say game's fine. So if those things are needed, you got it with the Z9K. And its audio is quite loud. Classy is asking, hey, what happened to your Q95B, Q85, and the S95B? So let's talk about it. The Q95B is now the Q900B. So originally I had the Q90B. And then you guys saw what happened, local dimming bug, right? So I called Robert, hey, Robert, you know what? I need to swap it out. Let's do an RMA. And then he was going to send me a replacement Q90B. I said, no, forget it. Let me get the Q95B, right? And then the shootout happened. I'm like, the Q95B isn't that great at the shootout. I'm like, okay, I might as well go for brightness. So I had Robert then upgrade me to a Q900B. So the Q90B became the 95B became the 900B. So that's what we have today. The Q85 was a loaner from B&H Photo to have me review it. So it was sent. I reviewed it. I liked it. The light leakage for me was a deal breaker because it happened often enough on my set, because I do know that how bad that light leakage is definitely panel lottery. Some people a lot worse than others. I know you and I had, I thought, pretty bad case of light leakage. Others not so bad. But that was the biggest drawback for me, was the Q85 QC, the corner light leakage, not good. But everything else was great. It was as bright as the QN90B and as bright as the QN85B. Oh, and the QN85B was also a loaner from Samsung directly. So they wanted me to review it. They sent me the QN85B. I thought it was great. So both of those are back to their respective owners at B&H Photo and Samsung. And the S95B is in a box right here. Sammy says, hey, let me do your S95B. I go, it's too late. It's in a box because I have no room. Because in front of me, as you can see, we have from right to left, we have the QN900B on top, U8H below, then next over it, QN90A on top, TCL below, and then to the left of that, on top is the G2. It's off right now, and below that is the A95K. And the reason I'm holding on to the G2 is I need to hold on to it so that next year when LG claims, oh, we got this amazing TV, we could then compare and see if it's worth upgrading to this amazing G3. That's the only reason I'm holding on to it, sad enough. And I do like the G2, but I like the A95K more, right? So the A95K will serve as a reference moving forward. But after all of this is done, I will most likely take that QN900B home to use if it matches, if the U8H is close enough to the 900B, then the U8H might end up being my reference TV for next year. Imagine that. Isn't that crazy? Maybe. I'm still debating. And the QN90A definitely is gone because I'm not going to keep both the QN90A and the 900B. I'll just take the 90A off, and I think my sister needs it or something like that. So I need a warehouse. It's becoming a warehouse in here, I tell you. All right. Sean says, I just got a cheap, affordable Hisense LED A6H 4K UHD Google TV 60 Hertz. I think it's a good, decent 4K TV, in my opinion, because not everybody can afford an OLED 4K 120 Hertz. First of all, 60 Hertz isn't that bad. As a matter of fact, the TCL, the last 6 series with 60 Hertz, I loved it. I thought it was amazing. Yeah, there was a little bit of that. I had to move up the soap opera just a touch. But the Sony 60 Hertz, spot on motion. So the Sony A80J from last year, the 50-inch, I still believe is one of the best non-full array local dimming, non-mini LED TVs you can get. But the 50-inch is the only one that has a VA panel. I think 60 Hertz is fine for most people. And if it's a Sony 60 Hertz, it's really fine. I do not like the Hisense A6H because they don't let you adjust the motion on their 60 Hertz TVs. So if you are sensitive to soap opera, no good. If you are not sensitive to soap opera and you're okay with upping it, A6H should be fine. It's just, I'm right in between. I don't like too much soap. I can't stand stutter. And in between requires a 120 Hertz panel with the adjustable setting. Like the TCL, it has a 120 Hertz panel, but no adjustable settings. So can't be a keeper, right? The question is, can firmware updates fix U8H flaws? Classy alluded to it, but doesn't elaborate on. Well, that's because we're speculating. Classy and I always hold out hope that firmware updates will fix something, but keep this in mind. And we always tell buyers this: do not buy a TV with the hope of any firmware update fixing anything. If the Sony X900H has taught us anything, it is that sometimes marketing gets a little bit ahead of itself, promising things. To this day, X900H still has the broken 4K 120 half resolution, and VR finally came, but it's not perfect, and that's the thing. Buy the TV as it is, like the most recent review. That's how the TV is, and you like that review. Do not hold out for any promises beyond that review because it may not happen and you are stuck with the TV without the firmware update. The U8H has flaws, right? The Dolby Vision, clearly issues. But then if you don't like Dolby Vision, you don't watch Dolby Vision, you're okay with watching HDR10, don't worry about it because I find HDR10 to be completely acceptable. Front door. I might have to get that. It might be my FedEx package. So the U8H, if those flaws bother you, do not buy it. That's just end of story. The flaws as they stand now. Well, first of all, James, let us know. What flaws are you talking about? Maybe it's a settings issue that we could help you with. But if it's a flaw like a Dolby Vision inaccuracy that cannot be fixed, don't expect a firmware to address that. It's like Sony. The older Sonys that were player-led, very dim. Sony never addressed it. They just let it go, and they jumped straight to the next generation, and it remains unfixed to this day. So, and that's Sony, right? Hisense, it may never fix Dolby Vision, or it may, but don't put your hope out and buy it because of that. Hey, thanks, Ramblin'. I could ramble about TVs all day as well. This is how I think. Has anyone tested PC gaming with the R655? Oh, you guys, you cannot be testing PC gaming on these TVs. I gotta tell you, the designers are just happy their tone mapping works. Honestly, they are not testing these TVs for PC gaming. They're just happy VRR is even in their chip. If you're asking questions that includes 48 gigabits per second and RTX anything, 3070, 38, 3090, get yourself an LG, please, because Hisense and TCL, they can't even get Dolby Vision right. Okay, forget gaming. The basics is there are more important things for them to get right first. If they never get the gaming parts right, they're fine because that's not their market right now. It's very hard to get it right. LG puts a lot of resources, and LG is also a gaming monitor company. It makes sense. They have shared resources. Have you ever heard of a TCL gaming monitor? Nope. Samsung has a gaming monitor division, right? But let me back the door. Oh, yeah. All right, it is here. Okay, I am back at the RGB. So how appropriate is that, guys? So the doorbell rang, and you're wondering, wait, what's at the doorbell, right? And this kind of applies to you and your question about PC gaming. Relevant because what arrived is can you guys see this? Oh my goodness. I literally probably one of the first in the US to get this. There we go. Ah, yes. This is my first ever RGB OLED monitor. It's the inkjet printed OLED from Japan OLED / TCL, right? It is the PA32DC. Now, you're asking, what is an RGB OLED? So this is my new monitor that I'll be using. And it comes out of the box fairly accurate. So I'm thrilled about that. The PA32DC, it's 3,500, I think, for the 32-inch or something like that. It's around there. You guys can get it on Amazon or B&H Photo. Inkjet printed OLED. What makes it special? RGB inkjet. Get this. It could hold 50%, almost 500 nits at a 50% window. That's just amazing. Its specular highlights doesn't break 800, but it's consistent from 1% window all the way up to 50%. It's like over 400 nits. So you get these bright, perfect blacks. And for me, this is it. This is my keeper RGB OLED video grading monitor that I've been waiting forever to be available. So now it's available. You too can get one for $3,500, but it is definitely awesome. So you guys wondering, what do you use as your PC monitor? It's here. All right, let me get caught up in questions. Sorry about that, guys. Here's a good question I think all of you will appreciate. Stephen Edwards asked, I'm new, but your channel is awesome. Hey, thanks. Are all brands susceptible to panel lottery? And how do you know when to exchange it? Just ordered the Sony X91 85-inch. Okay, so panel lottery applies to all TVs, just doesn't matter. It's just luck of the draw. However, some models are worse than others. And let's break it down. OLED generally has better panel lottery issues, right? And so there are two types of panel lottery issues generally. One is DSE, dirty screen. So you have a 15% gray. Oh, kind of like that. Oh, perfect timing. So when that's on, you see splotchy areas sometimes. Oh, and you can see a slightly splotchy area here and there, right? See that right there? That splotchiness is called dirty screen effect, right? Now, in real content, that's actually not noticeable. But sometimes it's so bad that when you're watching hockey or something that's lighter or darker even, you'll notice these weird shifts, right? That affects both OLEDs and LCD TVs, but LCD TVs are slightly worse, sometimes really bad. And the cheaper the LCD TV, the worse it is, because it's cheaper, they're cutting corners, there's less quality control, and the larger sizes are generally worse than the smaller sizes. And that also applies to OLED. 83-inch OLED will have worse DSE than the smaller ones. So DSE, dirty screen effect, is one type of panel lottery. You don't know what you're going to get. The other ones are the obvious. Like sometimes you have a dead pixel. That's panel lottery, right? Sometimes you get it, no dead pixel. Other times, I got 8 dead pixels or 9 or whatever. So, or sometimes it comes out and you have the local dimming bug, which I had. Samsung QN90B. The QN90B is their flagship. And it affected the QN90B, Samsung QN90B, QN95B, QN85B, the QN900B, the 800. I mean, we're talking all of their flagship models this year had some local dimming bug issue where it just didn't work. The local dimming didn't work at all, and you have to return it. And that's a $4,000 TV if you're getting the QN900B. So panel lottery affects the most expensive TVs and the least expensive. Now, normally, if you pay up, your likelihood of being susceptible to the panel lottery is reduced. This year, the A95K and the S95B had really low incidence of DSE. It's a little bit more expensive, but people are just like, wow, it looks so clean. It looks great. Not always perfect, but more people said it was perfect than I've ever heard, including myself. So, and the reason why all brands are susceptible because they all source from the same company. So CSOT, BOE, AUO, these are the same suppliers that give all the TV makers their panels. Panasonic, Philips, Sony, Samsung. They will source from the same group, and then that group supplies them with a bad panel. Well, they take that bad panel and make a TV, and oh, look at that. So that's the issue. But if you are a budget company or a budget brand, you're sourcing the cheapest panels, which have even worse DSE. But again, unless you're running a pattern like what you see up there, you're not going to notice it. And how do you know when to exchange it? If you watch content, if you run that, you go, oh, it looks terrible. But you don't see it in normal content, then it doesn't matter. So watch your normal content you normally watch. And if you don't see anything unusual, you're okay. But don't go looking for DSE, because once you see it, you cannot unsee it. But I normally tell people, go on YouTube, type in 15% grayscale. There's a bunch of videos that have 15% grayscale, or all of them, right? From 5% to 30%. Run it 10, 20 seconds, go, oh, okay. That doesn't look bad. Great. Normally, I look for something that's obvious, like this dirty screen spot, right? Where, oh, I see it everywhere. That's when you return it. But 85-inch, X981J is one of the best TVs or the best deals out there today. So congratulations. That's a good TV. Okay. Oh, here we go. Dr. Pepper, thank you for that super chat. How much better is U8H over the U8G? I'm in a pickle. Do I wait for Hisense to come back in stock? But a 65-inch model for $850 USD. Okay. I feel the U8H is better in so many ways. Mini LED is one, but also the tone mapping is much better. It feels polished, and that's normally reserved for the Sonys of the world. But the U8H feels like they've been making TVs long enough. They've finally kind of broken through. Oh, we know how to make a good TV, because they had all the parts. U8G or the U9F or the H9G, H9F, they had the parts, but there was just always something missing. It felt the U8H got most of it right. Now, the Dolby Vision is still a challenge, but that's in the gaming, obviously. But if you're just watching movies, streaming, HDR, the U8H is really good. The U8G, I felt last year had too much blooming. U8H this year, much better. The blooming is well controlled. U8G was bright, but the blooming was not controlled. It had less dimming zones. U8H has 500 dimming zones. I know we talk about dimming zones not being important, but we're talking like 3 times more dimming zones. When you go 3 times more, that's when there's a difference. If it's only 100 dimming zone difference, I wouldn't harp on it. But U8H has over 500 compared to the U8G, which had like a little over 100. I mean, less than 200. That's a huge, like a whole technology tier difference. So yes, and for the same price, that's unbelievable. Definitely the U8H. Wait for it to get in stock. And I felt the U8G, its controls, I like Google TV better than last year's Android TV that was on the U8G. So hopefully that answered your question. How much for the TCL 935? Sorry, buddy, I don't know. We're not getting it yet. That's the 8 series, for those of you wondering. So in Europe, it's called the 935. I believe 65-inch is supposed to be just under 2,000. That's not cheap. As a matter of fact, at that price, you're competing with the QN90B and the Sony X95K. By the time it releases, maybe sometime in October or November, who knows when the 8 series will release. What I do know also is the 8 series for the US, which is the 9035 equivalent, the backlighting system is very similar to the QN900B. So you're getting a $4,000 TV backlighting system, but on a 4K panel, which I prefer. The question, though, is it going to be Roku TV or Google TV? If it's a Roku TV, I don't know. I cannot pay that much and get Roku. I get punched twice, right? But with Google TV, at least I know I can dive into the settings, get it calibrated. But 2,000 is quite a premium, though. I would literally be paying more for that than for a QN90B. Is it that much better? That remains to be seen, but I would love to find out. But again, no announcements when the 8 series is coming. None. No leaks from TCL. I heard nothing. No ultra wides. Yeah, is that funny? I cannot do ultra wides and I cannot do curved, right? I need it on a certain thing. I cannot do it. Yeah, it takes hardware upload LUTs, and it comes with a little calibration camera thing. I'll just flip it on and off without ever using it. The A9G was my OLED reference for years until I replaced it with the A90J, which didn't last long, and then suddenly the QD OLED is here, right? But who do I give it to? My sister has the A9G, and she loves it, and she's never seen such an amazing TV. And when I visit, I watch, I'm like, this looks just like my QD OLED. Unless you have a TV side by side, the A9G looks phenomenal. So our problem is we have all these TVs side by side. But if you walked into a house with the A9G and they told you, hey, check out my QD OLED, you wouldn't know the difference. Yeah, A9G is just amazing TV. Still is, definitely. I wouldn't upgrade. Unless you have a specific need that A9G doesn't satisfy, hold on to it. Will I be diving into HDR grading? I thought about it. I don't think so. It's just too much work. I tried it, and there was just so many options. And I talked to Classy and Stacy Spears of Spears and Munsell. I would rather just talk to Stacy Spears and ask him the questions, because he's been diving into grading Dolby Vision HDR, and then get his conclusions rather than learn for it myself, mostly because I don't have time. But I do capture everything in HDR, all my product shots and all of my reviews. And then I LUT it through the Sony LUTs for HDR S-Log3, but then I bring it down to 709 for you guys on YouTube. So it looks HDR, but it's actually S-Log3 captured HDR, then Sony, with a Sony LUT, I convert it to 709. So it looks great on YouTube, no matter what TV you guys have, because ultimately you guys are listening to what I'm saying, not what's on the TV, right? The TV serves as a luminance comparison and detail comparison, but HDR is just so hard to bring onto YouTube and have it be preserved with all the things happening and all the TVs you all have. Some are watching on monitors, half you're on phones with 2000 nits in the sunlight, and the other half are on SDR TVs, right? So I just convert everything to 709 SDR. When I upload it to YouTube, call it a day. Yes, all the budget TVs, Hisense, TCL at this price. That means even the Sony and the Samsung at this price. The Sony X90K, terrible DSE. It's a price match. So I'm not going to isolate Hisense. All the TVs you buy at $1,000 right now, and this includes the X90K, similarly bad DSE. That's it. Go to Owners Forum on X90K. Watch Brandon's X90K comparison with the X95K, right? Bad DSE. So it really is a price point thing. Below a certain price point, it's just they're all bad. It's best to get an OLED to avoid the DSE. That's how I approach it. Just going through. Thank you guys for joining me today, for sure. Corey, Dolby Vision grading. I will love to hear your comment. How does this look like on my Dolby Vision TV? Because I know you guys catch Classy and I laughing about this. Dolby Vision is a standard on the software side, right? On the side of the creator. And then when it gets to the TV, all hell breaks loose. So I think right now, Dolby Vision is in that funny spot where it doesn't matter if the content is Dolby Vision. If your TV doesn't properly render Dolby Vision, what was the whole point of all that? Then everything ends up being down to static metadata HDR10, and it looks fine. And so it's going to take a while for all the TV makers to get on the same page and make sure Dolby Vision actually looks like what it's supposed to look like. So, but yeah, Dolby Vision's time consuming. Let me know how it goes, buddy. Do your family videos in Dolby Vision. But it's kind of cool that you can capture Dolby Vision on iPhone now. I don't know if that makes a difference. Maybe I should start recording my reviews with 14 Pro with Dolby Vision, right? In cinema, in that cinema capture color. Do colors on an OLED look richer and deeper compared to a mini LED TV? Ironically, depends on what OLED you're talking about. You have QD OLED and regular OLED. But here's the thing. It's kind of like a red herring, because if you look at the actual measurements, color gamut measures, color volume measures that's being put out there, OLED looks better because of infinite contrast. So the mini LED may actually, on various measurements, outperform the OLEDs, right? Oh my gosh, it's got like 85% or 80% color volume, or the white color gamut is wider. Look at OLED, crappy color gamut. We're not talking QD OLED. We're talking LG's WOLED, like the C1, C2, G2. And then you're thinking, but then when you put the TVs next to each other, like, wait, what does the OLED look better? Well, when you add other things to it, like deep blacks, infinite contrast, suddenly the richer, deeper colors is just part of an overall package. And OLED has that package. It's a jack of all trades. It does really well in infinite contrast. Okay in color gamut, but with infinite contrast, it lifts the perception that OLED looks better. Mini LED, well, let's take the Vizio, right? It set records on ratings for its color volume and color gamut. I think the first generation P Quantum X or PX, P Quantum, but everything else was terrible. Motion was bad, it didn't last, it fell apart, tone mapping was horrible, but it set records for tone for the color gamut and the color volume, and people bought it just on those measures. And I was like, wait, it looks terrible when you add everything up. Blooming was bad, right? It got lifted blacks, black bars were unbearable. So you got to look at the whole thing, Adif. If you look at one single measure, color volume, color gamut, that is not enough. And your source may not need the extra deeper color. QD OLED is a perfect example. QD OLED, if you push it, it measures better in color gamut, in color depth, or color saturation, or color luminance. But if you're watching a regular old Blu-ray, the G2 and the QD OLED are going to look near identical, indistinguishable, because your source isn't pushing it to its limit. So, good question. We are not at the point where the source is pushing the TVs to its limit. The TVs, OLED looks exactly the same at its worst as any mini LED TV, because the source is what it is, right? Like, a lot of people get the best TV they can get, and then they're watching DVDs. I don't know how many times calibrators have told me, yeah, calibrate this guy's TV. He still has a DVD player. I don't get it. Sunset Corey, he's going to grade his drone footage in HDR, right? If you live near the beach or anywhere with a sunset, you got to go into the sunset, my friend. That's made for HDR. Or sunrise, right? You have the deep blacks, the shadow detail, the super bright highlights in the clouds. What state do you live in, Corey? Because there are some states where the clouds and the sunset, like the one right there on my Samsung, it's just like, it's a postcard moment. But yeah, I love sunset, sunrise for HDR with the clouds and the highlights. Definitely go to town with that on a drone for sure. James, you asked, what is wrong with U8H gaming? If you catch Class C's video recently, he talked about it. 4K 120 hertz is half resolution. Hey, no bueno. And maybe that could be enough for you, right? Actually, is that enough for you to say no? Because it's half resolution? Something to think about, James. Yes, Sean, continue to wait until OLED 4K 120 hertz go down and become affordable in your future. But Sean, tell me, what do you consider affordable? What price are you looking at? What size are you looking at? And maybe it'll happen sooner rather than later. WRGB OLED. That's what we're talking about. That is LG's OLED. The W is the white subpixel, or WOLED, right? A lot of people call it. LG's technology is called WRGB OLED or WOLED. All right. Any thoughts on the Hisense U9DG? Other than it's a dual cell, unfortunately, there was a lot wrong with it. So I've seen it at last year's shootout, up close and personal, and we saw how the team tried to calibrate it. The U9DG has lots of problems. First and foremost, it could not get bright enough. How could it not get brighter than an OLED? Right there, what is your value proposition? You cannot get brighter than an OLED. You're done for, right? You might as well just get an OLED at that size, because it was so thick, it was so heavy. The whole point of dual cell is to get bright without blooming. Well, it didn't have a lot of blooming, but it couldn't get bright. You might as well get an OLED. And that's where the U9DG started to fall apart. Then it was very difficult to calibrate. And then it had tone mapping issues. It did not tone map very well at all. And then lastly, it had the dirty screen effect. And so you had all these layers of issues. And at the end of the day, it couldn't keep up with any of the TVs. So Hisense threw out a promising technology, but it was already too expensive. And if they were to do everything it took to make it awesome, no one would buy it. So yeah, that's why the U9DG was a fail. And I didn't even go into gaming. I don't know how good it is in gaming. I heard it wasn't that good. Do not get it for $1,400, please. You would do better with either the TCL or the Hisense U8H for $1,000, and it would look better, and you would be happier. Trust me on that. The U9DG for SDR is fine. For HDR, not acceptable. Specular highlights were worse than the QN90A last year, and the blacks didn't get deep enough. I don't understand the point of the U9DG. It was not good enough. I love this question. Stop the FOMO. Can you explain in layman's term what is tone mapping in HDR? Why is that important? It's so important for you guys to know. Okay, tone mapping. When the source, HDR content, Netflix, Mad Max. So what I love to use for HDR source as bright HDR is Mad Max because it's graded from, there are scenes with 1,000 nits all the way up to 4,000 nits, let's say. 4,000 nits is super bright. Okay. No TV is capable of rendering 4,000 nits. So when you take an OLED TV, you have this scene where everything is so bright, but the OLED is only capable of going, let's take my Sony A9G. It's only capable of going up to 600 nits. How do you fit 4,000 nits worth of brightness between, let's say 100 nits and 4,000? I have to fit this into 600 nits on my Sony A9G. That fitting is called tone mapping, where I have to preserve all the details and that highlight and brightness, but not crush the blacks down here, press it down. So then the question is, okay, if I've preserved too much detail, I don't get the brightness impact. But if I make this super bright, OLED being limited, if it gets too bright, you lose color detail, but then it gets that bright impact. What are the choices to be made? Tone mapping is how each company decides what to do with all this information they cannot fit into their TV's limited brightness. They have to press it down and decide what to do. So in the past, bad tone mapping meant down here you got darks, great, but everything up here is lost. It's all white. It's clipped, right? There's no detail because they didn't know what to do above 800 nits. They just lost everything. Anything above 800 nits was just white, but everything below 800 nits you could see. Well, this is not a pleasant experience. As they got better, they were able to include more and more information. And then some companies like Sony, people complain they overdid it. They made everything look great, but there was not enough brightness on the high end. It looked too much like SDR. And so as OLEDs got brighter, Sony and LG was able to push this a little bit higher. And so now you get a higher dynamic range where you could fit 4,000 nits in here, but it still looked really good. And so TCL R655 and the U8H has come closer to Sony, Samsung, and LG in its ability to tone map bright scenes into what its TV is capable of, and it still looks good. Where the bright pops and you don't lose detail, and the darkness, you still have shadow detail, but it's not crushed. All those elements is very hard. Projectors still cannot do that very well. They're still working on their tone mapping. People have to buy $14,000 external tone mapping systems from MadVR or Lumagen to get it done for the projectors because it's so hard to bring all that brightness into 200 nits, right? If you thought 600 nits was hard, imagine trying to fit all that into 200 nits. And because our luminance vision is logarithmic, the difference between 600 and 200 is almost three times the brightness. It's crazy difference. So it is very hard for projectors to do HDR. As a matter of fact, I think it's pointless unless projectors can get bright enough. Everything should be converted to SDR and it'll look great. But to want to fit true HDR into a projector that's only capable of 200 nits, maybe 250 at best, it doesn't make any sense. So hopefully you guys understood tone mapping. Tone mapping is fitting bright scenes into your TV's limited range. And that's why we always want our TVs to get brighter. We wanted to get brighter so that we could fit more of this information into the TV's range, because we're thinking, oh, I'm losing so much here. But here's something you guys don't know. And this is something Cassie and I talk about all the time. And we talked to Stacy about this. Because the reference monitor, the grading monitor they use to grade HDR, many of those monitors clip at 1,000 nits. That means above 1,000, there's no information. They let it go to white. So if your TV can go up to 1,000 nits in all highlights, it's more often than not, that's good enough because the grading monitor clips above that anyway. So any information above 1,000 nits is really just fluff that the grader didn't intend for you to see because he clipped it. He didn't realize you could see those things. So there's an argument to be made that, well, maybe it's not supposed to be seen at all. So this is fun to discuss with creators, because some creators focus very hard on fitting everything above 1,000. Some creators just clip it at 1,000 because their grading monitor is not capable of showing above 1,000. They're just guessing what we can see. So what's the point? If that was understandable, let me know. If not, I'll have to try it again. Okay, let's go through your questions here. But thanks everyone for joining us. If you guys have any questions about TVs or whatnot, if I know, I will try to answer it. Oh, here we go, Sean. Affordable. I mean by affordable OLED, 200, 300, 400. Okay, at that price, 2 and 3 is a push, but 400 is interesting. So this is what's going to happen. You see LCD TVs for $400, right? You see the specials, TCL, Hisense. I'm going to use TCL because TCL is vertically integrated. TCL uniquely can sell a $400 TV better than anyone else because they own the panel factories, they own the chip factories, they own everything. They make their own remote controls, they sell batteries. So TCL can make a good $400 TV. When they start making OLEDs, they arguably could do a $400 QD OLED. And I'm saying QD OLED because it appears that QD OLED manufacturing is more efficient and wastes less because of inkjet printing. And CSOT, TCL has acquired inkjet printing technology for OLEDs from J OLED. So they know inkjet printed, and QD OLED is also inkjet printed. And so they're thinking, if we can license QD OLED from Samsung, and this is all theory, by the way, if they could bring the per panel cost down to $250 and throw away some of the higher quality stuff, 400 is really tough though. That means they're going to have to build a lot of factories. It's all volume. I think it's possible. Definitely think it's possible, but the volume has to be there, and it will be there. I think QD OLED at volume could happen. So the question is when? 5 years? I think that's how long it took LCDs to go from a certain price for a certain performance down to $400. TCL 4 Series, let's say. A TCL 4 Series QD OLED, 5 years. That's my prediction. So hold on, Sean, in 5 years. And then with inflation, it might be $500, right? Right. Oh. Juan says, no clipping, please. Juan, you're assuming that the source didn't clip. You'll be surprised how often at the source it clips. And, Classy mentioned this, colors over a certain brightness has to clip. I guess the physics of it all. So, 900 nits as opposed to 2000 nits means better colors. Let's say 1500 nits, you're going to be clipping a lot of color anyway, because at that brightness, color cannot represent, right? So I think that's why a lot of creators are clipping at 1000, because there's not a lot of color information above 1000 that they're going to work so hard to bring to you. So that's probably why, they only have so much time. Trying to run through your questions here. If I missed your questions, please ask away. We have all the time in the world as we go through all these calibrations.
I'm about to finish this one. I'm just recording the settings.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Then I'm going to do the Samsung.
Uh-huh.
And after I do the Samsung, since it was already done, I'm assuming it's just a white point fix that needs to be done.
Yeah, or maybe a luminance thing. Just do whatever you normally do. Yeah.
So I'm going to check the Samsung after this, and then afterwards we can wrap it up with TCL, assuming the app works.
I'm going to give you my Android phone with the app on it. Okay, so quick update, guys. The U8H is almost done, putting the final finishing touches on it, Sammie is saying. And then as soon as he's done, he's going to come on and he's going to share with us his observations, his settings, why he did what he did, and we'll see what happens. All right, SF, great question. Why do some TVs show on Netflix with Dolby Vision look so dark with lack of contrast? Yes, you've discovered the problems we've been talking about. Not all TVs treat Dolby Vision streaming the same. That's why I say, forget Dolby Vision streaming, go straight to HDR10. Some TVs look great, LG, OLEDs notably, but others don't. And it depends on which Sony model year you have. Like my Sony A9G, terrible. Dolby Vision was terrible, way too dark. And that was the generation that had source-led Dolby Vision. And even the A90J Dolby Vision looked dim and too cold. The colors were off. But the A95K Dolby Vision, phenomenal, right? But how much is it? $4,000 for a 65-inch? So the reason is each TV processes Dolby Vision differently. That's the answer to the question, why? Why do some TVs show Netflix Dolby Vision dark? Two reasons. One, you're watching in a bright room. Dolby Vision dark, if that's your setting, is meant to be watched in the dark. But in a bright room, it will look dark. You need to convert it to Dolby Vision bright, if that's an option. If you're on an LG, you go to Cinema Home Dolby Vision, right? There's always a bright Dolby Vision setting. And so for those watching Dolby Vision in a bright room, it will always look dark because accurate Dolby Vision was graded in a dark room. Lack of contrast is a different issue. Maybe that's the source. It's how it's supposed to look. But if you're in a bright room, a dark scene will always look like it lacks contrast because it's supposed to be watched in the dark. So try turning off all the lights and watching Dolby Vision, especially if it's an LG. There shouldn't be a problem with LG. Now, on the Sonys, it depends on what model you have, or on the U8H, or on the TCL, right? It's all over the place. Who knows if firmware updates will fix it, but I say just skip Dolby Vision unless you have an LG TV or a Sony A95K. Okay. Oh, hey, do you have a peak luminance in the filmmaker mode yet, Sammie?
That's what I'm actually checking.
Oh, so we will answer this question shortly. Asa, for my TV at least, we are checking the peak luminance and peak brightness of the U8H in filmmaker mode. Now, Classy has that cool tool where he will give you peak luminance in real moving content, the little graph. So we'll find out what he discovers. And oh, yeah, that's right. He said it was 1100 nits on U8H in content. That was with the Stacy Spears, that new pattern. Guys, that's pretty bright. That's pretty awesome. It's bright for all of you. It's bright for all movies, by the way. That's actually pretty phenomenal. Hey Juan, I would hope they do. You'll be surprised at how low, how not 800 to 900 nits is considered high in Hollywood. A lot of movies in Hollywood are called HDR, and it's more like 600 nits. Like the entire Star Wars series, the last 3 were all graded under 600 nits. I mean, complaints abound. Now the streaming version may be different. I know Disney kind of popped up the streaming version on all their movies, but the disc version was definitely not bright at all. And this is why they remaster, by the way. Sometimes they realize, oh my gosh, we didn't master it correctly. Then 2 years later, remastered, right? So yeah, they might remaster it to 2000 nits next time. Hey, Jack, I haven't been keeping up with the new TVs, but have you heard any information about this year's TCL 5 series? No, I haven't. We're talking about the 6 series here because of its much improved this, that, the other. But the 5 series, I have not heard much. But I will share what I know when I find out. I'll look into it. The 5 series last year was fine for its price, actually. I don't know about its release date or anything like that. But as soon as I find out, I'll let you guys know. And I do like the 5 series for its value, though. So, yeah. The black levels on the U8H is a little bit better than the 6 series. So black bars on the U8H. So the question asked off is, how are the black levels in your opinion? So the U8H has better black levels than the 6 series, but not as good as the QN90A. Close to the QN90B, definitely as good as the X95K, the 65-inch size. Its black levels is actually fairly good for a budget TV. And the 900B is better, I would hope so, but it has better blooming control at the 65-inch than 900B, and it has better blooming control in some scenes than the R655, but in most scenes, the R655 does blooming better than the U8H, but you need to have the TVs next to each other. They're so close, I would say, for most of you, it's not worth arguing over. But the U8H does get a little bit brighter in SDR sports, if that's important to you. But the black levels is a little bit better. And for that, and the black bars being a little bit deeper, I would choose the U8H. Unlike last year, you guys remember, I did not like the U8G because the black levels were a bit too lifted and the blooming was a bit worse. This year fixed all of that. So thank you, Hisense, for listening. I would recommend the U8H this year over the TCL 6 series for those 2 reasons. And motion. I get the motion settings I want. TCL does not allow me to go in there and granularly adjust my motion between no stutter or between no motion interpolation at all and a little bit. I don't get that choice.
Okay. So
Oh, okay. Wait. Come on. Are you done, Sammie?
yeah.
Oh, okay. So Sammie's going to give us his quick update here about the U8H. Here we go. Turn over. All right. There you go, Sammie.
Okay. So the controls are iffy once you start going into the 20 points. So it works.
So that they have a 20 point.
They have a 20 point,
Shocking.
but it only really works and makes significant or meaningful changes roughly around 45% and higher. Anything below that, it doesn't really move the needle too much when you're using it for adjustments.
Oh, now before we get into the details, how accurate was it out of the box, just relatively speaking?
Out of the box, you were going to average roughly around like a 3.1 delta error. You're going to average higher when you look at ITP, which is going to focus in luminance. And you're really going to hurt and struggle with ITP when you're at the lower end because it's an LCD. You don't have pixel control to control luminance that low.
And the most accurate mode is the low color temperature.
No.
Oh, not my
No.
team.
Yeah, no. It depends on what you're sending it, right? So if you're sending it like something that's an SDR, it's mid-low.
Mid-low.
Yeah.
SDR.
If you send something, if you're in HDR, it's low.
Okay. And since I watch most HDR,
You have it in
set to
low.
low.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is more accurate in low in HDR. In SDR, it's mid-low.
Okay.
And this is like LCDs can be good, right? Like I don't totally. I've had LCDs, right? I will buy an LCD if they came out with the LCD tomorrow that was like amazing, that destroyed everything else. I would buy it in a heartbeat.
Right.
But this also, based off of these, it reminds me why I don't buy LCDs. You have to kind of make a sacrifice. It doesn't really track gamma correctly, and it doesn't even track the EOTF correctly.
Is it too much or too little?
It's too little.
Too little.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, for instance, like if you wanted to do BT 1886, it starts off like way high when it should be actually coming in like at a curve. Because when you do BT 1886, it's supposed to track whatever you're like, say, for instance, 2.2 and then have like a slide. This is how BT 1886 is supposed to work. It's made for LCDs. On this, it like starts high and then it starts to go down. So it's too dark, for instance, in gamma, and then it undertracks the EOTF. And again, you don't have like that pixel control. Like you can't say like I can perfectly control the luminance of black because you can't really do it.
So that personality, right? That characteristic in content, HDR content, how would that represent? Like, what would you be missing in an HDR scene? Would you say, oh, the specular highlights are not bright enough, or the darks are too dark? How would that represent?
So, okay, so for the fact that it doesn't follow EOTF, it's going to actually make it look dimmer than it really is.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to make it actually look dimmer. It's going to start off low, and it's going to kind of have this hump, and it's going to follow it, and then it's going to kind of fall off again, and it's not going to have that like sharp clip. It's going to slowly, like kind of shallowly roll off, and it's just going to ultimately look dimmer than what it really is.
Now the TV's obviously extraordinarily bright.
Yes, it is.
Does that make up the difference, or you just end up lifting shadow to capture it?
You kind of have to lift the shadow to capture it. Like if you want to, like if it depends on what I want to fix, right? Like if I say, okay, I want to totally 100% fix the lower end, then I'm sacrificing the high end.
Right, the high end will be too different.
Yeah.
Okay.
And well, it depends on if it's SDR or HDR, and it applies to both, really. But like, say for instance, if I'm in SDR and I fix the low end, then the high end's just clipping; it's too blown out. If it's an HDR, if I fix the low end, then it's actually going to pretty much make it look dimmer because it's going to bring this part up, and then it's going to track higher, and then it's going to start to roll off sooner within the EOTF.
And if I fix the high end, then I'll have slight black crushing.
Yes.
And that's what I noticed with the U8H is it crushed it a little bit. And which one did you choose if you haven't already? Or did you fix the high end or the low end?
I fixed basically kind of like the hump in the middle, and I brought them as close to tracking as possible. But in our case, I fixed more so the low end.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it will be a touch dimmer, but maybe that might help with the blooming.
Right. So like in terms of like the peak, like it's like I think it started at 1040. And I think what did Classy say? Yeah, like
1100.
1100. Yeah. It started like
right.
1040. But what's funny is if you put local dimming on high and as you start increasing the window size, it just starts ramping up. Like it gets to like 1700 nits.
Because it's thinking you're watching the content. It wants it to
Yeah,
punch hard.
So when you start off really small, it's like 1040.
Right.
And as you go up, by the time you get to like a 15% window or so, it's like 1400 nits. By the time you just get like a 20%, it's like around 17, and then it just nosedives after that.
Oh yeah, of course. Now that's just the window's too big.
Yeah. So like right there, like you see how it has like that peak? That's almost like 1700 nits at that peak.
And then after,
and then after that, just.
And then for most people at the larger windows now,
you're
not a big deal.
Yeah, you don't need anything. You don't want a 65-inch television, no matter what people think. I don't think they really want a 1700 or like a 1700 like full screen white window. Like that's not cool.
No.
That's a lot of brightness.
Imagine 85-inch, 75-inch of that brightness. You'd be searing your eyeballs.
Plus like power requirements. Like I don't even think you could legally do that.
Out of the box, movie mode or filmmaker mode is most accurate out of the box.
Yeah, I would say people are better off using filmmaker mode. Out of the box, you're going to average roughly around like a 3. I would say if you're lucky, depending on panel variants, you'll probably average maybe like a 2.8 if I'm being generous. Most likely it's going to be like in the low 3s, like 3.1 to 3.5.
It's not terrible.
It's not terrible. It's going to be the average, but you are going to get some that are much higher.
Was there any single color that was much higher? Like was it push red?
Yeah.
Which is normally, and that's the Hisense thing I've noticed. It likes to push red a little bit. And
so the biggest offenders on this were red and green.
Red and green.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, red and green were the biggest offenders. Blue was really good. Magenta was actually pretty good. Cyan wasn't awful, but cyan is going to be thrown off slightly because of green, and then yellow is also going to be thrown off slightly because of red and green. But the biggest offenders were red and green, especially at 100% saturation.
And now that you've calibrated, post-calibration, how does it compare to TVs you calibrated maybe 3 or 4 years ago? Just context.
3 or 4 years ago? I mean, not that great, I guess.
So I was about to say, right?
Not that great. If you're, and this is going to kind of come into play with what you said, what Chris said. So yeah, overall, throughout the years, the target was anything under a delta error of 3 is good, and that still holds true to a point, right? But like now, the just noticeable difference is 2.3. Anything over 2.3, you can probably see an error if you are very familiar with a form of content, or you do calibration, or you do grading, something like that. You'll know that it's off.
Okay.
Once you start going below 2.3, it's going to be more so like, is it being compared to something else?
Right.
So in your case, if that one has, say, a 2.3 and that one has a 0, or like say a 0.1, then you're going to notice the difference. Because
I can't wait for you to have the faces, like whatever faces you have, and put those comparisons out so that people can see after calibration how off they are compared to the Sony.
Right.
Sure.
So, I mean, in terms of like a few years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago, you're talking about, like say 2 years ago, you're looking at a G10. Like my G10 at home is like a 0.2 average.
Awesome. That's
right.
Great.
So like if you say like, how does it compare to that? Then
clearly. Yeah.
But if you're talking about how does it compare to, say, Panasonic plasmas or like Pioneer plasmas, I mean, it's pretty good. I think I ended up with an average of like 1.3 with a max of 1.9.
I'd take that because it's below 2 at the max, right?
Yeah.
So that's great.
Now that was SDR. HDR is a little bit higher.
Okay.
And that's a lot of it is because of the 20-point controls don't really work at the lower end.
Right.
And also you have to kind of have the issue with brightness, right? Like you can't fully fix it. Like I started going through a color checker.
Right.
It was super high, but then when I got towards the low end, it was like, no, I'm sorry, it was super low at the high end, and then it just shot up at the low end. So it's like, okay, well, I need to fix that. So I went back, fixed it, and it raised the overall average, but everything was a little bit more balanced.
Right.
But I had to sacrifice, like, you're basically gonna have to lifted blacks.
Yeah.
And it's because I can't really do black.
Then the question, okay, so people are buying the U8H. Obviously, they're not going to calibrate it. However, there were some settings that you thought, okay, this makes it look a lot better. What settings did you adjust that you felt others should look at or adjust themselves when they get the U8H? Because I think people want to know. Yeah.
I would say you want to turn down brightness and you want to turn down contrast. Number one.
Here, 1 second. Let me focus on that so you guys can see it.
Oh, can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, you can hear you, Kasi. You got your buddy?
Hey,
So, Sammie, on the U8H that I have, I saw the same thing as you at first, and it's because on Filmmaker HDR, it auto toggles the light sensor back on, and it's not where I expected it to be. So I was just checking if you caught that and disabled it.
I turned off the light sensor. I had to go back into HDR, but if I sent it another signal and it turned it back on, no, I didn't go back in and turn it off, but I turned it off initially.
Yeah, so I did initially as well, and then when I went to HDR and I was doing measurements, it was under tracking and very dark. And then I checked in that brightness menu, and it was toggled back on in HDR. So I turned that off, and I put the local dimming to high, and then it tracked DOTF pretty well.
All right, so I'll check that.
Okay.
So you basically had it tracking below on the lower end. It kind of had a little bump, tracked a little bit for a while, and then it dipped again.
Yeah, it was even visually, if you were to toggle between Filmmaker and say theater mode in HDR, you could see there was something wrong. It just wasn't getting as bright as it should, and it was definitely too dark. And then I noticed that the light sensor setting had toggled itself on in HDR on Filmmaker mode automatically. And then also the local dimming, if it's not on high, it would undertrack the bottom and then overtrack the top.
Yeah, so I checked it with local dimming, and you pretty much have to have local dimming on for it to actually track, at least start to track from what I could tell. But I mean, overall, everything that I've done so far should still hold up. What I'll do though is I'll go to make sure that that's turned off again, and I'll remeasure the OTF to make sure it's tracking. But overall, it wasn't awful. Color was actually pretty good. Like the color controls for HDR work very well. I think I ended up with a max of, I think it was 2.1, and I think that was only on, I think it was on green. I have to check. But in SDR, when I did that, that clips like crazy. And if you try to adjust brightness to fix actually the black level, that messes it up. So you have to, I had to end up with brightness at 34 to fix a lot of stuff. In contrast, I had ended up at 38, because if not, it just clips. Like you clip every single color past 100%.
Yeah, I think I was at 35 on contrast, if I remember right.
Yeah. So I'm at 35 on contrast.
Or 38?
Oh, I'm sorry, 38 on contrast, 34 on brightness. Color I left alone. You can adjust color, maybe like 1 or 2 clicks either way.
Just a reminder for the viewers. So on the U8H, when you see brightness, it is not literally brightness. It is more like black level.
Right? Yes,
yeah.
It's the black level.
It raises or lowers your blacks. So you might end up with crushing or not crushing when you touch the brightness. So if you find it, there's too much lifted blacks, it's not dark enough, bring it down to around 34 and see if that helps your black levels.
Yeah. Color you can adjust maybe 1 or 2 clicks either way. If you, well, you would need to be able to measure this.
Yeah.
But
that's default, right? It came out default 50.
Yeah, it's default 50, and that put me pretty close to where I wanted to be. But like if I wanted to, I could adjust, instead of adjusting saturation like I did within the CMS, I could have just went and adjusted color down to maybe like 46. and that would have done a global desaturation, right? So you can play with it if you feel something is oversaturated. So if you do not have any type of meters to measure it, if you have meters to measure it, you might as well just go into the CMS. But it is oversaturated by default.
But you have to go into CMS to fix that. Otherwise,
otherwise, no, I would say they could probably go in. So like if they don't have any equipment,
right,
and they come in and they're like, it's clearly oversaturated, the best thing they could do is drop down color like maybe 2 or 3 clicks.
Okay.
But since I have equipment, I just go into just go into CMS.
So guys, at 50, because we actually calibrated, we left it at 50, but since you're not getting it calibrated, you might try going down 49, 48, 47, and see if that makes it less saturated, unless you like the saturated look.
Yeah. And if you really like the saturated look, you can just always buy Samsung. After that,
Kasi, did you catch in SDR, Sammie found mid-low was more accurate on my TV. Was that what you found? Oh, he's gone. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
Continue.
So yeah, color temperature mid-low was more accurate. Low was too warm. It was just too warm. And if I went to
this is SDR though.
This is SDR.
Yes.
And if I went to medium, that was just too cool. So mid-low was the right call on that one.
Okay.
These are always preference.
That.
This is pretty much all straightforward preference. And then calibration settings.
Oh, there you go.
I did gamma BT 1886, white balance. I pretty much just did a 2-point on it. Similar to, I know Classy said he only had to touch a few points on his, and it's pretty much the same thing on mine. So this is low enough effort that if you found settings online somewhere, you can play with it.
Yeah.
So I ended up doing for offset, red 1, green offset 0, blue offset -1, red gain 2, green gain 0, blue gain -2.
Since we're adding your calibrator, let's go through the settings. When it says red offset and you said 1, what are you doing with a quote unquote red offset? What are you offsetting?
Okay, so basically, so you have a 2-point is not always anchored. Old school thinking, I guess, is 80 and 30. You could do 120, you could do 80 and 20, you could do 150, you could do whatever you want, but it's anchoring 2 points within the grayscale. So you're saying, okay, everything is a mixture of red, green, and blue.
Right.
And I need to either give it more red, green, and or blue, or take it away. So I'm looking at the lower end, say sub 50, and I'm adding red to that side of the grayscale. So I gave it 1 click of red, and then I took away 1 click of blue. And then I did gain for red, which is the higher end. I gave it 2 clicks of red and -2 clicks of blue.
And when you say higher end, we're talking about the brighter?
Yeah, the brighter side of it. So that's what I did for 2-point. 20-point, I actually left off on this one.
Okay.
Whoops. And color tuner. So for red, I gave it 1 hue. I took away 7 saturation. And this is where I said, like, if you wanted to, or even if I wanted to, I could just reduce color, and that's going to do a global desaturation. I wouldn't have had to use -7. I could have maybe used like -2. And then brightness, I gave it 4 for luminous and red. Green is 0. This is always going to go from hue, saturation, brightness. It was 0, -4, +3. Blue was -1, -4, 5, +5.
So on the saturation of blue, you were desaturating because it was a little bit too blue.
Yes.
Yeah.
And even when I desaturated it, mainly for red and green, it doesn't fully fix the oversaturation at 100%. But where the meat of the content is out, say like 80% and lower, it adjusted it and it tracks correctly for 20, 40, 60, 80%. 100 is a little iffy, but mainly only on red and green.
Now, when Classy was doing his, he noticed the D65 on the U8H was a bit too red purple compared to the A95K G2. Is that what you found as well?
Let's think DCs. Oh, I'll say DC5 is too red purple. Yeah, it does push a little bit of red. Yeah, I would say that.
Okay. And well,
I wouldn't say. Well, wait. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the U8H? Or are you talking
U8H.
about? Okay, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So post calibration, there was still a touch of that red purple more than the reference, and we'll see that in scenes. What kind of scene would you notice this? Would it be clouds in the sky, or would it be face tones? Like if we put a close up of faces,
you would see it in faces.
Okay.
You would see it in face skin tones. You would see it in not necessarily clouds. It depends on their level of brightness, but it would be something that's a little bit darker. If it's like
shadow,
yeah, like something that's in like within the shadow.
I have the perfect one because on the G2, because of the magenta tint of mine, when I go into Pan's Labyrinth, next to A95K, you're like, oh, the walls aren't supposed to be that light pink, right? Because but at the brighter end, you don't see it. But then when it goes down, it comes out.
So that's where you're gonna end up seeing it.
Yeah.
And what I did notice is that because it already has that push to it, it's even more noticeable as you start to go off angle.
Oh, off angle.
As soon as you start going off angle, it's like worse. So that's why when I was sitting there, I kept going like this.
All right,
and like
to lean over.
Looking is kind of like that doesn't look right.
We had that problem at the shootout when we had the Z9K and the Q900B. As expensive as those TVs were, taking 2 steps and it was off. It's like, I can't even take 2 steps on this 85-inch TV.
So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll give all these settings. I have them recorded.
We'll share them. Yeah. Thank you so much, Sammie. All right, so now we're moving on to which TV?
Next, I'm going to be doing the one above it, so the 900B.
The 900B is next. All right.
And since that one was already calibrated, I basically just going to do some initial measurements to see where it's at. Because I think it's just more so it just needs to have its white point adjusted.
Yeah.
Which is totally fine. And then after that, I'll do another sweep after I adjust the white point. And after that, then I'll do the TCL. And then once that's done, we'll put them all on, put up a specific pattern I have.
Okay.
And then we'll start looking at perceptually matching them to try to make them match the A95.
Now, on the Q900B, I can tell you right now, I think I mentioned it off air, it feels like the black is crushing really hard. So if you can address that, there's something off or missing this gradient in the bright, right? Above. Below actually is okay, but in the brighter scenes, I'm losing gradient details. So let's see if it's something we can fix.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Sammie. Okay, everybody. Hopefully y'all learned a lot. And yes, we'll be sharing the settings for the U8H, but it looks like low for HDR is where you want to be and mid-low for SDR content. So let me get caught up. All your comments. Thank you, everyone. 0.015 accuracy or bust. What do you have, like A95K ingestion? All right. And if I missed your questions, of course, as always, just go ahead and, let me correct the banner. Now we are moving on to...
Someone's at the back door.
Oh, someone's at the back door. Let me see. I'll be right back. Hey, all right. We're on party? Yes. All right. All right. Okay. We're probably the QN900B next. Up.
You have like adapter on this HDMI?
Oh, 1 second. What is that, Sammy?
Do you have an adapter on this HDMI?
Oh, no. That's more of an extender.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You can plug it directly in. The extender just makes it easier for me to find the plug in the dark. You know how it is?
Okay.
You're reaching around. Oh, here it is. Yeah, you don't have to use it. Okay, now we're back. Okay, so we are calibrating the Q900B now. U8H is done. And let me put it on some random content for you guys real quick. Random screensaver.
Second.
Well, yeah, no problem. Take your break, Sammy. Don't pass out on me. Okay, so for those of you that just joined us, we just finished calibrating the U8H. We're moving on to the Q900B next, and then the TCL after that. The A95K was already calibrated earlier this morning, so we're going to use that as a reference. And any question about the U8H, go ahead and ask. We'll be sharing the settings later. Not a lot to do, really. I think the biggest change was the contrast, which brings in more detail if you lower it. So, and you guys could play with that, right? So we'll share the settings later. All right, let me catch up here. Yeah, we were talking about it's a bit oversaturated out of the box. So if you bring color down, if you don't like it oversaturated, bring it down 3, 4, 5 clicks to your taste, but it does come out of the box a bit oversaturated, my TV at least. So everyone's sensitive to color differently. I never argue color because all ends up being different. Okay. And I was going to jump on this comment real quick. So Classy says that when he gets it to white point, even after calibration, his U8H pushes a little red purple. And so generally speaking, among viewers like me, I prefer after calibration for it to push a little red purple because at worst, the face just looks a little pinker, fuller, which is natural. The worst thing that could happen is after calibration, it pushes green. That just looks terrible. Everyone looks unhealthy. So if your TV is to be after calibration, a touch inaccurate, and it looks greenish, you got to tell the calibrator, man, you got to get rid of that green. If it pushes green, I'd rather anything is inaccurate but pushing green, right? Because it just does not look good on a face. And you see it on faces. Pushing red, purple in the sky, you're not going to notice. And on a face, it just looked like a healthy glow at worst. And that's kind of like what the S95B did out of the box. There was that healthy red glow, right? But if anything pushes green, it's unwatchable on faces. All right, just catching up with you guys here. Give me a second. Yeah, Classy, believe me, we played with the local dimming, and I know you were here when we did it as well. Standard and high, very strange. It doesn't do anything. Most scenes, standard and high local dimming does nothing. In the extreme scenes, I see a little bit better blooming control on high, and it was set to standard actually out of the box when Dwayne Davis calibrated it. So, and I could see why. Standard has a touch more gradient detail, but high didn't add to it, so I left it at standard. But yeah, unlike the Q90A where standard to high, completely different. On the Q900B, on mine at least, the differences were minor. Low, definitely, there's a jump. I'm getting all kinds of visitors, as long as it's not the wrong visitor, right? J-Dog, easy, R655. If you're okay with Roku, that's all I'm going to say. Google TV on the R646, but I do not like the blooming, and it's like either blooming or black crushing. R655 does everything a little bit okay, but Classy will prefer the R646 because of the additional settings. If you're sensitive to motion, go with R646, more motion settings. If you don't care about motion and you just want impactful, great, bright, R655. I found the tone mapping on the R655 is better. So, but the blacks aren't as deep, if that's important to you. Yes, I too am hype about what will happen with the TCL R655, no doubt. Okay. I just got yours yesterday, late afternoon, but have mine to what I'd like it. Curious to see what he does though. Yeah, you know what? It's always good to find out what other people like, right? What happened to EVGA, Matt? This is like so random. I have an EVGA graphics card. I have the Kingpin 3090 RTX. Are you telling me I'm not going to get any more support? What's happening? I think I may have missed any earlier comment. Did EVGA decide not to be in business anymore? And I do like EVGA. Very high quality products. I have most of my PSUs are either EVGA or Sysonic, right? So I do like EVGA stuff, no doubt. Okay, the buy lower left on the screen now is the guy who didn't like Dolby Vision on most TVs. Are you talking about our good friend Brian? Whisper status. All right, let's see here. Did the U8H turn light? You know what? Let me check, Classy. Let me see if my U8H turned on the light sensor. Let me get the remote real quick. Hopefully it did not. So let's see. All right. Nope, the light sensor is off. And for anyone wondering, yes, you should always leave the light sensor off. That thing messes up with everything. Not a fan of light sensors. Oh no, okay, so EVGA are not producing any more GPUs after the 3000 series. That's crazy because EVGA has like the cutting edge GPUs, right? The cards with water blocks, 5 variations of water blocks, non-water blocks, water cooled. It was insane, all the diversity they had. And there was a price point for everyone. Wow. It's crazy. The GPU glut shortage must have killed them. That's just too bad. I prefer EVGA because of their support and just overall quality. I guess we'll have to look at, I don't know, Aorus. What are you guys looking at as your preferred NVIDIA GPU vendor or NVIDIA card vendor? I'm going to skip the 4000 if you guys are wondering, because I already have the 3090. I'll just, because the 4000 is just too brute force. It's too inefficient. It's very hot to get what you get. I'm hoping that the 5000 will go on a 4 nanometer, which will make it more efficient while maintaining the performance of the 4000. So I don't want to have my room turn into a space heater. It's already warm enough with the RTX 3090. So yeah, skipping the 4000, just going to 5000, hopefully. With HDR. So we'll make sure to turn that off when we have HDR content to compare. Actually, let me see. I could run something now and hopefully, let's see. I'd be able to. If it's connected, do I have Netflix going? I'm not going to register if it's making me, if I don't have it on already. Okay, I have to plug in my Chromecast. We will check that in a second. As soon as we have the QN900B up, I will do a splitter and we'll compare the HDR with the U8H and the QN900B as soon as Sammie is done with the QN900B. Good question, J-Dog. Is the only TV that supports Dolby Vision gaming at 120 LG OLED? Let's just say LG OLED is the only TV that supports Dolby Vision gaming at any frequent refresh rate, right? 120, 60 doesn't matter. LG is the only one that does it right. Dolby Vision Gaming, not like it makes a difference. I think many people have already said it is a bit early to get on any bandwagon. Don't buy a TV because it has Dolby Vision Gaming. Buy it for everything else. Make sure it has good VRR, full resolution 4K 120, right? No ghosting. All of that is more important than promised Dolby Vision Gaming in some future that may or may not happen. Yes, there's Dolby Vision cutscenes, which you may like, but actual Dolby Vision Gaming, I don't think is a real thing. It's going to be more Dolby Vision cutscenes. Oh, wow, look at that cutscene. Looks great in Dolby Vision. Yes, I use MSI almost exclusively for my motherboards. I love MSI motherboards, especially the higher end ones. Asus is fine. I have an Asus motherboard as well. I really like the MSI UI. I really like what MSI has done with their AMD motherboards. I don't have any Intel motherboards right now because I find that for my video editing with Blackmagic, DaVinci Resolve, AMD just does better. No more FTW3, Classy, right? They stopped selling it. That's crazy. I also like for the Win 3 as well. Yeah, it looks like Asus and MSI. I mean, that's it, right, guys? Just Asus and MSI and Aorus Gigabyte. Here's a great question. Irving, I would love to answer this. On the AU8000, is it best to have HDR turned off or on? Well, first, the AU8000 doesn't do HDR very well because it doesn't have local dimming zones. It's more of an SDR TV that attempts to tone map HDR into SDR. So try it both ways. Choose the one that you find most pleasant. It's not accurate either way. It cannot be, right? It's not designed for HDR. It's designed for SDR, but it can receive HDR and convert it in a way where SDR looks acceptable. So try both ways. It may change content to content. It may not make a difference. It may make a big difference. Choose one that feels most pleasant to you. And oftentimes, turning on or off HDR affects your black levels. So maybe you might end up with lifted blacks or crushed blacks, and you choose the content where that looks better, whether it's lifted or crushed. But you're not going to get brighter. You can't. The TV is only capable of so much brightness because it doesn't have the necessary mini LEDs and dimming zones, 4-way local dimming zones, the contrast. It doesn't have all the parts to make HDR work well enough. But it's a great SDR TV. It's one of my best deals, right? Large TVs, 85-inch, 86-inch. I believe the 8000 series is an excellent deal. Okay. How y'all doing on a Friday? Today we are calibrating 4 TVs. A95K is done. U8H is done. That's below the QN900B, which is above. So we're going to calibrate that right now as we speak. All right, J-Dog. Can't decide on the TCL first. The Vizio, it should not even be on your list. We've come to a point where both Hisense and TCL has surpassed Vizio. 2 ways: 1, image quality; 2, reliability. That's just how it is right now. Vizio is very focused on other things. They are focused on selling the least expensive TV they can get away with so that they can bring in the mass market and make all their money on advertising. So, and that's fine, right? But if you're looking at image quality, Vizio is not on your list. The R646 would be on your list. That is a great TV, and it is definitely better than the PQ9 for many reasons. If you talk about the P Quantum, it's going to be more consistent. It has better tone mapping. Motion will be more adjustable because it's, well, you could adjust it on the Vizio as well, but I find it's still too much judder for me, and it's too much soap, right? I've never found a Vizio that worked well for me. And the tone mapping on the R646, I believe, is a bit better, and definitely blooming control on the R646 will be better. So, and I just don't trust Vizio with their higher end TVs. It's just too many things go wrong for that price. But on the lower end TVs, what a great deal. $400, $500 for Vizio. Hey, at that price, they're all kind of sketchy. But at $800, $900, you get the R646 or the R655. If the price is close to the same, I'd go with Google TV, R646. Google TV, you will always get updated because it's Google TV and it's predictable. Vizio, you don't know where it's going to go. I mean, Vizio tried to sell out to another company and it fell through. Vizio is just a advertising platform right now. And to me, that's not good enough. That's kind of like a Fire TV as far as I'm concerned. Hey, EHJ, thank you for that super chat. Go Broncos. Oh, so close. They were in Seattle. They had a shot. I know it hurts you to the core. Good, but at least you stuck it to him and you took away Russell Wilson. Good afternoon. Stop the phone. Well, keep up the great work. Thanks. I'm a Total Tech member. Boom. So am I. Your thoughts on actor Diego Tinoco boycotting Best Buy and LG broke his TV? I have no idea what's happening. You're gonna give me the update on that. So yeah, what is happening with this actor Diego Tinoco boycotting Best Buy because of his broken LG TV? Total Tech is, if he's a Total Tech member, it should not be an issue, right? And by the way, Total Tech does not know I have a channel. They don't know. I'm phone. When I call them, I'm like, hey, I got this thing, and they're like, just bring it in, exchange it, whatever. So I've never had issues with returning TVs or exchanging it or asking for repairs while it's under my Total Tech warranty. And the question is whether the actor had it under Total Tech. If he does, it would be shocking if they gave him a hard time. Okay, it is now, let's see. Anyone do anything interesting this weekend? College football season and the NFL has started. You guys watching sports? And what TV are you watching sports on? Are you watching on an OLED? Do you have any problems watching your favorite football team on an OLED TV? I'm just trying to get caught up on my comments. Thank you, everyone, for dropping by. If any questions, let me know. Okay, Samsung makes great TVs, but if they had Dolby Vision, it would be a no-brainer. I don't know. I've had this discussion with many people. Dolby Vision, the difference between Dolby Vision and HDR10, which is what the normal HDR metadata, the freeware that every TV, HDR TV has, it's not that much of a difference, depending on the content, definitely. And unless it's an LG, a lot of the Sony TVs don't do Dolby Vision correctly. Now, A95K does, so that's an exception, but LG really does Dolby Vision very well. But if you get a TCL, a Hisense, it's a crapshoot whether Dolby Vision is accurate. So you might as well just not get Dolby Vision if it's not an LG. And this is something that a lot of people don't understand. So if Samsung did Dolby Vision, they would have to spend time and resources to get it right. Though they've already spent that doing HDR10 and HDR10 Plus. And yeah, I don't know why they have 10 Plus. They could have skipped that and went to Dolby Vision. But it is what it is. At least they're doing HDR10 correctly. So it's not a big deal. Even if Samsung had Dolby Vision, I don't know they would sell more TVs, because keep this in mind, J-Dog. Samsung is the #1 selling TV brand in the world right now, right? They sell more TVs at all price points, more than anybody else. Obviously, with Dolby Vision, they might sell this much more to the enthusiast. And I think that's what they're asking themselves. How many people would buy a Samsung if it had Dolby Vision? So if you chose an LG over a Samsung, but you chose an LG because of OLED, well, Dolby Vision would have made a difference. But then if you chose an LG QNED, the Samsung Neo QLED is so much better. You would not choose a QNED over the Samsung Neo QLED because of Dolby Vision, right? So I'm looking for the use case where someone chose an LG, not an OLED, over an equivalent Samsung, and there isn't any. And I think that's why they're thinking, who are we losing our sales to? TCL? Well, TCL is under 1,000. We're selling these $1,500 TVs, and you either like OLED or you don't. If you like OLED, doesn't matter if we have Dolby Vision. We wouldn't buy the Samsung anyway because we want an OLED. But now that Samsung has QD OLED, maybe they'll add Dolby Vision to take away Dolby Vision sales from LG's OLED or Sony OLED, right? Now maybe there's a reason to get Dolby Vision. It's a discussion worth having as far as being on a fly in the wall at Samsung's product strategy meetings. I'd love to be in that. I'd love to be in that meeting where someone says, Dolby Vision, forget it, it's not worth it. And then someone has to make the argument, well, we'll get this many sales. And the person says, no way, it's not there. I mean, we're already maxed out. We saturated the market. I mean, this is the discussion they're having, whether or not to have Dolby Vision. Will it result in more sales for the cost it would take to pay Dolby Vision license, get the engineering team to calibrate it? Remember, it's not just, oh, we've added it and it's there. They actually have to work on making it work. Unfortunately, Adith, there is no way to disable Dolby Vision on TV apps. The app itself, it's the app itself. If the app itself lets you, it would be the app. Your TV is not going to be in control. So what I and many others do is we send streaming through a streaming device, and the streaming device, you then disable Dolby Vision, whether it's a Roku Ultra or one of the Fire stuff or Android or Apple. You can go into the device and disable Dolby Vision, and that's how you would normally do it. In the TV itself, disabling Dolby Vision, I haven't found a way. I think it's automatic because of the app. I think the app just assumes you want Dolby Vision. So it's at an app level. Any thoughts on the 55-inch Class 80 series QNED? Is it better than the R655? No, definitely not. First of all, the 80 is not a mini LED. It will be dimmer. It is a TV without the brightness advantage and the efficiencies of a mini LED. The R655 will it's a whole tier higher than the 80 series. Even though it's priced similarly, the R655 is competing with the QNED 90 for 2022. That's what it's designed to compete against, not the QNED 80, not the QNED 85. Both of those are technically a tier lower than the R655. So if you're looking for an equivalent LG, wait for the QNED 90 and we'll see how it does against the R655. But the 80 is so outclassed by the R655 in so many ways, unless you're talking gaming. That's a whole different story. The Class 80 probably has better full-featured gaming because it's an LG TV. But if we're talking just straight up HDR image quality, the R655 will beat it on brightness, blooming, black control, just everything. Black levels. Which TV is best right out of the box? R655 or the U8H? It appears the U8H, with a few adjustments, is better out of the box than the R655. For me, motion, first and foremost, I can go straight to my motion settings, set it to what I want. R655, it's either off or on low. At off, there's too much stutter for me. On low, there's a bit too much soap in some content. I cannot get in between. On the U8H, I can. So that is a win for the U8H. Secondly, the low color setting on the U8H is closest to accurate in HDR. On the R625, their warm setting is too warm and their normal setting is too cool. You have to go in and calibrate to get the right in between. Now, if you don't notice it, that should not be an issue. So let's say you don't notice the rest. Let's take that out. Roku. Google TV has more settings that you can play with. Roku, you either like it or you don't. If you love it, get it. If you don't like Roku, well, you have the U8H. Now, when you say best out of the box, are you referring to color accuracy or just HDR brightness? The U8H has deeper blacks, but you have to make sure to play with the contrast so that you're not crushing the blacks, because there's a risk of crushing it. But once you have the settings right, it nails it. The R655, even when you get the settings right, the blacks will be slightly more lifted than U8H. But again, we're picking here. We're very picky. I would choose the U8H this year. Last year, the R646 was my choice over the U8G and the U7G. This year, Hisense takes back the $1,000 TV crown. I would go with the U8H. Roll Tide. Oh, this could be the year that Nick Saban loses. Come on, you saw the game. You saw Texas. I know every team has one bad game, and I will give Texas, it's early, but if they're going to be vulnerable, it could be this year. You have to admit, Pete, if you're going to be vulnerable, choose a year, this could be the year, right? So let's hope that, well, I think Georgia is going to probably beat Alabama this year because of that one weakness they may have. I mean, you saw how their offense was struggling against a very undermanned Texas team. But again, could be freak accident, but Georgia looks pretty awesome. But we'll see. Oh, we made a TikTok video. Oh, I love it. These TikTok videos goes viral and suddenly Best Buy's and up in flames, right? My opinion on any 8K TV is not worth it. Just period. Never get a TV because it is 8K. You're getting it for the other qualities unique to that TV because it's a flagship. On the Samsung, it's because it's got better processing, better upscaling, it gets brighter. That's it. But the 8K is just nonsense right now. Unless you're at a 120-inch TV one day and then your content has that resolution, take advantage of it. 8K is expensive and does nothing for you. And the QN, or in this case, the Hisense U8G is so good, or U8H is so good that when you go to 8K, you're paying more for things that make the TV less good. Now you have to pay for better upscaling. Otherwise, it doesn't look good. Badly upscaled content to 8K, might as well not do it at all because then it'll look soft. Better to have 4K pixel to pixel without having upscaling at all. It's just perfect match, right? So do not get 8K anything. TCL, Hisense, Sony, doesn't matter. Stick with 4K. If you have extra money, get a 4K OLED. A95K, G2, C2. If you want a larger size, the QD OLED doesn't come in, get a larger OLED. 77-inch, a 77-inch OLED is going to look way better than any 8K 75-inch non-OLED TV. An 83-inch 4K OLED is going to look way better than any 85-inch non-OLED TV. We saw this at the shootout. 8K, it gets brighter because it's not an OLED. That's about it. The 8K part really does nothing. A 4K would have done just as well. So yes, we're going to have to spread this for a while. And of course, on the other side of things, Thomas Woodford is still watching 720p LG Plasma and a Pioneer 1080p Plasma. I love it. Yes, I'm 15 years behind, but hey, they still work, right? And you know what, Thomas? Over-the-air content, it's still good. It is what it is. You love it. Don't replace something that works. And when you do replace it, it'll be awesome because you've waited that long. Everyone has a difference of opinion on LG 4K TVs. And this applies to all TVs, by the way, not just LG. Sony, Samsung, it's universal for all brands. Some think their brand is good, some think it's bad. It's all use case, right, Sean? If you bought an LG that was designed for this and you use it for this, of course, you're not going to like it because it was designed for this and used it for this. So we try our very best to try to find the use case it does best for, and then tell you, okay, get this TV if this is your use case. Otherwise, you won't have a good experience. Best Samsung TV for under $1,500, 65 to 75 inch. Is the Q80A a dumb choice versus the Q90A? Do you recommend another Samsung on that price? The Q90A is my favorite TV still. At this price, it's just such a good TV. Get the Q90A. I cannot find at that price, other than an OLED for the same size, if you need a 75-inch, then get the Q90A. But if it's between an OLED and a Q90A, I go with the OLED, like a C2, G2, A80J. It's a button sequence to a secret menu. what is up with these secret menus for the most obvious things, right? This is a great point, Classy. I didn't even think about this. So if you run your source through an AVR, you can disable Dolby Vision on your AVR. So it's like a filter, right? Do not let Dolby Vision through. So if you guys have an AVR and using your AVR as a switch, then your AVR can disable Dolby Vision for you. I don't do that. That's why I didn't think of that. I use my AVR as the end source from the TV, right? I would use my AVR as the eARC end. I use my TV as a switch. That way I get all the images straight to the TV, and then it comes out of the TV to the AVR through eARC lossless. But I can understand why some people use the AVR. My issue is I don't trust the AVR to properly send certain signals. Sometimes it's just off. But yes, if you use your AVR as the switch, absolutely. That's great. Excellent point, Kasi. Corey, you're gonna have to share with us the secret handshake. I didn't know there was a secret menu to this. But obviously, if this is possible, then that's great, because Roku TV is Roku TV. That makes the TCL a step above, right? You're welcome, Adif. Love your questions. Here's the perfect use case. I bought a LG Nano 85. Outside of gaming, it cannot be used. See, gaming, it's great. HDR, it's terrible, right? So outside of gaming, it's terrible. But if you use it for gaming, it's better than a similarly priced Samsung. Here we go, Corey. Thank you. If you have Roku TV on your TCL, to disable Dolby Vision on Roku, like the R655 or the R636, home button 5 times. What? Home button 5 times, and then rewind, pause, fast forward, pause, rewind. This sounds like a game secret code. I'm going to have to capture the screen later. Thank you, Corey. We'll have to timestamp this. Everyone, capture this. This is too fun. I'm going to test this, and if you're wrong, I'm going to call you out, Corey. This is like so much like one of those old video games where you have these secret sequences to uncover loot. Yes, the QNET 85 is one thing, but he's talking Nano 85. I know you don't like the Nano 85. Come on, Classy, admit it. But you're right. I did like the QNET 85 a lot, but the light bleed was a distraction, especially in black bar content, right? That's just black bars. It's just like bleeding from the corners. And apparently it's not just us. A lot of users have it. So that's something everyone needs to be aware of. Guess Roku likes Konami, and Corey says it works. Hey, secret code, guys. Turn off your Dolby Vision, especially since TCL doesn't do it great anyways. Just turn it off. No need. Oh, you have a 75-inch R655? Great. Has the 75-inch R655, and his blacks are super black. We're talking black bars, my friend. In a full screen, you can't tell it. Yes, it will look super black. When you have black bars, are your bars lifted? Let me know. And you'll notice it, right? In your brightness or local dimming set to high, is your black bar slightly lifted? If not, maybe the 75-inch is indeed better. That makes it even better. That's awesome. Love it. As dark and inky as OLED. Oh, fighting words. But you're correct. Sometimes there are some scenes where it's indistinguishable from OLED. Added. Is it the same combination to re-enable it? What if I forget? What if I never have Dolby Vision again? Good one, Added. So if you follow Corey's path, is this permanent? Did I just brick Dolby Vision if I follow it? Corey, same sequence, and the answer is yes, it's okay. Same sequence, same menu, just re-enable it. I've done it many times. One day, we're going to have a sequence where you cannot reverse it. You guys crack me up. Anyone saying Dolby Vision is horrible? You know, I haven't tested Dolby Vision on the TCL, so I have generally been not impressed with streaming Dolby Vision. And in good Blu-ray or UHD 4K, HDR10 and Dolby Vision, they both look phenomenal. That the Dolby Vision for me felt like it's, maybe a little bit more color tone, but side by side, they look so close. I wouldn't buy TV based on Dolby Vision, specifically the Samsung, right? S95B versus, let's say, the C2, right? They're priced very close. I would choose it for other reasons. Dolby Vision would be the last on my list. So Dolby Vision is different and sometimes worse, but when it's better, it's always on an LG. That's how I've noticed it. Hey, Classy, this is something I brought up with Robert, and I know Robert didn't want to do this, but I think you should next year. We should have brought in a 85-inch or 77-inch 4K OLED, put it next to the LG 8K OLED, and then let people see for themselves, is it really the pixel density that makes the 8K look better than the other, or the Z2 look better than the other TVs, or simply because it's an OLED TV? Because I was talking to all the other reviewers and like, yeah, it was the infinite contrast because the other two TVs were not OLEDs. So they looked worse because they were not self-emissive. And the Z2 obviously was self-emissive. That already won it for them. The question is, if I brought in a 4K LG G2 83-inch and put it against the two 8K 85-inch, you know who's going to win? The 4K 83-inch G2. And that's the lesson to be learned, folks. Infinite contrast trumps pixel density every single time. Somewhat on a projector. And does it? I don't know. How large does it have to be? 140 inches? 160? I know that a few people with the NZ8, NZ9 have said that even 8K, soft content looks soft, whether it's 8 or 4K. They love that JVC did what they did, but the older 4K lamp bulbs look just as good as the latest 8K pixel shifting NZ series, right? So 8K has yet to make a case for itself. Adith, let me ask you this. How about watching it on the LG G1 with Dolby Vision off? Would it still look phenomenal? You see? Unless you have a TV next to it with it off, and you could say, it's phenomenal because it's HDR on a G1. Next time, if it's possible, send it through a streamer without Dolby Vision and tell me if it doesn't look phenomenal through HDR10. Because you only have that one TV. It looks phenomenal because it's an OLED and HDR, period. All right, My TCL 75-inch R655 is actually better and brighter than the LG OLED. Oh, fighting words. I can get brighter, and blacks are good with no blooming or halo. In a bright room, for sure, that's going to be noticeable. In a dark room, it's really hard. But you know what? I don't have the 65-inch. This could be the unicorn TV of 2022, the 75-inch R655. Let's spread that rumor and see what happens. And of course, the other side, Sean, thank you for sharing. Dolby Vision is not overrated to me. I love Dolby Vision, but that's fine if you don't like Dolby Vision. If you think it's overrated, I don't think Dolby Vision is good or bad. It's definitely preference. But for people to choose a significantly more expensive TV or a completely different TV only on Dolby Vision, I don't know if you're getting that value. So I think the overrate is not necessarily Dolby Vision is good or bad, but rather you're paying an extra, I don't know, $500, or you're leaving a certain technology to go with another technology because of Dolby Vision. I don't know if Dolby Vision could support that case, but if two TVs are similar in every way, except one offers Dolby Vision, the other one doesn't, okay, yeah, why not? I think Dolby Vision. Right now, I do like the U8H more because of my preferences, but someone has a 75-inch TCL R655, and all the flaws of my 655 and 65-inch has been addressed in the 75-inch on his TV. So maybe panel lottery. Maybe my R655 slightly lifted blacks, but I know that Classy similarly has slightly lifted blacks on his 65-inch. It could be a difference in size. So maybe it depends on what size you're getting. But the U8H definitely is phenomenal. I like the U8H for sure. So if you're at a 65-inch size, you really can't go wrong with U8H. Panel lottery being what it is, though, keep an eye on that. Mike, on a 2022 TV, always buy on Black Friday. You're going to still get some discount. Now, it might not be much because it's already so cheap to begin with. $50 off. If $50 is enough for you to wait, then wait. Otherwise, get it now. I don't think either TV will be more than $100 off. But again, $100 is still $100. But I think on a 55-inch size, you might save $50 on either one. Watching this entire stream is going to burn in my OLED. Well, you know what you have to do, right? Lower the brightness. That is funny. And this is why it's going to burn in, right? Too much clipping. Yes. Lion Steve asks about the U8H, I assume. Will the Hisense U8H in the UK with the IPS version be far inferior? Yes. And far inferior not only because it's IPS, it has far less dimming zones, and it's just a completely different TV. I spoke to John Archer out in the UK, right? He does your TV reviews out there, and he told me that we're talking under 200 dimming zones. Like we're talking 120, 130 dimming zones. That is a completely different TV. Not even close. When you have that few dimming zones compared to 500, not the same TV at all. It'll be pushed differently. It'll have a different tone mapping system. It is very much a different TV. And then when you layer IPS on top of that, that just makes everything a little bit worse when it comes to contrast. So it would be an insult if they sold a U8H for a similar price as the US. I expect the UK U8H to be at least 20% cheaper because that is 2 tiers below. At best, I don't even think it matches our U7H. Our U7H is also a VA panel, so it's below the U7H in the US. Oh, Roku. Yeah, good reminder, Classy. Classy says, Roku has subpar apps in some cases. They play HDR in 8-bit. So HDR technically is like supposed to be a 10-bit, right? The extra bits are for the color luminance, but HDR in 8-bit is definitely low bit rate. So, you know, Roku, some of Roku's apps plays HDR in 8 bits. So no bueno. This is sounding more and more like a video game secret code, Corey. The sequence on the TCL Roku TV is hard to get right if you want to disable Dolby Vision. It's stuck. Ariel wants to know, well, I'm a bit confused. Why is Dolby Vision bad now? Is it specific to gaming, or when you say integration is best in LG, what is the reason? So Dolby Vision requires, forget gaming. So Dolby Vision is irrelevant to gaming, not even a thing right now. It's a promised feature. Don't worry about it. We're talking Dolby Vision HDR as a content format. You either have HDR10 or HDR10 Plus or Dolby Vision, right? The two variations of dynamic metadata. And Dolby Vision is not bad per se. It's how the TV makers decode Dolby Vision. LG does a great job decoding Dolby Vision consistently across all their TV models across the years. The C1, the C9, the C10, the C2, G1, G2, they consistently do Dolby Vision as it should be done accurately the way the creators intended. Sony did not. Too dark, too cool. You know, some TVs are different. The A95K does it great, but the A90J did not. It requires some calibration. And TCL and Hisense definitely not good. We just Classy checked it. It was definitely inaccurate, too bright or too dark. It's not Dolby Vision. It's the TV maker. And it's possible to fix it in a firmware update. But until a firmware update is fixed, we cannot assume it will be fixed. So Dolby Vision itself is not bad. It's an important standard that if the creator wanted to look good and use Dolby Vision, then yeah, you should have a TV that represents that creator intent. But if your TV cannot do it anyway, then it's a moot point. Why did you get a Dolby Vision TV where the Dolby Vision doesn't work well on that TV? but on the LG C1, C2, G2, and it looks great. So that's why we say if you get an LG, regardless of the model that has Dolby Vision, more likely than not, Dolby Vision will look accurate. On a non-LG TV, it's a crapshoot. You're going to have to read the reviews or hope that a firmware update fixes it. So Dolby Vision itself isn't good or bad. It depends on the TV model you get, no doubt. Oh yes, if you missed this, when does the QNET 99 8K drop? Robert Zone was on earlier today, and he said October. He said October, first week of October. That's what he's being told. So first week of October, we will find out how much it costs and where you can buy it. Well, obviously, Now Electronics is selling it, but first week of October is what we're being told for both the QNET 90 and the QNET 99. My black bars are not lifted on my 75-inch R655 is what Dada is saying. And that means the 75-inch is a better TV than the 65-inch because the 65 is a touch lifted and it's visible. I don't need a second TV to compare. So if you guys are looking at 75-inch TVs, anecdotal evidence that the 75-inch may be better. Hey, Steve, I think you were asking about UK. Just had my 65-inch U8H QT UK delivered, and now there's posts about the Hisense E8H. I don't know what the E8H is. Let me know in the comments below. What is that? Hey, Christoph. Glad to see you back, CMS. Hey, how have things been going? Things are going great. The U8H is done. It looks awesome. Q900B is what we're working on right now. And then as soon as that's done, we'll jump to the TCL Roku R655. How far are we along on the Q900B, Sammie?
I was just doing testing and measuring what is on there right now. I'm actually getting ready to start it right now. I don't think it will take too long. It's just adjusting the light point.
Okay. Well, about maybe what, 30 minutes away, 45 minutes away, you
I
think?
would say probably about 45 because I'm doing both SDR and HDR.
Okay. So we're about 45 minutes away from the Q900B, looking accurate and awesome. Here's a great question. I love these questions. In layman's terms, can you explain black lifting? Okay, so that means when a scene, a black part of the scene is supposed to be black, like perfectly black, pixel is off. It's not. It's slightly dark gray. So you're lifting the level of black, right? Lifting means the luminance. There's a little bit of light that's there that shouldn't be. So only in, well, I don't want to say only in OLED. Mini LEDs, good mini LEDs can do that now, where they get the pixel so close to off, there's no light coming out, so it looks black. And the only way to have a black color is to turn off a pixel. On an OLED, that's why they call it infinite contrast. It's off, and then you go up from there. On a mini LED, it's not 100% off, but it is so close to off that as far as we're concerned, it's black, right? Black lifting means it should be black, but instead it's slightly dark gray. And how lifted it is how light it is. And then you have the other side of it, black crushing. It should be dark gray, but it looks black because now it drops too low. So that's the hardest part, is what we call near black. Near black, some TVs crush it. It should be a little bit dark gray, but it's black, or it should be dark gray, or it should be black, but it's dark gray, right? So near black, you'll either have crushing or lifted. And some TVs get it perfect, some don't. That is where OLED's magic comes in. It's really hard to do on a mini LED because you have to control blooming and all those things. Whereas an OLED, it's hard for them to do because that little charge sometimes results in slightly lifted blacks. But we're talking in a dark room with reference content. Will you notice it? With normal movie content, it is not an issue. If that makes sense, let me know. If it's not, let me know. I'll try again. I have never heard coil whine though, so it's interesting that some people complain of coil whine on their OLED. Back bar lifting, same thing. The black bars are supposed to be completely black. Pixels are off. On an OLED, those pixels are off. The problem is not black bar lifting. That's one problem. It's also blooming. If you have something bright that's near the black bar, it leaks into the black bar. It blooms into the black bar. On OLED, it doesn't bloom. On mini LED LCD TVs, it will bloom. It's just how much of that blooming is visible to your eyes. Q90A has the most perfect black bars with no blooming I've ever seen. And everything else has variations of the entire black bar being slightly lifted overall. Why would they do that? It helps alleviate the blooming. So if you have a little bit of light leakage, but your entire black bar is slightly lifted, it doesn't look as bad as if it's pitch black and then the blooming goes into the black. Then it looks very bright. But if it's slightly lifted, it kind of offsets that. So that's what a lot of TV companies have to decide. Samsung decided to hit blacks perfect, but then it crushes the black detail near the black bars. So near the black bars, it's a little bit more crushed than other TVs. This is why the Q90A has their specular highlights a little bit dimmer, because it's pulling the brightness down just a little bit to avoid black bar lifting. Yes, you are right. Different sizes definitely use different panels from different suppliers. As we saw this year with a Sony A95K 65-inch, totally different performance from the 85-inch. You know what? This is the world we live in today. We can't predict anymore. Oh, I love wives and girlfriends. FOMO, Mrs. Classy has been using the Samsung KS8000 in her bright room for years. She's very picky about an upgrade. She refused the Sony because they dropped Tom Holland as Spider-Man. Who would have thought? I love it. Now she sees the A95K. You know what? I have to say, never would have thought that would be the reason why. You guys complaining about Dolby Vision? What about Tom Holland? Is that a reason not to get a Sony? I love it. I love it. Hey, Christoph, Apple TV connected to an A80J. You can turn off the Dolby Vision on the Apple TV, yes. Can't figure out if there's a way to turn off the Roku stick. I think the stick is the problem. I specifically bought the Ultra 4K Roku because I know for sure on the Ultras you can. I don't know about the stick. I don't think you can, but I could be wrong. I know there are some Rokus that you cannot. Don't know if that, and it depends which stick you have, right? Oh, wait, she only wants the A95K. Well, look, Classy, you have one. Happy wife, happy life. Come on, give her the A95K, hand it over. Even if Tom Holland no longer is going to be Spider-Man. By the way, that's news to me. Like, what? He's not going to play Spider-Man anymore? Hey, Corey, thanks for the support. This has been a great stream, FOMO. I know, running strong. I just got to say, you're the man. You provide such value service to so many. I hope so. I hope I'm answering questions for everyone, help them buy the right TV for them. Hey, MacGyver Mac. FOMO, what's up? Sammy, at your house again, calibrating again. Yes, he is. He's in the dark corner over there on the left. Classy or Sammy, I need to profile my meter. Need to borrow your CR. That's got to happen. Well, it depends where you are, right? You could maybe a car drive away.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
Hey, what state are you in again? I keep on forgetting, Sammy. Colorado. That's right. Hey, Pete. FOMO, judging by numerous comments concerning pros and cons of Dolby Vision. Maybe a future in-depth video from you on topic. I have done these before, previous years when the TVs were very different and Sony had the player LED on the A9G. Dolby Vision wasn't a big deal on disc, especially, right? Maybe things have changed. And also the creators themselves didn't separate Dolby Vision. I mean, you'll be surprised to hear a lot of the content creators, the source, they didn't do anything different on Dolby Vision than on HDR10. So you see, oh, Dolby Vision, turns out it's just a Dolby Vision container. They literally did nothing. to Dolby Vision, HDR10, same thing. The question is, I need to know about certain specific movies where we know that Dolby Vision received attention and HDR10 was just HDR10. So if you guys have a list of movies that you feel comfortable, hey, This is truly a Dolby Vision content movie. I think Jaws, the new one, the remastered one on Columbia, is one of those Dolby Vision content. But then watching Jaws, I felt that it has nothing to do with brightness, but a lot of color gradients, a lot of amber colors in the bright highlights. So I might compare Jaws, but it feels like Dolby Vision is more about color gradients than, oh, it gets super bright, and it doesn't, right? It's no longer about brightness. It's probably about the color gradients in Dolby Vision. So any suggestions for Dolby Vision content to compare? Let me know. What LG QNED should I be comparing to the Q90A? Definitely the QNED 90, because the 85 is just not the build quality you want with the light bleeds and the issue it has, and it doesn't have enough dimming zones. I mean, it is their budget entry-level mini LED. The Q90A is the flagship mini LED from Samsung. Unfair to compare. So QNED 90 for 2022 is what you should look at, and we'll see. First week of October is going to be released. Dada's comment. The one thing I will agree with some reviewers is that there is a slight soap opera effect on TCL's action smoothing. Yes. I wish there was a very low option. And that's what we talked about, right? That's why I liked Google TV on the R636 last year. I'm able to adjust that, but on this year's Roku, like previous Rokus, it's either off or it's on. If it's low, which is on. There's too much soap for some, and if it's off, it's too much stutter for me. So those who are sensitive to motion, I don't recommend Roku TV. Very low. That's what I'm talking about, right? Very low would be better. That's why Google TV gives you that very low setting. Yes. Pete, we have a Dolby Vision stream plan when everyone can get together. It's going to be fun, right? But the key is classy content. I know on streaming, right? We both think Sweet Tooth is a really good one, but disc, movie. Do you have any Dolby Vision movies that you feel represents Dolby Vision? Because it's different enough from HDR10. And I say different because it's very subjective. Different, maybe better. Let me know what your suggestions are for Dolby Vision. All right, a TV question. What should I buy? Scott B wants to know 75-inch R646 for $1,200 or 75-inch U8H for $1,500. Mostly for gaming. Yo! Right when you said gaming, I was gonna say the U8H, but I don't know. TCL generally, the image quality might look a little bit better. Try the TCL, hope for the best. U8H gaming isn't great on it. Half resolution 4K 120 will look terrible on a 75-inch. I think the half resolution gaming is going to be the deal killer for people who are buying the U8H. So I'd have to go with the 75-inch, $1,200 R646, and then try THX gaming, see if that makes things look awesome. No announcement about the 75-inch Hisense U8H Rockefeller. I do not know when that will be available. But the way things are going, it may not come out in 2022. And we're already getting close to October. Nothing. But then again, QNED 90 and 99 is coming out in October. So who knows? Never say never, right? Ah, yes. I've been waiting for this follow-up. Ariel is saying, okay, we talked about Dolby Vision. Why? I don't think it's important. It's just no big deal, because all the TVs are doing things differently. So Ariel's follow-up is, I guess what I've been confused about, this whole reason for Dolby Vision was to provide dynamic metadata of the scene. Dynamic metadata means each scene, there is luminance information for the TV to adjust to, right? So when HDR is being presented, I mean, isn't this more advanced? And you just nailed it, Ariel. What if the TV maker ignores the dynamic metadata? That's what we're talking about. Just because Dolby Vision is giving you that information doesn't mean the TV is actually using that information. It's like we're back to the Sony A9G that was player-led. It didn't use any of that dynamic metadata, right? Just whatever. And this was their flagship A9G. Sony couldn't be bothered with Dolby Vision dynamic metadata back in 2019, 2018. This year, though, the A95K, they took it seriously. They're taking the dynamic metadata and they're actually processing it properly. LG consistently does that. Other TV makers, maybe not. So the dynamic metadata, and we're assuming it's there, right? Because a lot of sources, it's dynamic metadata, but every scene is the same. So essentially, it's static metadata, even though scene by scene, you would love for them to tell you all the information. Maybe, maybe not. But the TVs themselves, assuming there's dynamic metadata that's dynamic, the TV has to do something with it. And if the TV doesn't, that's what we're saying is not enough TV models do it. LGs consistently do it, and that's it. Here's an LG that wasn't perfect. Dolby Vision was absolutely broken at launch without true blacks. I remember that. But LG actually fixed it, right? I think they worked on it for a bit. And Panasonic consistently does those things very well. Panasonic is another Hollywood brand, meaning they provide Hollywood with professional cameras and professional monitors and so forth. Unfortunately, we don't get their OLED TVs here, but they are used in professional monitoring studios because Panasonic does things right. And just for your information, LG is Dolby Vision's choice for client monitoring monitors, meaning when the client needs to see a Dolby Vision end result, they choose the LG C1, C2, whatever it is, right? So Dolby Vision has approved LG OLED C series or G series to be the client monitoring for their Dolby Vision. That should tell you all you need to know. If you want to play it safe, choose the brand that Dolby Vision hand selected to be the specific model for the most accurate rendition of Dolby Vision sources. And this is what I'm complaining about, MacGyver. I don't use Dolby Vision for gaming too much. Input lag only for movies. So you mentioned input lag, and this is the issue. The Dolby Vision dynamic metadata, as we talked about, what does that mean? You're adding layers of processing. Think about it. Dolby Vision gaming, not cutscenes, gaming. So what? Every time you move, there's more luminance metadata that your TV has to process. How much latency are you adding when you add layers, right? Professional gaming monitors at high refresh rates, they don't care about perfect image quality. They want motion resolution, right? Dolby Vision is the opposite of motion resolution. If you want high frame rates, you do not want Dolby Vision. If you're okay with 30 frames per second, okay, 30 frames per second, some latency, okay, Dolby Vision makes a case for itself. You can't have both. Dolby Vision adds layers of processing, dynamic metadata, every page, you're processing luminance, right? You don't want that. So for gaming, this is what I tell Classy, and we talked about this. Why would you want more processing in gaming? It's all about that feel of smoothness and interaction. I don't think you can ever have 120 FPS Dolby Vision gaming. Then it's not dynamic metadata. It's bogus. It's static metadata. Great Dolby Vision comments, Momo. Thanks. You're welcome, Pete. All right, CJ. Doesn't the A90J and A95K use the same chipset? If so, there should be no reason why DV tone mapping on the A90J cannot be as good as the A95K. CJ, we don't know. They call it the XR processor, but what does that really mean? They do not provide us with the actual chip itself, nor what is being used, how much memory, and maybe Sony specifically wants to separate the technology, or maybe, there's so many reasons I can't even imagine, but the fact is A90J, A95K process Dolby Vision differently. On one, you're going to have to calibrate it to get it right. On the other, out of the box, it looks great. Maybe Sony just doesn't want to bother with the A90J anymore. It's done. It's not worth it. People aren't complaining. We're not going to deal with it. I really don't know. Anyone who knows, let me know. I didn't get a chance to ask this of the engineering team because I didn't know yet, but believe me, next year at the shootout, I will talk to the Sony engineering and say, hey guys, you guys plan to do a firmware update? What's the deal? Here's the balance, right? Someone earlier said, I love House of Dragon on HBO Max with Dolby Vision. It looks awesome. And Classy says, well, some people are complaining the House of Dragon looks dark in Dolby Vision. It's not. Dolby Vision in its accurate mode on an LG is designed to be watched in a dark room, right? That's how it was graded, low average APL. You need, if you are in a bright room, you got to take your LG OLED or whatever, cinema home, Dolby Vision bright. You got to take it to the bright room mode. You cannot watch Dolby Vision dark in a bright room. Then it'll be dark. Why doesn't TCL have filmmaker mode? Well, it's kind of like, that's what they call warm, right? I don't know why they don't have filmmaker mode. Maybe because they're too lazy. Filmmaker mode is just turning off the processing, though. I mean, it's not hard to get into filmmaker mode. Put it into movie. Well, okay. So in a TCL R655 and most of the other ones, it would be dark HDR. And then I would have brightness on bright to brightness, brighter, so that I can get the specular highlights. But then your motion is my problem. With it off, there's too much stutter. With it low, there's too much motion interpolation. But you know, technically should have it off, and then your color is warm. That's it. That's your filmmaker mode. That's essentially filmmaker mode on all the TVs, by the way. Sony A95K Motion 2. I have it between 1 and 2. If I see there's a little bit too much stutter in 1, I do take it to 2, and I just leave it there. And I normally don't notice the soap opera effect, but I know that Classy does. He has it on 0, right? Oh, well, here we go. Here's a response. They're not part of the UHD Alliance. Maybe that's why they don't have filmmaker mode. It's like you have to join the UHD Alliance to be in filmmaker mode, because filmmaker mode is so inconsistent from company to company. So I don't know how joining the alliance would help them, but maybe they're thrown these white points to play with. Sony A95K Motion 2 Cinema Motion High. What would be the equivalent on the S95B? For me, it was 3. I have anti-jitter to 3 and motion blur to 9. Normally on the Samsung, I have motion blur at 9. So motion blur 8, 9, 10, I'm fine with that. And their anti-jitter, I have, hopefully someone took off this mega watching of exciting streaming. 2 or 3, depends on the model. S95B, I believe I have it at 3. That gets me away from stutter, but not into the realm of noticeable soap opera to me. So yeah, if you guys have an S95B, what is your preference? But on mine, it is a 3. But on my QN90A, it's at a 4 to 5. On the QN900B, it's at a 4 to 5 as well. It's a little bit higher on my Neo QLEDs. But I'm okay with a touch of soap. I cannot have a touch of stutter. I err on a touch of soap. And I know Classy errs on a touch of stutter. Oh, I see. The EH line. Thank you for following up, Steve. The EH has apparently released in China at the moment with 1600 plus nits, color spectrum above any current TV can achieve. So 1600 nits, I'm assuming peak brightness. Now, that was what was promised on the U8H on the box, right? Is also similarly 1600 nits. I wonder if it's supposed to be a superior TV, it should be the E9H, in my opinion. So I'm curious if this is not maybe the USA version, or the E8H is what Europe should be getting if it wants the U8H version. I know. I was too slow to click on it. Now I'm going to have to spend the rest of the stream with you guys. Will you be getting the Sennheiser Plus anytime soon? Rambling, you read my mind. I've been looking for its release date. I cannot find it. So the Sennheiser Ambient Plus, I really love that I can attach 4 subwoofers to it. And all the subwoofers are calibrated to the room through the Sennheiser Ambient Plus. I totally want to try it out, but there are no dates. It's not listed anywhere. I have not seen any promised release dates. I know it's supposed to be out in 2022. So as soon as it's out, I'll let you guys know. I'm calling Robert, making sure if he carries it, I'd love it. But any sound bar with 4 subwoofers that's calibrated to the room correction, I'm all over it. I want to try it out for sure. Wait, Sony did not drop Holland? What? I don't know. I'm not a TikTok guy. I'm so behind on the news. Oh, so FYI. So Corey gave us secret codes, right? And on these secret codes, if you enter it on either the Roku TV, TCL, or Roku sticks, you can disable Dolby Vision. And it's the same sequence on the streaming sticks. Thank you, Corey, for letting us know. And this is, again, this is so cool. I want to see if I can pop it up and share it again because I screen captured it. Thank you again, Corey, for that. Let me see if I can find it. I gotta find our screenshot. Like, where the heck did it go? You guys are awesome being patient with me. Thank you. Here, let me find it right now. And I think, is this it? Is this? Yes. Here it is. Found it. Boom. There it is. All right, let's share this. Thank you again, Corey. We're going to share what you shared with us. This is Corey's contribution today. I know you contribute a lot, but today it's especially special. So Corey has let us know, all you TCL Roku TV owners or Roku stick owners, this is how you disable Dolby Vision. So let's see it. Is it this? Here it is. There we go. Boom. Let me make sure. All right. To disable Dolby Vision on a Roku TV or on any Roku stick, press the home button 5 times, rewind, pause, fast forward, pause, rewind. Isn't that like totally a gaming cheat code? I love it. So yes, guys, there it is. Those of you who caught it, now you know. You share with your friends, right? Thanks again, Corey. You're awesome.
All right, so I'm finishing SDR real quick.
Oh, wait. So yes, so Sammie's sharing with us. He's finishing the SDR real quick.
Recording the settings, and then I'm going to fix HDR real quick. And
Okay.
then that one's done.
Oh, so you're only 10 minutes away from finishing HDR? You're almost done with SDR? Oh, how does it look in SDR so far?
I mean, it took away a lot of the color push that was there.
So there was some color oversaturation, right?
Yeah, so whoever did it, and I don't know how you, I'm not sure how you felt about the image, but they didn't do CMS. So I left CMS as is. They basically did a 2-point and a 20-point, but they only did like 18 or 19 of the 20 points. They didn't do 5%, and they may or may not have done 100%.
Okay.
So what I did is, just to correct it, to get rid of that push, I turned off the 20-point and I fixed the 2-point, which is going to give it a new white point.
Perfect.
So technically, you still have both calibrations.
Oh.
You would have to effectively change the 2-point back to what it was, and then just turn on 20-point, and you're back to the old one.
So I wasn't impressed by the old one due to it just felt too contrasty luminance. So I'd probably stick with what you did because we're going to see the improvement anyway. But yes, thank you, Sammie.
And then I did notice that it is crushing black. So I'm going to fix that after I do the white point on HDR.
Great.
I'm just going to go through and lower it down because it is too dark.
Yes, that's what I thought. Okay, and that's why it looks so contrasty in some of those scenes. Okay.
So I'd say probably about another 15 minutes or so.
Another 15 minutes, and we will be done with the Q900B, and we'll have Sammie on to discuss what his comparisons with U8H so far is with the Q900B. Now, Q900B, for those who don't know, is Samsung's flagship TV this year. It's an 8K. It has all their magic sauce. It has the most dimming zones. It's got the highest processor, highest level processor. It's technically 8K, but really I got it because it has the most sophisticated processing. I love its upscaling of low bitrate content. So let's see. Oh, so here's the detail, guys, for those of you concerned about Sony dropping Tom Holland. Technically, they didn't drop Tom Holland, but Sony did not renew Tom Holland's contract. So question, how long is the contract? If it ends this year, that's essentially dropping him. If it ends in 10 years, I'm good. So Classy, let's ask Mrs. Classy. I'm sure she knows, when does his contract expire? Because that is everything, right? It's in the air, but seems they're going in a different direction. What? Tom Holland doesn't want to make billions of dollars being Spider-Man forever. At some point, even Iron Man, he's like, "Oh, I'm so sick of being Iron Man," right? He made a lot of money, but at the end, Mr. Downey's like, "Okay, I'm good. I'm ready to die. Kill me now," right? Tom Holland's already there apparently, and it's probably Tom Holland and not Sony. I think Tom Holland's young. He doesn't want to be typecasted as Spider-Man his whole life. Sometimes you are, right? Like we know, I think it was Harrison Ford. He did not want to be typecasted as Han Solo. He just said, look, Han Solo has limited range. I want to try other things. So I understand. I guess because Tom Holland's Spider-Man has this very juvenile, fun, smart, childish, right? But how do you mature that? Maybe it takes the character into a direction people don't want. Maybe they want to capture him and keep him in that stage of his life forever, because a 45-year-old Tom Holland is not going to act like an 18-year-old, right? So how far do you want to continue that? I think actually Iron Man, his maturity, you can go from 45 to 65 and maintain that same maturity. You can't take a 16-year-old Spider-Man, take him to 35. There's too much change, because people want the Spider-Man that's a juvenile. That's kind of like always been his wisecrack personality. But I thought it was interesting, though. Yeah, let's find out when the expiration is. Mozart, this question, my friend, it is a question I have asked Stacy forever. Hey, FOMO Classy, any idea when the Spears and Munsell, the new disc, might be out? I heard they were trying to make it all fit into the UHD. And it's more than that as well. There's just authoring and just getting everyone on the same page. It's been in its final draft form forever. It's just, there's a lot of, I don't want to call it bureaucracy. Believe me when I say Stacy Spears wants this out yesterday, and it's been out, but it's taking a long time, a lot longer than he expected. The pandemic definitely put everything on the burner, because the people that were supposed to do the work were not available. They were too busy. Then suddenly they were really busy. So the answer is it'll be ready when it's ready, and it's out of Stacy's control. He wants it to be out tomorrow, but everyone else has to be on the same page, and he cannot tell us when those people will fulfill their commitments. So it'll be out when it is out. My original expectation was midsummer. Well, that came and gone, and now we're hoping for maybe a holiday release. It may end up being next spring. So yes, it'll be out when it is out. In the meantime, Classy and I get these, sneak peek digital files from Stacy. Hey, look at this. Check this out. Like, Stacy, you're killing me. I love this stuff, but I want it all in a disc. And yes, nearly done, right? We can only hope. We can only hope, Classy. Okay, so this goes to us talking about Dolby Vision comparisons, version 2.8. That's only watch Dolby Vision, the latest one. Was it 4.0? We're not going to compare 2.8. We're going to compare the latest Dolby Vision when those movies are graded in the highest, most recent mastered version of Dolby Vision, because the different versions of Dolby Vision have different levels of sophistication and the ability to grade it, fine-tune it. If we're going to do a fair comparison, give Dolby Vision a fighting chance of making a stake in this. Look, we are better than HDR10. They will use the most current version of any recently mastered movies in the most recent version of Dolby Vision. Now, I don't know what they are. Classy and I will have to look into that. But if you guys do, let us know what movies are graded in the most recent version of Dolby Vision. Hey, let's see here. LS, your name, that's terrible. El Wipo. I've got a TCL 55-inch R635 that I've used the ratings settings on. With the Roku expert app settings, yes, that's the app that allows you to calibrate the 2 point, 11 point, whatever that strange point is. Looks great. Blacks are black. Is the R655 worse than the R635? You know what? I think my black levels, it appears to be slightly more lifted than R635. R646, definitely deeper blacks, but definitely more blooming. I like the 655 because blooming is easily the best I've ever seen. A match, well, better than the QN90A. The black bars, on the other hand, slightly more lifted than the 46 and possibly even the 635. So, and it could be different sizes. One of our viewers here had a 75-inch and perfect blacks. So if you're getting 65-inch or 55-inch, this may vary. Oh no, Classy's on the edge. I wanted to do my 22 TV awards, but now should I wait for the LG QNED90? If it was the 85 Classy, I say don't wait, right? That's a budget TV. We already know its shortcomings, but the QNED90 with 1,000 dimming zones or around there, 900, 1,000, 1,100, whatever, that's twice as many dimming zones as the U8H. It's next generation LG mini LED processing. We're going to have to wait. And it's like close to $2,000, right? It's in the same price point as the QN90B. We cannot say best TV unless the QNED90 is available. And does it fix the white leakage? That's another thing. The light leakage on the 85 is on the 90. That could be a deal breaker. That alone, maybe, you know what? But we need to know. Like, I can't do my words either. Now that I know it's out in October, which is only a few weeks away, we might as well just wait. CJ, you nailed it. This is something that Classy and I have observed on Sony TVs too. The She-Hulk in Dolby Vision on the Sony A90J Disney app looks brighter in Dolby Vision Dark than in Dolby Vision Bright. Watching the same episode in Dolby Vision Dark on the Apple TV 4K, Dolby Vision Bright looks brighter than dark. Different DV profiles. What do we talk about? It's up to the TV. It's up to the TV's designer, engineer who is matching Dolby Vision processing on that TV. It's all over the place. There is no consistency from model to model on Sony TVs. None at all. So spot on. I think this is something that Classy mentioned when he was doing his Dolby Vision. And this is why we gave up. At one point, like, you know what? We are not going to review Dolby Vision if literally different TV models from TV to TV, year to year, changes how they profile, how they tone map and decode Dolby Vision. It's unacceptable. So what's the point? And just to add a little detail, Classy reminds us, Apple TV doesn't do Dolby Vision 4.0. The built-in apps should. And so that's something to think about, right? You guys who are Dolby Vision fans, you need to know this. If you're going to say you love Dolby Vision, get the best Dolby Vision you can, because that makes a difference on your LG, right? Because LG is up to date on these things. Sony might not be, but LG should be. We're back on Tom Holland. Disney needs to bite the bullet, fork out the cash, and get Spider-Man under the MCU umbrella. Thank you, Christopher. Yeah, I think, and not necessarily Tom Holland per se. You're right. I think because Spider-Man is currently Sony, right? So Spider-Man is owned by Sony, and so yeah. If Disney Disney could sign Tom Holland, right? Disney. Maybe that's why it's expiring. Sony is letting Tom Holland. So here's my theory. Thank you for bringing this up, CMS. Sony's letting Tom Holland expire so that Disney could pick up Tom Holland and bring Sony MCU, and then they could tell Tom Holland what to do and not ask permission of Sony to use Tom Holland, right? Right? How's that theory sound? Oh, I am behind. I got caught up with these guys. Oh, all right. Hey, Corey. I've always enjoyed my TCLs for gaming. I always thought it was something they focused on. I don't know. I'm not enough of a serious gamer to render an opinion. I just like gaming. So unless it's really bad, I'm not going to sit there. I mean, I try to help you guys out really because I know you guys are type A about these things, but it's such a moving target. So I think we're talking gaming chips. Let me get caught up here. And I do see your super chat, CMS. I just want to make sure there's anything interesting I want to catch first. Hey, Michael. Thanks for dropping by, buddy. Here we go. This is it. So forget the contract not expiring, whatever. The end result is, we're back to Tom Holland. Classy, or rather Mrs. Classy, is providing the details. Tom Holland is not going to be on any more Spider-Man movies unless Disney makes the deal. As far as Sony produced Spider-Man movies, no more Tom Holland. If Disney steps in, picks up Tom Holland, picks up the Spider-Man franchise, yes, that's a possibility. But for now, no more Tom Holland. I think we can put this to rest now. Thank you, Mrs. Classy, for that detail, because I know you, Mr. Classy, do not care. Wait, maybe I shouldn't say it so loud, or you'll be in the doghouse tonight. Oh, Corey's getting customer service calls. CMS is saying, Corey, I tried to use that ridiculous sequence, but it didn't work on the original 4K stick. How far back does this go? Oh, you guys crack me up. Yeah, come on, troubleshoot. Help a guy out here, right? How could I disable Dolby Vision on my Roku stick? How far back does that sequence go? Okay, I think I missed context on that, so I'm gonna have to catch up there. Here we go. Question from CMS. What was your final suggestion on a Blu-ray player? I was looking at the Sony as well. I really want the Panasonic, but Sony's half the price. This is what you're paying for in the Panasonic, and this is why I have the Panasonic. Automatic Dolby Vision ID. If it sees Dolby Vision, boom, it activates Dolby Vision processing. On all the Sonys, you have to manually start Dolby Vision, and if you put in a disc that has no Dolby Vision, you have to turn it off. Otherwise, it stays on and screws up your color. Panasonic automatically recognizes Dolby Vision and HDR10 Plus, and they have more settings you could play with. But if you only watch HDR10, the image quality is the same. However, I do like the control on the Panasonic better because I'm able to go frame to frame easily and slow motion. I have different slow motion levels. Sony, I can do frame to frame, I believe. I forgot now, it's been a while, but it is cheaper. But I just don't like going back. I forget, did I turn on Dolby Vision or did I enable it? So really, that's what you're paying for, is the convenience. The image quality on HDR10 or Dolby Vision is identical. And if HDR10 Plus is important to you, only Panasonic has it, and the Revive. So hopefully that was helpful. If not, let me know. All right, let's get to your super chat, CMS, since you've been so patient. Thank you for the marathon and the knowledge. You're welcome. You, Classy, and Sammie are a dream team of info. Yes, well, mostly Classy and Sammie. I take their information, I try to repackage it for you guys. I appreciate everything you guys do and engaging with all of us. Hey, we enjoy being here. What else are we doing on a Friday evening, it looks like? All right. So let me get caught up with all you guys. Michael, the TCL app isn't working properly for me. Anyone else have trouble? Hey, Michael, they just updated the app for Apple iPhone, just so you know. So if you don't have the new app, take it off or delete it from your iPhone and then reload it. The new app actually loaded on my iPhone. So that's an FYI. If you Android, I don't know. I can't help you there. But I do know they recently updated, like literally 3 days ago, Roku updated the iOS Roku app, and it no longer freezes at the start, right, at the splash screen, which it used to do. Does TCL make their own SoCs? I'm pretty sure they do. You know what? I don't know. MediaTek appears to make everybody's SoC to me, but you're right. Maybe CSOT TCL has their own SoC, but if they do, they should sell it because they need to compete with MediaTek, right? I doubt they only make it for themselves. I really think they should also sell it to other people. But I've never heard of a CSOT SoC. Doesn't mean it's not out there. Going backwards here. Anyone who asks whether a Hisense U8 issue flaw will be patched, assume it will never be patched and move on. That way it saves you heartache if it never patches. TV makers have no promise of patching anything. Just assume that, assume the worst. And if they patch it, great, but you didn't, you're not out the money, right? So buy it after they patch it. Don't buy it before and then on faith assume they'll patch anything. Generally, that's what we tell everyone. Wait, there's a local dimming bug on the R655. No. So, sir asks, hey, FOMO, does your R655 have the local dimming bug or does it work well? It works so good. It is better. It is the only TV that has better local dimming than the QN98, with the exception that the black bars are slightly raised. That's it. But if it's full screen, blows away. Well, I don't want to say blow away. In scenes where the QN98 struggles with local dimming because it's so good already, the only TV that doesn't struggle would be the R655. And the U8H comes so close to R655. Both the U8H and the R655 are a match for the QN98 in most scenes, and in some scenes they actually do better. So this is something that I never expected from TCL and Hisense, but the R655 does have the slightly raised blacks, and I'm sure they can fix that next year. Now that they know, right? We told them. TCL knows it. Hopefully that's something that, or hey, maybe it's a firmware update. But local dimming bugs, I have not heard an issue in the R655. If there is a bug, it's probably a panel lottery. It's just a bad TV, right? I did not have that, but also make sure you have the right setting. Its contrast needs to be on high. They don't call it local dimming. They call it like a contrast, dynamic contrast, or whatever. That's their version of local dimming. So if you're looking for the word local dimming on your TV, it's not on the R655. You have to take your dynamic contrast to maximum, and that's your local dimming. All right. Hopefully I'm caught up. Good question, Corey. Corey asks, if Hisense and TCL both use the same MediaTek chip, what's the TCL doing to keep the full 4K 120 resolution and Hisense isn't? Could be a software/firmware issue. Maybe they are behind in the times and it's just a matter of their engineering team. As Classy said, maybe the engineering team just need to update the firmware, or maybe they won't. So sometimes it's on the software team or firmware team to do these fixes if they have the time. Ah, yes, TCL's AIPQ processor. Yep, that's their response to Sony's XR processor. My only interaction with the AIPQ was their app, their calibration app, which did nothing for me. I barely saw any change. So TCL's calibration app didn't do anything, didn't improve, didn't make it worse. So maybe it was already good to begin with. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of these self-calibrating apps. It's just too hard to get right. Here's something I never noticed. We're talking Panasonic Blu-ray player. The UB820 is so slow that on the Sony, it boots up faster. And well, there you go. The UB820 software is so full-featured that its chipset cannot keep up, right? The UB820 has all those settings and, optimizer, all these crazy things you could do. Well, that takes time to load up. And you're right. Whereas the Sony, bare bones. look, you're going to manually go in there and turn on Dolby Vision. Well, the more things you do manually, the less software overhead you have. That makes sense. So yeah, it's like you said, well, if I can manually do it faster, then I'll just do it. Some people don't know that it's Dolby Vision or not. So maybe that's why, right? They don't want to look at the disc. It's dark. Oh my God, I can turn the light. Is this Dolby Vision or isn't it? Which version do I have? Maybe that could be the reason. That's my reason. It's so dark. I do not want to what is this? Is this Dolby Vision?
Did I leave the remote for the Hisense over there?
Yes, over here. Sorry about that. Yeah, ask me. I brought it over here. All right. How's the Q900B doing?
Now we're gonna do the TCL.
Oh, it's done. How's the HDR peak bright? So we're done with the Q900B. Let me update. How was its peak brightness? It's supposed to be super bright. So the rumor.
did not actually measure that.
Oh, okay.
I can plug in my thing back in.
No, that's all right.
Okay.
Because it's real content counts anyway. But do it for the TCL
Yeah, I'll measure on TCL.
for sure. So we're moving on to the TCL now.
So I'm not sure how you get your source back on. I plugged it back in.
Oh, don't worry about it. Yeah, it's because I have to hit the home. Yeah, it ties in part 2.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I know. It's just a series of clicks. All right, Sammie is as if I'm doing anything. Sammie is now on the R655. And oh wait, let me get you my calibration app real quick. Hopefully it's still working. Second. Okay, so we're using my Android phone because at the time the Roku on my iOS was not working, so we'll try it on the Android. And we're going to use Roku's remote control app, which is the only way you can calibrate TCL Roku TVs is to use their special sauce app. And what does it look like? Well, let's see. Here it is. This is the app. And now my phone's just slow. It's just waiting for the app to load. What's taking it so long? It's frozen on the screen. Do I have to re-upload the app again? Oh, I might have to use my iPhone now. Craziness. Oh, here it is. All right, let's add a TV here. For everyone who just joined us, I am loading my Roku app so that Sammie can calibrate the TCL 6 series. Oh, this TV's on. Oh. This is just not a smooth experience at all, Roku. All right, here we go. One of them works. Android is working now. All right,
It didn't work on iOS.
It froze at a different spot, but this one is working. So here it is, connected, and here you are. All your recent channels are tapped away. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's see. So this is the TCL.
I have it for remote. The options, start. The crazy thing was I have is that the right one? Yeah, I have another. Because I know they have one that's called IPQ. It's on this one. Because I checked it. And I saw it actually. Actual. I'm sure it's on the right. Yep. Because I just shared it. Because I have another TV. So I'm sure it's not that one. Oh, use system for expert picture settings. Okay, so I have to click that. Oh, you have to enter into HDMI. There you go. And, okay, so it's right there. Expert picture settings. There we go. Okay. Oh, look, let me show the gang what this looks like. Okay, gang, we finally got the app working. So this is it. And you have to have a signal running through HDMI. So we will see how good this is. Yell and scream, Sammie, if it doesn't work out. All right. We're hoping for the best. Okay. Roku app is working. It has to be on the same Wi-Fi as your TV. And you have to have an HDMI signal running through it for it to even turn on. It won't. I just have to have it. That's just how it is. Okay. All right. So, sir, the QNED 90 2021 model had low contrast, very low. Blacks looked like gray. So native contrast, this is what Class was saying. You have to ignore native contrast unless you have local dimming turned off and you're using it like a TV without local dimming, right? So that's why native contrast have very little effect. Now, if you're gaming and your local dimming is off, then yeah, your gaming is not going to be very good. This is why people complain. You shouldn't be gaming on a mini LED TV because then local contrast or flow rate local dimming zones are off. You should game on an OLED because it will always have perfect contrast and you always have great HDR. Gaming on a LCD TV with local dimming, you will always have issues. It's just, there's no way around it. You're going to have ghosting. You have all these issues related to local dimming zones and how quickly they respond to the speed of the frame rates. I mean, it all affects it. And VRR, mentioned that. But the LG has full local dimming performance in game mode. And that's why people get the LG QNED for gaming, right? All right, strictly movies. This is me. Thank you, Reggie, because this is how I normally approach it. Strictly for content, streaming, movies, HDR, SDR, R655, or the U8H. I would choose the U8H because motion settings, I can fine tune it better than the R655. And the U8H has slightly deeper blacks. Both of them have excellent local dimming. Both of them have excellent tone mapping. U8H just has that extra, well, deep blacks and motion. Those two, for me, same price. I go with the U8H, and I prefer Google TV, more settings to play with. R655, very limited settings and troubleshooting. And well, unless you have the app. Even with the app, I cannot change the motion. So if you are sensitive to motion, you like playing with motion, get the U8H. But streaming, internal streaming, I haven't tested them. I cannot say one has better internal streaming apps than the other. But since the U8H is Google TV, then you can defer to the Google TV version of the app. If you think it's great, better than Roku, that can make a difference for you. So yeah, but I would choose the U8H right now. U8H it is for gaming. So that was the conclusion. I had a complete opposite conclusion, but hey, you know what? Everyone has a different use case. So why did you conclude that U8H is for gaming? Like, I'm not going to use it for gaming, so let me know, OC Games. Why are you choosing U8H for gaming? Or was that just tongue-in-cheek, right? Funny man. And CMS wants to let everyone know, hey, honestly, I have the U8H in my bedroom. I would not purchase it for gaming or as my primary TV. Okay, a lot of people yell at me for this. I call it a budget TV, and I don't know how many times I get the response, it's $1,000. How can $1,000 be a budget TV? It's all relative. It's all context, right? When we review TVs, we're looking at OLEDs, that MSRP above 2,000. And then by Black Friday, we hope it's 1,600. So 1,600 is the cut rate lowest we'll pay for a TV, because anything lower, it compromises image quality. So when you have a TV at 1,000, to me, that's a budget TV, because I normally don't go below 1,600 when making a recommendation unless it's an amazing sale. $1,000 that performs like an $1,800 QN90B, that's a budget, right? You're going from $1,800, you're saving $800 more often than not to the $1,000. But many of you think budget is $400, $500. I cannot get that level of performance even close with what we have for the U8H or the R655. So primary TV. So I'm assuming CMS doesn't want a budget TV as his primary TV. He wants something like maybe a G2, A95K. Share with us, Christopher CMS, or Christoph CMS, share with us, what would you use for your primary TV? We want to know. Hey, thank you for that super chat, Jordan's channel. Jordan's channel, what is on your channel? What is the best gaming TV of 2022? Well, mine's will differ. If you watch KG's channel, it is the Sony A95K, or it could be the C2 or G2, right? LG G2, because it's more accurate, because HGIG works so well. It just depends on your priorities. You cannot go wrong with A95K, S95B, or LG G2. What is your priority? But I believe in the lead for best gaming TV is either G2 or A95K. I think Class C is a fan of the G2 because of accuracy, and KG is a fan of the A95K. Oh, I think Class C, wouldn't you choose the A95K? Oh, no, wait. G2, there you go. G2 is the 77-inch, but I believe the 65-inch KG would choose the A95K, right? If I watched his video correctly that he put out recently. I'm happy with any OLED TV that's from Sony or LG. A80J, A90J, the A95K, A90K, all the Sony OLEDs from 2021 on, I think is great for gaming, but the C2, C1, G2, G1, they also do very well for gaming. What is your priority? If you watch Classie's and KG's videos, they will discuss it and match your use case. Are you a PC gamer? If you're a PC gamer, go with the G2. If you're primarily console gaming, I think the A95K is phenomenal for console gaming, PS5, or the, isn't it funny? The PS5 got these recent updates, but it doesn't work on the Sony TVs. Like, what's up with that? What is it? 1440p? 1440p at a higher frame rate, and it doesn't work on the Sony, but it works on the other TVs. That's crazy. Which TV under $1,000 is recommended for PS5 gaming? I would recommend the 55-inch LG C1 at $999. Is that under $1,000 enough for you? 65-inch, 55-inch makes a big difference. If you're okay with a 55-inch, get the LG C1. I believe it was $999 from summer until now. It keeps on dropping like that, but you should be able to get the C1 at the 55-inch for $999, or the 48-inch for $900 even, right? Less than $900. And TCL R655, Samsung Q85A, Sony X90K, all 65-inch are around $1,000. Yes, they are. I have my issues with the 90K because of the DSE. It possibly worse than the R655. So You guys are going to, at the $1,000 mark is when DSE appears on all the TVs, by the way. So to be fair to all of them or unfair to all of them, check your panels. We have an argument. No way is the R655 better than a U8H for gaming. No way, Jose. But Jose says U8H has half resolution 4K 120. Does that make a difference? Not if you never play in 4K 120, right? If you're locked in a 4K 60, hey, what does it matter? Oh, here we go. KG, you're not here, but we're going to argue on your behalf. Classy says, no, KG will always pick the S95B for gaming. Most would, but anyone that wants accuracy, it's the G2 or A95K would be best for gaming. There we go. Hear that, KG? S95. Well, and for the price, S95B, it is a great gaming TV for $2,000, no doubt. And I agree with Chris. If you haven't decided yet, wait for Black Friday, and you're going to see all these OLED TVs drop a couple $100s. Yep. Yes, sir, Auden. I'd love to see you guys review the TCL C935, which is the 8 series in the USA, but unfortunately, it's not yet available in North America. I know, and they announced the 8 series back at CES 2022. Still not a peep, but then again, they didn't say anything about the 6 series, and then suddenly it was out. So hopefully that happens with the 8 series. And Classy has reviewed both. OC Games, the U8H is terrible for gaming. All right, trying to get caught up here. Hey, D-Bash, haven't seen you in a while. I got so lucky with my QN88A. No dirty screen. 88A, which TV is this, my friend? I love it. Did you say it doesn't have 4K 120 hertz for gaming in 2022? It has 4K 120, but it's half resolution, like the Sony X900H. It's going to be less clear, right? The resolution, it's cheating to get to 4K 120. It is not the full 4K, it's the 120. And that's what he said. And terrible posterization. I forgot to mention that. Ah, you're from Canada. I forgot, D-Batch. Updated 85A in Canada. Yeah, I thought the QN85A, okay, the 85B definitely is good. When I saw the 85A, off angle, off the bloom was a little bit worse, but on angle, bright, phenomenal. I don't think you could go wrong with that either. I think off angle, the IPS is where it really hurts it. Oh, we were crushing your dreams when he found out the U8H 4K 120 is half resolution. Bro, why are you crushing my dreams? That TV looked perfect for me and my PC console setup. Convex, think about it. It's $1,000. There is no way you're going to get a perfect gaming TV for $1,000. Come on, that's too perfect. Something's got to be wrong. Even at $2,000, perfection is difficult. You're going to have to pony up for the C2. The C2, and you're going to have close to perfect PC console setup. Seriously. More dimming. We love more dimming zones. So the QN88A in Canada, that's their updated version in Canada, has more dimming zones, 70-watt speakers. Yes, Samsung TVs need louder speakers, man. My 900B is softer than either the U8H or the R655. Both of those TVs go a little bit louder than the 900B. It definitely needs a soundbar. I guess because it's so thin. The 70-watt speakers and 4 HDMI 2.1 ports. Yes, that's a good gaming TV. I love it. Yeah, that's the problem with last year's and this year's. There's some off-angle blooming, but on angle, nailed it. Super bright, super contrasty and saturated colors. I like it. All right. If you guys are wondering, we are calibrating the TCL down below. Sir Auden, FOMO and Classy, did you guys know anything about when we can expect to see the new MediaTek Pentatonic? Okay, so that chip is out. The question is whether, one, which TV makers are incorporating it and when they will release it. Is it going to be a 2023 model? So even though the MediaTek chip has been announced, we're assuming it's for sale. I don't know. Maybe we are not let into the secret handshake society between the TV makers and the suppliers. But we know it's out, it's available. Whether or not the TVs will be incorporating it this year for 2023 remains to be seen. We thought this would be incorporated for 2022 TVs. It was not. So maybe it'll be in 2023. Remember, it's limited by the chip supply. Whatever foundry is making it for MediaTek, if they don't have enough capacity and they put off MediaTek until 2024, then the TV makers won't have access to this chip until then. So we really don't know. I will ask TCL at CES 2023, or MediaTek is often at CES. I will ask them if they're allowed to share with us if any TV makers have it for 2023. But right now, we just don't know. No one shares these things with us until we actually get the TVs. But precision detail is already on the LG C2 G2. Okay, so OC Games still hasn't decided. U7G or U8H for gaming, if I had to choose one. Oh, dude, the U8H is so much better than the U7G. If you are a serious gamer, I mean, the U8H is so much better than the U7G for content watching. I couldn't choose the U7G unless that's all you do is gaming. And even then, U8H, it's like you're wasting its special powers if you're using it for gaming. It hurts. Does the TCL R655 have native 4K 120? I believe it does. Half res is the U8H. Classy, did you test it on the TCL? I thought the TCL was full res 4K 120, and the U8H was half res. Okay. And for those wondering, the 144 hertz feature being promoted by TCL on the R655, Classy tested it. The answer is no bueno. 144 hertz does not work. Although the TV is capable of it on the hardware side, it's going to need some firmware updates to get it to work. Just FYI for you PC gamers out there, they need to push 144 hertz. Do the LG panels have pink tint? C2 77-inch. Panel lottery, Preston. Panels will have pink tint at various sizes from LG and Sony. It's just whether you win the lottery. The 77s have less incidence of pink tints than the 65, but again, panel lottery doesn't mean that all 77s don't. But Dwayne Davis has calibrated a bunch of 65s and 77s, and he noticed more of the pink tints on the 65. It's like a magenta bias, especially in the darker scenes. You really see it. Like my G2 has it, so, but I only see it in certain dark scenes, not everything. So no, it doesn't bother me too much. But the fact that it's there, what are you gonna do? Hang on, 144 hertz. Let's see. Let's talk about the 77-inch QD OLED. How many of you out there are waiting for 77-inch QD OLED? I am, so I can make the recommendation. 77-inch is too big for my room. As you guys can see, I can barely fit 3 65-inch TVs in here. Adding a 77 means I have no space for anything else. But many of you want that 77-inch, and it's coming next year. The question is, will Sony carry it? Will Samsung carry it? Who will carry the 77-inch QD OLED? And whether or not it has a pentonic chip is a whole other question. This is a great question. Sarah Alden. Wait, FOMO. I just remembered. R655 has 144 hertz hardware support, but no MediaTek chip supports that aside from pentonic. How is that possible?
Can you?
Oh, did it die? Yeah.
It's been a long day. Okay. All right. You are so right. I also got my own pin to my other phone. Okay. Oh, and how is that working out though? How is that app, Sammie? You've been on it for a few minutes now.
Well, no, I stepped away for a minute and I was going through the main television
Uh-huh.
settings to see what I could change in there, and then it just locked on me.
Yeah, there's not much you could do on the main television other than the picture profile, like HDR dark, I think is their most accurate HDR mode. And then the brightness levels and what they call dynamic contrast.
High contrast.
Yeah, high contrast. That's their local dimming. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, they don't even call it local dimming. Okay. Sir Alden, I just remembered something. R655 is 144 support, but no MediaTek SoC supports that. I saw from Pentonic. How is this possible? And so this is the theory. Maybe TCL makes their own chip that specific supports 144. But as you can see, the 144 support is not happening when Classy tried to test it. So who knows, right? Maybe this is where the issue is. Maybe it's going to take a few months, years of firmware updates to get this to work. Maybe this is the internal support on the TCL's own chipset, right? TCL makes their own chips as well, just like Samsung makes their own chip. That's why they can support 144 hertz without having to go to MediaTek. Here's a good question for me. FOMO. Thank you, Asaf. What is your favorite OLED TV? Right now, it is the A95K. For many reasons, you guys all know. But I really like the A95K. Hey, MacGyver Mac. Do you see the pink tint in the low light areas where there's shadow? That's when the only time I see it. I noticed that right away. But when in a normal bright scene above 100 nits, I don't see it. It's when it's below 1 nit, let's say at 1 nit and below, right? The shadow detail is when it appears on my TV. And I have the G2. Oh yeah, here's something about the R655 that I think is important. I like it a lot. The TCL R655, the eARC is not shared by the 2.1 ports. So you have two 2.1 ports. None of them have eARC. These are the 48 gigabit per second ports. And then the eARC is on the 2.0 ports. So that allows you to have two dedicated gaming ports without having to conflict with an eARC plug. So there you go. I think it's good. Some people don't like it, but that's because they want to use their AVR to send a 4K 120 signal into their eARC, into the eARC port, which I don't recommend. If you're gaming, you should separate it, because now you rely on your AVR to properly pass all the signal between your source and your TV. I don't like the AVR in between, being the in-betweener. You're asking too much of the AVR. And in the UK, thanks, Sarah Alden, for this. When Vicento tried to test the 144 hertz on the C835, which is their 6 series, R655 equivalent, he also said it was not working on the TCL. So TCL is aware of it and is working on a firmware to fix that. It's not easy to fix these things, guys. You saw how long it took Sony, right? So if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, oh well. It's not like you bought the TCL because of 144. I hope you didn't. And OC Games brings up a good point that, this is how I feel about it. When we all talk about gaming TVs, isn't that like for online gaming mostly, like Call of Duty? Most games don't use 120 hertz. So I guess, are you a PC gamer or are you a console gamer, right? PC gamers want to push as high of a frame rate as possible. So 120 being the highest a TV can get, they would want to push their TVs to 120, have VRR working, and then be at 120 all the time. Now, if you're a console,
that rarely happens with exception of some games. And so you're happy with 4K 60. So it depends on, are you a high performance console gamer with certain titles? You need that VRR up to 120, or you're okay with 60 because it's better than 30. It depends on the gamer and what you use your TV for. And if you are that much of a high performance, low latency, high frame rate gamer, you should be looking at an LG, an expensive LG or an expensive Sony OLED anyway, because those TVs with their OLED technology can actually keep up with the low latency, high frame rate requirements, right? So, but a lot of people want it all. They want $1,000 TV with 120 hertz 120 frame rate at $1,000 and local dimming working, and not have to worry about OLED burn-in, right? You want so much. Console gamers. Well, PS5 and Xbox, I think PS5 has a slightly lower bar of performance than Series X. Series X is all about the specs. I feel that PS5 is all about the image quality, whether it's at 30 frame rates or 60. They just want to give you a beautiful image. It feels like Series X is chasing more motion resolution, just more fancy things, right? Dolby Vision gaming, stuff like that. I feel that PS5 looks good on more TVs, mostly because you're not stressed out about all those features you have to look at. Series X feels like fewer TVs are a match for it because of all its unique properties that, well, only this TVs work well with Series X. But ultimately, if it's the same game, the same title, and you play on either one, I think it will both look great on the same TV. But it's just Series X. It feels like there's a lot of that type A personality that needs to check those boxes. And if your TV doesn't have it, it just, seeing that empty box not checked, it's not a good feeling. We have a Series X fan. Series X kicks butt. I like the Series X. I use it for a lot of my testing because it's easy for me to get to the settings. But I like PS5 as well. All right. So we are, if you guys, let me update my banner. We are on the R655. Why is it not running through? In case you guys are wondering, what are you guys? There we are. So we are calibrating the R655 right now. We are done with the Q900B on top. Oh, yeah. Well, I remember the password now. So. No problem. Just call it. There. I'm sitting on this ergonomic stool right now. Is the U8H true 10-bit or 8-bit plus FRC? I believe most TVs, if not all of them, are 8-bit FRCs right now, right? Just because indistinguishable between true 10-bit and 8-bit FRC, and it's cheaper to do 8-bit FRC. Can anyone definitively say what TVs in 2022 are true native 10-bit? I don't know. I cannot answer that. And I think Ratings has stopped tracking that, right? Because they could not tell the difference. It doesn't make a difference at all. So I don't even think Ratings looks for this anymore either. But what are you guys' thoughts on 10-bit versus 8-bit plus FRC? Yes, U8H, it is a win-win. I like it. This is clearly in the lead for my best $1,000 TV, and very much close to my editor's choice right now. For $1,000, it's just so good. Is Classy at FOMO's? No, Classy is in Ohio. I'm here in Southern California, but Sammie is here. He's over there calibrating. Classy is the East Coast kind of guy. hey, this is interesting. So the C935, which is the 8 series out in the UK, he wants to buy the C935, but there's no review of the TV, and there's very little information about it. So first question, is Vincent planning to review it? I would hope so, right? So if he doesn't have it yet, it's possible that there's not enough of it out there. I'm shocked that TCL would not give it to Vincent to review it, mostly because it would be great press for them. It is their flagship Halo product. Is it really out, right? So I guess if you could buy it, then it's out. I would love to see how the 935 does as well, with just over 1,000 dimming zones, possibly 2,000 nits of peak brightness and all that great stuff, and maybe Google TV. This sounds like the dream TV that we've all been waiting for from TCL. Ah, yes, the posture is. I sent it to my Twitter. Okay, let me look up the posturization pics. 1 second. Oh, here we go. Okay, so here is image 1 of posturization as shared by Classy in his test. Let's see. There it is. Okay. You guys see that? So that is the posturization. Let me give it a full screen treatment. Okay, so the TV on the left is the Hisense. As you can see, there's these weird colors, and the resolution looks like it's, I mean, there's colors, and the colors around here is probably where the posturization is happening. So that's one image. The TV on the right is the Sony A95K. So that's your reference. Clearly, that's the best you're going to get. And on the left is the U8H. Now, let me get the other one up for you. There you go. Is that it? Okay, this is the second one. On the left, again, you have a lot of this different banding that is not smooth at all. And on the right is the A95K. So there's a lot visible banding here in this image. And that's what we're talking about. The TCL isn't as bad. So does this change your decision about the U8H gaming? And this is on the Series X, right? I think so. Oh, we're talking about dithering. Change the topic. Let me take this off. Okay, so 8-bit plus FRC will have a more visible dithering, and gradients are not as smooth. So this is the thing. And again, I haven't checked it. I don't check it. Ratings has, and they used a microscope, and they couldn't tell the difference. So I don't know. It definitely probably is content dependent, but ratings at the end concluded that since they couldn't tell the difference, they don't want to waste time getting people caught up on it because it shouldn't make a difference when buying a TV. However, D-Batch, if you are using content specifically calling out the differences, maybe certain gaming content, that's something else. So yeah, that I don't know. I think ratings conclusion though is the content they had, they were unable to distinguish the difference. I want the pretty colors. I don't care about the frame rate. I grew up with Nintendo. Okay. If you're playing a Nintendo Switch and you're, hey, the issue again is that what you saw, the posturization will affect Nintendo as well. That's just for whatever reason. So, but you know what? Test it. OC Games, plug in your Nintendo Switch, and if it looks perfect, then maybe not. Maybe it's unique to HDR only. Because Classy didn't test it with the Nintendo Switch. So, you know. All right. U8H is the winner, Jay. Update for you, phone. I got two. Wow. 75-inch R655 TVs. Both of them are broken. Ouch. First box is much. Oh, yeah. I saw that. You sent me that picture on Twitter, right? First box was much larger, and then the first TV was 2 pounds heavier than the second TV they sent me. Something's off. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is it two completely different TVs? And it wouldn't surprise me if they had two different cases, right? So the insides might be the same, but the casing, oh, we have this left over. Let's put this on this case. Maybe the bigger TV was on an older case, and then the smaller TV is the new case where they could actually press everything together. So the older, bigger case, there's a lot of empty space inside the TV. That's my theory. So, but I guess it doesn't matter because they're both broken, right? What happened? Did they get broken in shipment, or was it a panel lottery issue, like just bad DSE? But that kind of sucks, man. I hope you got a Best Buy so you can have an easy time returning it. Oh, here we go. This is great. Getting back on the Dolby Vision content. Groovier, thank you for this. Hey, FOMO, I just found out that Dolby Labs is creating a Dolby Vision derived SDR format, more licensing fees for SDR, and it's a new format. There are sources that explain it, and I can send it. What do you think about it? Okay. It's my theory purely, and I know what they're doing. You're taking an SDR Rec 709 signal that has maybe 200 nits. You're lowering the blacks, right? The black level is now going down to deep black, and you're pushing the top a little bit higher, giving it an artificial clip. When you do this, suddenly it looks like HDR. So it's like reverse tone mapping. Tone mapping is compressing super bright highlights and bring everything inside the limits of a TV. What I guess this derived SDR format is doing is it's creating an expanded SDR to make SDR look more like HDR. Specifically on the low end, where it's not normally black, they're going to make it black, right? Pull that down. And then on the top end, where it's fully color gradient, the brightest colors, let's say above a certain nit count, they're going to make it, or raise everything up, make it brighter, stretch the highlights on top. That's my guess. It probably will look different, won't be accurate, but it may look pleasant because it's dynamic range. You're stretching darker, brighter. Similarly, it looks like it has more contrast. And that's my guess. I bet you that's what they're doing, because I do that. DaVinci Resolve. I look at an image. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna lower the blacks a bit. Hey, that looks great. Oh, wow, it looks kind of like HDR. That's what you can do with SDR, right? So yeah, that's most likely what they're gonna do. Lower the black, lower the luminance floor, increase the height, and then suddenly it looks kind of good. And Classy will be finishing up his U8H review tonight. Should be up in the morning, and I will show posterization and banding issues in more detail. Yes, he will make his point known. The U8H is not a great gaming TV. And that's it. If it's important to you guys, gotta watch his video, man. Okay, so here's a response. So the C935, otherwise known as the TCL U8 series, the TCL 8 series in the US, that might be coming, might not. Vincent said he might do the review, but not before IFA. The IFA is done. Where's the review? North America is blessed with reviewers. You're blessed with a large population of bored people. That's what we're blessed with. But yes, if the 8 series were here, we'd have hundreds of reviews already, right? But I'm excited. I really am, to see what TCL can do when it has 1,000 dimming zones. It had 1,000 dimming, or it had a lot of dimming zones, I think 800 with the first 8 series, and it was super bright, but things fell apart. Black crush, oversaturation. I know firmware updates made it better, but this one is that next generation 8 series that, just like they did with the 6 series on the 655, let's see what we can do with the 8 series with 1,000 dimming zones. I'm excited, definitely. Yes, we're going to demo on the quantization pattern so that you guys can see what the posterization looks like, the banding on the U8H compared to the other fine TVs. We're going to compare it to the Sony A95K, everyone's reference TV this year, when it comes to cinema, reference cinema, and compare it to the Q90A, the TCL right there that we're calibrating, as well as the U8H and QN900B. I am tired of heavy TVs too, Preston. Seriously. It is so easy lifting the S95B or the C2. I mean, I am so into these light TVs. Agreed. And those of you who are getting different size U8Hs on your swap, let us know. Jay is having this issue. First TV he received, the U8H, had dead pixels, swapped it. Next one, just a black screen. And panel lottery, QC, right? Quality control. Wait, that's why I was 2 pounds lighter. I didn't have a stand, Jay. I have to say, I do like the stand on the Hisense. It was very easy to install. Just 2 screws, boom, boom, you're in. Yeah, I was telling Sammie about my Pro Art OLED RGB. But I don't know, by the time he's done, I think he'll be very tired. I think he's ready to go out to dinner. Hey, Sammie, what are your dinner plans?
I haven't decided yet.
Well, if you're not doing anything, we can go out to dinner after this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take you out because, I'm local. We can go eat some good Asian noodle soup.
Okay.
Just tell me what your food allergies are. I'm quite the foodie around here.
I have no allergies.
Ah, excellent. All right.
For anything.
Do you like Vietnamese pho noodles?
Yeah, I haven't had it for a while.
Oh, then you'll love this place. They have these giant beef ribs, and I'll take you to this place just down the street. It's pretty good. Pretty good. And it's near the freeway, so when you're done, you can hop on. Where you going? Where are you heading out after this? Where are you going to spend the night? What city?
Here.
Oh, Orange County?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm gonna stay here.
Easy.
And Saturday, I'm going to go hang out with Matt. And then Sunday, I have to go back down to San Diego, and I have a few calibrations to take care of down there.
Oh, so you'll be here all weekend, right? You've been here, since when?
Since Thursday.
So Sammie's been here since Thursday. He'll be here the weekend, spend some time with the Magician. We need to get classy, moving to Orange County or Hollywood, Southern California. Speaking of moving, Sir Arden says, FOMO, can you move to Europe for a few days, review the C935, then go home? One day may be worthwhile, just as part of my vacation, right? Do a little live stream in Europe. Stalk Vincent for a bit. I love it. Vincent breaks my heart. Not Vincent, Jack. We're talking Vizio. Vizio breaks my heart. I used to like Vizio when they first came out. Seems like they got complacent. No, Jack. It's actually a business model problem. So if you guys love Vizio, you want to hear this. It's not that Vizio got complacent. They realized you cannot make money selling high-end TVs, right? High-end TVs require hardware. It requires everything, right? It's going to be out of the box, perfect. I mean, there are so many layers to selling a $1,500 TV. It's not enough that you put the specs. They actually have to work. And all of that requires QC, a lot of workmanship, and you make money only once. You sell the TV, whatever your margin is, that's it. You're done. That's not a great way to make money, especially if people buy TVs once every 5 years. However, what if you have advertising on your TV and people buy up your cheap TVs? They don't care how good it is because they could only afford a $300 Vizio. And you keep on making money every day because advertisers are paying you 10 cents every day. Thousands of people watching, right? Per million eyeballs, it all adds up, which leads us to today. Vizio is like, wait, our ad platform makes more money than any TVs we've ever sold, ever. Why are we selling high-end TVs again? Simple as that. And this is why Samsung, LG, Sony, everyone else is getting on the Vizio bandwagon. So although we laugh at Vizio, I know I do, for their quality control and their specs and their performance, they're making money. They're making money on cheap TVs with a lot of advertising, but because it's cheap, people don't complain. When a TV is expensive, ironically, you don't want advertising, but once a TV maker sells that TV once, they're not going to make money on it again. They're still going to stick it with advertising. They want to continue getting that residual revenue, right? So the thing is, Vizio's new business model is sell the bare minimum TV that people expect, meaning, is it good enough for 70% of the people? Not even 80. If 70% of the people, or even 60, for $300 or $400. They look at this Vizio. Oh, it's good enough for me. That's it. That's all we need to do. Nothing else. Put the rest of our money into the ad platform and let's take it from there. And then their highest end, currently this new M series with a few extra features, the reality is that TV will not make any money for them as a TV, but as an ad platform, will make a whole lot of money for them. So once Vizio realized that, they got smart. So it's not complacency, it's very intentional. Their last great TV was, or great TV, their last TV with great specs was the P Quantum X. What happened? Completely fell apart. It required way too much work to get it perfect. And it was way too expensive. And they're like, wait, what are we doing again? This P Quantum X, we put so much money into it, and it still had blooming issues. It just fell apart, and it was still over $1,500, right? That didn't make sense to Vizio. So also Vizio has new owners. Vizio is not an independent company. It is partially owned by one of the largest Chinese conglomerates. They're in there to make money. They're not there to sell amazing TVs, right? So now that you know the objective of Vizio is just to make money, high-end TVs, the margins are slim, doesn't make a lot of money, but ads do. And Vizio's in the ad business. So yeah, if you get a Vizio, you're going to be served amazing ads. Dolby Vision questions. Thank you, Groovier, for this. Hey, FOMO, thank you for answering. Awesome channel. Also, do you know if Dolby Vision Gaming is still using dynamic metadata? It cannot, unless it's a cutscene, because dynamic metadata requires processing. And if you add processing, what happens to the image? You get introduced latency and you cannot have high frame rates. I doubt Dolby Vision Gaming will be in actual gaming content. It will be most likely in the cutscenes. So you have Dolby Vision scenes, right? But in actual gaming, even on an OLED, dynamic metadata requires dynamic tone mapping. That adds a lot of processing, and you're not going to get 120 frame rates with that. Why, right? Doesn't make sense. So I believe Dolby Vision Gaming is going to be static metadata, which is very similar to HDR10, except Dolby Vision style, whatever that ends up being. And so Dolby Vision Gaming is going to be nothing more than HDR10 gaming with slightly different colors. That's the only way to do it if you want to keep your frame rates high without adding extra layers of Dolby Vision decoding. Because dynamic metadata, every page you're decoding, right? So, no bueno. I'm so desperate for C935 reviews. I went to a Chinese website and used Google Translate. Hey, you know what? I do that too. When there are no reviews, what's left, right? It's like, oh, I love it. You're my kind of guy, sir. Hey, don't take Classy to the West Coast. Leave Classy on the East Coast. Thank you very much. People need him on that side of the coast too. You're right. And on the East Coast is also Dwayne Davis. He's also there. North Carolina, I think, right? South Carolina, one of the Carolinas. And yes, if you need calibration on the East Coast, Classy is between Chicago and New York. Somewhere, Ohio, Chicago, New York, Great Lakes area. He's all there. Detroit, he'll go. All right. And how's the TCL doing, Sammie?
So this app is awful.
This app is awful. So TCL, if you're listening, my calibrator is saying this app is awful. I'm gonna have to quote that. Why is it awful, Sammie? Let's give our viewers some insight why this app is awful.
Okay. So when you go in to adjust the white balance, you only have 11 points, which is fine. It's, you get what you get. But the values that you see are like, I'm not sure if you guys can see that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's like 100%, 90%, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
You have red, green, and blue.
Okay.
If you go in to adjust it, it's just a plus or a minus. You don't know what the scale is. So I can just keep clicking on, give it positive or negative. and I'm not going to see any change. So what I did is decide to say, okay, I'm just going to do minus 200.
So it could be from 0 to 1,000, and you're still at 5.
Yeah, you have no idea where you need to be.
How high do I have to go?
So I went minus 200 on red, and it made it align. But then it's like, okay, if that's the scale, if it's going by like 100, 200, 300, I tried to do 100 and like something 20 on positive blue to try to raise it some. And all of a sudden 100 blue shoots it up to like a delta error of 26.
so they're not even matching each other.
Yeah.
Okay, TCL, you're hearing this? And I know the TCL reps, they kind of they're perusing, they're lurking. So I'll make sure to DM the TCL rep who's perusing. That's nuts. So you guys hear that? It's not properly calibrated to itself.
Yeah, so like I don't know what values that I need to give it. So I'm just at this point I'm randomly trying different scales to see if the adjustment's going to be made.
Right. Is it linear? Is it logarithmic? Is it between 1 and 100 or 1 in a million? Oh, that is too funny. TCL, you're killing me here. And so the conclusion, I guess, is the R646 of the U8H then. If you want to calibrate, yeah. So TCL, I'm going to shoot off a quick email to TCL corporate after this and let them know, because I know they don't know. I mean, they're not the ones who designed the software, but come on, right? 200 on the red barely pushes it, and then 150 on the blue. Yeah. It's as if they're mocking you, Sammie.
Yeah, this is gonna take a while.
Oh, and you thought Samsung was bad, right?
Yeah.
This has a whole new standard.
Yeah, this is pretty bad. This is probably the worst I've ever seen.
And Classy is saying this is like the TCL last year. The change needed to hit a target that was massive, but it caused tons of side effects. Yes, Sammie is trying to figure out if this app will help anything. And it offers, or it promises, granular color adjustments, but right now it's not granular. It takes giant steps. It's like the first electric vehicle where it's single pedal driving and you lift the pedal just a bit and the car just stops, right? There is no calibration, no fine tuning. First generation products. Jay says, I feel like Roku is meant for cheap TVs. Yeah, I think that's why they added the calibration feature, because as TCL kept on raising its prices, and people say, well, if I'm going to pay $1,500, like the C935, I'm going to pay $1,800 for this TCL. Well, I might as well get it calibrated, right? And Roku's like, oh, we're going to add calibration features to these things now. So it's kind of like you take a Prius that was designed to be a budget car. Next thing you know, you have a Prius SE with mag wheels and spoilers, but it's still a Prius. But then people are taking sharp turns on it, and they're complaining that it's not holding the G's. That's what's happening with the Roku, right? It was designed to be on cheap TV. Something you put it on these $2,000. Oh, well, this is not $2,000, but if it's on the 8 series, that will be close to $2,000. People will be calibrating $2,000 TVs. You're gonna have a problem. So yeah, well, I feel you, man. Can you use the IPQ app for white balance? No, you cannot, because a white balance needs to have a reference measure, and it's relying on your camera. Your camera has its own white balance. The sensor needs to be calibrated. There's too much can go wrong. This is why you have special tools for white balance, right? And Classy wants everyone to know, no matter how much you pay him, he's turning down TCL calibration requests because he's going to be there all day, and you're going to say, oh, this is awful. Like, Classy, give me my money back. I've been here 2 days. I'm not giving your money back. It looks the same.
Yeah, so like right now, I'm trying to go down the scale.
Right.
I had fixed 100. Now I'm trying to fix 90. When I go to fix 90, it takes red down to below to the point where I can't even see it. It's like
So the other colors are tracking when you change one thing, others are moving with it.
and that's how it normally works, but it's usually pretty linear, right?
Oh, it's not linear. I got it.
Yeah, so like at this point, normally you would say I'm going to go from 100, 95, 90, etc. You adjust one, it operates, pretty much within its own space.
Right.
It's going to affect everything down below, but it's not going to make massive changes. Now I dialed in 100, started working on 90. Now I'm at 115 blue, 105 green, and red is somewhere below 80. Like I can't even see.
So the red dropped. So by lowering the blue to where it should be, the red dropped too much now. And obviously, if you go to the red and raise it again, the blue is going to go through the roof, right?
Right.
Okay.
Honestly, it's like they pretty much should have just given you 2 points, and that's it. Like nothing else.
2 points, and that's it. That's all I need to tell TCL. Guys, we just want 2-point calibration. Whoever came up with this weird 11-point thing, lose. Because
I mean, I want more points. The more points they can give me,
if they could do it right.
work.
Here, tell the team, now that you've been struggling with it for a few minutes.
Unlock it again. I mean, it's overall it is inaccurate. You're better off using the normal picture mode with the warm color temperature. That will get you close. It'll still have some red push, but it's not going to be as severe as some of the other picture modes.
Okay. This is SDR.
Yeah, this is SDR.
SDR normal with warm. It's a slight red push.
Yeah, so I'm going to fix 100%. I'm going to see if I can take maybe 20 or 30 or one of the other points down below. But if that doesn't work, then I'm just going to fix 100%, or maybe one of the lower ends. I'm not sure yet. And then I'm going to go to HDR. But I want more points. Like if they can give me 22 points, 23 points, I would take it as long as it works.
As
it
long
needs to
as
work.
it works.
If they can't make it work, then just make it so that it is based off of 2 points instead of 11.
Okay. And there you go.
Because right now it's not really usable.
Hear that? Future calibrators of America, avoid TCL TVs.
Yeah, this would be my last one.
This is like the first calibration job of any calibrator. I got my first job as a TCL. He's like, I'm never going to calibrate again. My wife just left me. Oh my gosh. I love it. Yes, Jay, the U8H has been calibrated and it's actually pretty good. I mean, it's not perfect, but it has been calibrated and it's within 2% on average. So that's actually excellent for the U8H being what it is, right?
It's saying there's okay, so it just disconnected for some reason.
Oh, the app just disconnected from the Wi-Fi. Let's see. Oh.
It's back now. It's just
Now, yeah, we gotta wait till that one connects. It's supposed to be green. I'll switch it first. Okay. So the minute it turns green, it's connected. And
yes, going to
okay, so to add another layer of time wasted and delays, the app occasionally disconnects from the TV and from the Wi-Fi. You have to reconnect it, and hopefully the settings are saved. And once it's reconnected, it'll work, but it's not.
I just want to fix it.
I just want to come back in. I just want one more point. Double check if it's on the right Wi-Fi number. What? It's on the right Wi-Fi. Yep, correct Wi-Fi. so this is me looking at the TV. It's telling me the TV is off. Which, oh, you know what? Let me turn the app back. You have the remote? Yep. So let's go to home. Do that one up things. Uh-huh. Oh, here we go. We're connected. Okay. All right. Your settings. So let's go back to the Blu-ray, right? Yes. So yeah, this is like the worst thing. All right. Okay, guys, you got some details. So what's happened is the app disconnected from the TV. Even though the TV is on, the app is saying your TV is off. Please turn it on. And I'm like, wait, no, the TV is on. So I went to the home screen to kind of liven it up, I guess, make it sound alive. And then at that point, the app finally recognized the TV. Then I have to go back to HDMI 1 because the app needs that HDMI connection. You need to be in a port, HDMI 1, wherever your calibration system is. And at that point, everything's connected. So definitely this is for the patient man who loves their TCL and wants it calibrated. Of course, if you're not a calibrator, loves the app. It gives me extra hertz. Van Gool, it's actually twofold. I think they have the options in the app to get the pictures more accurate, but the options are not working. All the things on the app promises that if you adjust it, you can get the pictures more accurate. The problem is when you adjust it, nothing happens. So the app just needs to work as designed, right? And that's the issue. I think once they get the app working, getting the color with the TV up and running, and again, they're probably several firmware updates away from this happening, but at some point, you know, Sammie's going to get violent, and it's the end. Sometimes you just have to call it a day, right? So, but we're on the last TV, and it's the TCL. That's why we left it for last. If this was the first TV, we'll never finish TVs. Oh, TCL. You're breaking my heart, man. Oh, we're so close.
Yeah, that's why I left this one for last.
Yes.
Just because I didn't know how the app would work. I'm glad I did. So I'm going to work on one more point to see if I can balance it a little bit more. If so, then I'm going to move to HDR. And then,
well, hopefully HDR will be better. I don't know why it would be, but you never know. Maybe the HDR signal will liven things up, because I know that in the SDR side, TCL kind of didn't really care much. Okay, this is a very good question. Jay, uncalibrated, which TV would you recommend? That means out of the box, R655 or U8H. The U8H out of the box at its settings to low for HDR is closer to accurate than the R655. Generally speaking, panel lottery being what it is, it would be the U8H. R655, warm is too warm and normal is too cool, so there's nothing in between, and the app clearly is not working too well. So even with the app, you couldn't do it. The U8H out of the box, low is close, but you can also go into the calibration settings and calibrate it even closer to get it more color accurate. Right now, for all intents and purposes, the TCL leads to much frustration if you attempt to get it more accurate than what is out of the box if you use the app. No, I thought so too, right? Everything's connected. I think it's more of the app recognizing the TV because then the app has to ping on the network and the TV has to ping back. And I think unless you're in the home screen, it doesn't ping properly. I mean, who knows what's happening? And my TV is on Wi-Fi. That's the only way it will work. If it's on Ethernet, they want to be on the same Wi-Fi system on Ethernet for whatever reason, it doesn't recognize it. So yeah, definitely on the same Wi-Fi. All right, recommendation. I love recommendations. Do I recommend this? U6H or the TCL 5 series? Ah, man, you choose two TVs that I haven't seen yet. So the 5 series 2022, I don't believe is out yet. I think you might be looking at the 2021 model. So what you can do is look at reviews. If the reviews are older than 3 or 4 months, that is a 2021 model. The U6H has been recently out. I haven't seen it personally, so I can't tell you. But I know last year's 6H was beloved by many. I felt I didn't like it as much as many people did because the motion setting was just too stuttery for me. 60 hertz, no fine tuning. It was worse than the TCL. So I was not a fan, but it was the brightest of the least expensive TVs. So that was good. So if you wanted punchy and you like watching soap opera, that last year's 6H was fine. This year, I'm hoping the U6H gives me better granular motion control. I don't know if it's still 60 hertz panel or a 120. Oh, and last year was a 120 panel and it still was not good. So this year we'll see. I think last year was a 120 panel. Yeah, maybe the U6H this year will be a winner. The U7H I expect to be very good this year. And the 5 series, I don't think it's out yet. So we'll have to wait and see. How is the motion on the U8H? Very adjustable. So that means that I can make it as I need to. So I can match it to the Samsung's fine. I think the motion is great. It just depends on your setting. So if you have the settings right, then you'll like the motion. So there is a setting that I like. Now, I'm not as picky as Classy. He wants that setting that is absolutely no soap opera at all. But he's okay with just a touch of stutter. I cannot have that touch of stutter. I need it to be just a touch above the stutter, and the Sony does that really well. The U8H, you can get there at a 3 or so, I think. But in film mode for me, or the film setting, there's still too much stutter. I have to have it slightly above the film. But the question is, are there motion artifacts on the U8H? And I haven't tested that, so don't know. But the film motion is fine. Fast action sports motion remains to be seen. Well, actually, I did look at it. There is no artifacts. I think it's fine. Yeah, U8H is fine. Thank you. Advanced system settings, controlled by mobile apps, network access permissive. I'll make sure to do that if it happens again. Apparently it's working now, so I don't want to touch anything. But thank you. That's very insightful. So there is a setting. Thank you. On the TCL, you should set. This is the app, the Roku TV, to allow local area network access between Wi-Fi and LAN, which is good. Go to advanced system settings, controlled by mobile apps, network access. Okay, that's on the TV. I'll make sure that happens. Advanced settings, controlled by mobile apps, network access. Man, where do you discover this stuff? I wouldn't have even thought of that. I mean, permissive it's not even obvious to me. You recently bought the 75-inch U7G. Is it worth getting the U8H? If you're happy with the U7G, no, because you don't know what you don't know. If I have the U8H available, I would obviously get it because the U7G has 2 issues that bother me, and I would see it because I have OLED. One, it's an IPS panel, so it'll have blooming, that's obvious, and slightly lifted blacks, which the U7G, but the U7G overall on the VA panel, a 65-inch, was actually pretty good. Slightly lifted blacks, but it was even, very much like the R655. The U8H, though, is an entirely different beast. It is a tier higher, very much so. So you're paying for performance, brightness, blooming control, just everything on the U8H is a complete tier higher than the U7G, better than last year's U8G in many ways. So, but again, if you're happy with the U7G, you don't know what you don't know, hold on to it until it breaks. Then when you do upgrade, it might be the U9H or 10H or 8Z or whatever. Then you'll have an upgrade to remember. Good question, Classy. If you uninstall the app, will it lose the calibration or is it saved on the TV? I am hoping, I don't know, but because you have to log into your Roku account, so in order to use the app, I believe you have to have a Roku account. And I'm hoping they save it on your Roku account and not locally on your phone. So my assumption is, because I know that your watching preferences are saved on the Roku cloud because you have an account, possibly they save it on the TV on the cloud as well, specific to that TV. I'll have to ask TCL. I would rather not experiment just in case, but I don't think they save it locally on the app though. They probably save it on the cloud, because if your app disconnects or your phone is off, I would assume the TV has to have access to the cloud to those calibrations. The question is, do they hardwire it into the TV so the TV doesn't have to check? And if they do, hopefully it locks it in. I mean, there's so many questions like, what is the TV doing, right? I would hope they do the right thing and lock it in on the TV side. If they do that, then it's okay. But then if you lock it in and then you change it on the app, it has to ping and check. I don't know. This is why I'm not in software design. Too many if-thens. Do we have the confirmation that the Hisense U8H 75-inch panel is not IPS? Yes. You can blame Caleb if I am wrong, because this is from Caleb. Caleb Dennison, Digital Trends, confirmed with Hisense directly that all U8H sizes in the USA are VA panels. End of story. That's it. So if I'm wrong, let me know and I will reach to Caleb and say, you got me in trouble again. But yeah, Caleb was the one that reached out to Hisense, and you can check his Twitter account. That's where he confirmed it. Hey, MacGyver, your audience are tech nerds like myself. I know, that's why you're still here. It's crazy how geeky we are, right? I mean, it's Friday night. What are we doing here at Calibrating TVs? What do we know? All right, so it saves it to the TV, not the app or account. Boom, that's the right way to do it. It saves it to the TV. So until you change it, the TV's locked in, and hopefully don't reset anything, guys. If you paid a calibrator to spend 2 days at your house to calibrate your TCL, it probably would have been cheaper to buy the A95K and not calibrate it at all. Okay, recommendation, TCL 5 series or U6H 2012 model? I assume you mean 2022. Well, since I have not had a chance to see the 2022 U6H, nor do we have the TCL 5 series, we cannot say. But at that price, 5 series is good. U6H, who knows? Caleb also says gaming for the U8H is great, and apparently it doesn't do true 4K 120 and never mentions any visual issues either in game mode. So you guys have to remember, Caleb, you have to ask him to test specific things. If he's not looking for posterization, he doesn't know what he doesn't know, so he's not going to find it, right? So if Classy or I reached out to Caleb and I say, hey, Caleb, play this game. This is what I'm seeing. Do you see it too? And then he'll play it and he'll go, oh, you know what? I do see it. Now you have posterization. So a reviewer is limited to what he knows. Like, there are a lot of things I don't explore because I don't know to explore it. It doesn't mean it's not there. It's just I don't know, right? Same with Caleb. He may test it for gaming, but what if it's just, oh, it turns on? Or, hey, the box is checked, right? A lot of reviewers who are not hardcore gamers plug in the Series X. Oh, look, all the boxes are there. Great. They don't double check. Is it half resolution? You know, is there posterization? Could you fix it by changing the tone mapping? I mean, it takes hours. And this is why I do not review gaming for TVs anymore, because there are so many options. And then after I'm done, I have my conclusions. I get a call from Classy. Hey, you see the new firmware update? It changed everything. no, because my conclusions are irrelevant. Suddenly, my conclusions was, so last week, the new firmware update fixes everything or breaks everything, and I have to do it all over again. And I know Caleb is the same, as he wants to help as many of you as possible. But if he starts diving into the posturization, he's out there hammering on posturization. And then the next day, they fix it, but his video's up. What's he going to do? Put another video? You know what? That video, ignore it. Minute 5.5, when I talked about posturization, it's fixed. Ignore this, ignore that. The likelihood that would happen on normal streaming and movie watching is lower, unless you have a Samsung S95B. But for gaming, it's very likely things are constantly fixing and breaking. And other than a general overview, unless you run like a gaming TV channel that KG does, where he's constantly giving you guys updates. Okay, well, I checked the S95B again, and 3 weeks later, this is happening. Oh, I checked the S95B again, and 6 months later, this is happening. Guys, Caleb is returning the TV 3 weeks later. He doesn't keep these TVs. He tells everyone, look, I get this TV for a month or 30 days. It's gone. And if something changes after that, he doesn't, he can't help you. And so he doesn't want to go too deep because he knows those things might change. So hopefully that helps understanding where Caleb is coming from. And yes, I do hang out with Caleb. I know him very well. We go to CES. We talk on Twitter all the time. So I have no problems talking about Caleb. And yeah, you shouldn't be using $1,000 TV as a PC monitor. No, I don't think you should be using any TV as a PC monitor. Frankly, they're not designed to be a PC monitor. I mean, if it works for you, great, but that was not their design objective. So using a TV as a PC monitor is like using your Ferrari as an SUV. Hey, if it works for you, you add the wheels, great. But if it doesn't, don't blame Ferrari that you're taking it off road and it's just not working out. A TV is designed for a specific purpose. They may add a couple of features to help you out, give it some more versatility, but it was designed from the ground up to be a TV, right? So those who are trying to force it to be a monitor and it's not, don't be too disappointed. It's still a good TV. The best question. How does the U8H image compare to the image quality of my 98-inch TV? Dude, your 98-inch TV blows it away. I don't care about the image quality. 98-inch, get it into SDR, and suddenly you have a 98-inch projector that's better than any SDR projector because it's bright and it has deeper grays and it's great and all those great things, better contrast. You can't compare a 98-inch to a 65-inch U8H or even a 75-inch because the size immersion adds so much to it. Now, on a per pixel basis, the U8H is the better TV. But that's not why you paid extra for the 98-inch. You didn't pay for the better dimming zone control, for the deeper blacks. You paid for 98 inches. That's the premium. If you wanted the better dimming zones, the deeper blacks, the better processing, then you have to go smaller. The TCL 98-inch was specifically designed to get a price point down, but give you the largest image possible. Now it's a match. Now, I know in China, they launched a high-end, high mini LED quality 98-inch TCL. That's probably over $10,000, maybe 15. That's a completely different TV. That one is designed to go after the QN90A 98-inch. But the ones in the USA are a little bit lower end, mid-level maybe, and you're getting a 98-inch TV, and that's it, right? You're paying for the size. All right. Hey, thanks for caring. Do I have an IV hooked up? When did you last eat? When did I last drink water, my friend? So I'm a big fan of intermittent fasting. For those of you who are not familiar, intermittent fasting is you lower your calorie intake, but instead of averaging low calories every day, I eat moderately some days, and on other days, I eat very little, like maybe 200 calories, right? And that allows me to maintain my sugar levels because I'm at risk for type 2 diabetes. As many people get older, they are. And nothing has worked for me, meaning even if I go keto and I exercise a lot, my sugar levels were a bit high. But when I started intermittent fasting, gone. Suddenly my sugar levels are normal. So ever since that bit of experiment, I've been doing intermittent fasting, and it doesn't require exercise. That's the thing. So type 2 diabetes is mostly about your diet. Exercise helps. I still regularly exercise, but definitely back to the IV. If I had an IV hooked up, it would have no calories, right? And so that's why I chose today to do my intermittent fasting. It's because I would be here with you all and just drinking water. And I did have coffee this morning. Yeah, kind of wore off though, right? Okay.
So we're pretty much better off not using that.
Wait, the conclusion from Sammie is, after struggling with probably an hour of this, conclusion is probably better off not using the app. And why is that, Sammie?
Because you can.
Oh, yeah, come on. Because a lot of TCL fans who have it and may want to play with the app, what are they getting into if they're dabbling?
So if you decide to use it, you can really only touch about 2 points, maybe 3 max. And from messing around with them and measuring different ones and different combinations, I pretty much got a decent result going from 100 stimuli, so 100%, to 30 to 70. And it gave me a decently flat grayscale. But once you start going and looking at other measurements, you pretty much start clipping red. So as you go higher, past around, if you're going into like super white or peak white, red basically just falls off a cliff, which really shouldn't happen. And blue and green will continue to go up. So anything that is super white or over 100% stimulus is going to be pretty much cyan.
And I'm definitely going to share with the TCL reps on ABS forum who's been promoting this app, and he comes saying, hey guys, use this app, use this app and let me know what's wrong with it. I'm like, you know what?
Oh, and the CMS doesn't work at all.
CMS doesn't work at all.
Yeah.
Please, here's his email, contact him. And by the way, make sure you pay the man for his consulting fees. There's no way after all of this that Sammie's going to give you this free advice, because it's important you do your job, TCL. So I'm going to share with them your email, and please, that they gotta do this right, because clearly they put no effort into it.
Yeah, I mean, my actual real job is I'm a QA software engineer. Like if they give me,
there you go.
Yeah, if they give me
got the right guy.
If they give me access to like the actual app, and if I can, especially if I can send calls to it, like via Postman to like via API to see what it's actually supposed to be changing, like I could test it for them. And
you know what? In other words, they didn't have a software guy who did color. They had a guy program this. No idea of color calibration. He just threw out stuff.
Yeah, you could do one or the other. Like you could be a calibrator and be like, okay, boy, they'll obviously know it's not going to work. But then you could be like a QA guy, and it's like, okay, it's sending changes, but are these the right changes?
All right.
So CMS does not work.
They've been looking for you. I will make sure they know that. CMS does not work at all. So guys, don't even fiddle with that.
Don't bother with CMS.
And with the other stuff, treat like a 2 point.
Yeah, you could do like a 2 point. You could do like 100. You could do 30. You could do 70. You could do 30. Once you start going into like 80 and 90, trying to get those in betweens, you are going to spike one in like significantly. Yeah. And as you go up, as soon as you touch 100%, just so you know, you're pretty much going to have to drop red. As soon as you do that, you're going to clip red at anything super white and above.
So now that we're at best as it could be, given what we have, is it going to, which color is it pushing a little bit? Off
red.
Reference. Red. It's pushing a little red, which is fine. I'd rather it push
you'd rather push red than green, right?
And
I mean, ideally, you would rather it push blue, because blue is harder for us to see.
Yes.
But if it's going to push anything, as long as it's not green,
you're right. The pale faces. Yep.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit better than the warm setting right now, which is too red. So you basically kind of brought it down a little bit.
Yeah, brought it down a little bit, and basically you are at what is it? It's normal color or normal picture mode with warm color temperature. Because if you use movie picture mode, it's too red. It's pushing too much.
Okay, guys. So picture mode normal when watching just regular content, non-HDR content.
Yes.
Normal, not movie. Movie is just too red because now you layer movie and warm, and they're like, everyone looks bright red, right?
Yeah,
They're
so
all
you
flushing.
need to do normal, which is generally going to be a little bit more blue,
right?
And then make it warm, and it's going to give you a slight red push, and it's going to be gradual throughout the entire grayscale.
Okay, that's acceptable.
It's a lot easier to deal with that than
okay.
the exceptions.
All right, we are done with SDR. Thank you.
Yeah, can you unlock this one? I think it's the right one.
Yeah, this is all right. Moving on to HDR.
Yes.
But now you get a feel for this app and its limitations.
Yeah, I definitely understand its limitations.
All right, guys. Hopefully that was helpful for you all. So in SDR, if you guys don't calibrate or don't go to the settings, which we don't recommend you do, normal, warm, avoid movie mode for SDR because it will be way too red. And I think, Classy, that's kind of what you observed, right? One of the reasons why you don't like the Roku too much. Oh no, Classy is saying, warning, the warm is different with HDR too. So forget everything you learned in SDR. You have to relearn it again. And of course, longtime TCL fans are telling us they've always pushed red for years. And I found the R625 was one of the few ones that didn't push it, which felt like it was so accurate out of the box without calibration. So that was one of my favorites, the R620, the last 60 hertz TCL 6 series, easily one of my favorites out of the box. And of course, Data reversed it, movie mode with normal, right? So you get a little bit of red with normal cool. So at least one side is a little bit cooler to offset it. So Dada, why don't you compare movie mode normal or normal warm? Which one gives you that shift you like? And it could be panel lottery. Hey, Jay Neal, you're an old computer geek and FOMO knows what he's talking about. Hey, old school here. I used to have the floppy 5.5 inch PC XT. That was my first computer my dad brought home. And I was so happy with 16 colors, right? CGA, like, oh, good times, good times. I'm just geeking out with you guys. Hope you guys are enjoying it. It is going for a while, but I got to keep Sammie company. Come on. And if you guys are wondering, we are calibrating the last TV. This is the TCL 6 series. We've already calibrated and we will compare everything. So we're not just going to leave you in a lurch with these settings. After the 6 series is done, we will compare it to the 8 series, the QN900B, and the A95K. And so you guys can see the differences. And obviously this is YouTube. So, but at least you'll see the relative differences in their colors. You'll see which one's pushing more red than the other, and you'll see the relative luminance differences possibly. I'll try to change the exposure to emphasize any kind of blooming or contrast if I see it, right? If I don't see it, what are you gonna do? The grand finale. Yes, Mozart, thank you. I'm going to stick around for FOMO's grand finale. So the grand finale is actually comparing these TVs to what I think is the Q98 is still one of my favorite TVs of 2021. It was calibrated last year by John Reformato. I believe it was calibrated to a D65. So it may not be exactly the same white point, but it's close enough that you guys will look at it from not just color, right? We're not going to do a color thing because it is YouTube, but at least you guys could look at its luminance control and compare and see what happens after calibration. Nothing should happen, actually. Blooming control shouldn't change after calibration. But I do want to see my QN900B fixed because I had issues with it black crushing. The contrast was a bit too pushed. Color was a bit oversaturated, but I think it's good now. And this is a great point, And I need to reemphasize this for everyone. So we were talking about, hey, I think movie mode and normal temp is good for him, but then normal and warm, it's just too warm. We all see color differently. Some people are more sensitive to red than others, and that's completely fine, right? We all see different colors differently. Some are more sensitive to blue, green, whatever. And so the cool thing is everyone sees it differently. Our perception of color means that your setting may not be mine. So you could look at it and go, wow, that's a bit too cool. It's true, it is too cool to your eyes. And I'll look at it and go, wait, that's too warm. I'm also right. And that's why we have to set it to reference. Reference is what the movie is made. So we will both look at the same movie and go, oh, that's, he will say too warm, I will say too cool. But the TV will properly reflect that movie. So we'll both see the movie as it was intended, even with the way we see things, because the TV is at least matched to the movies. If you match the TVs to your preference, all the movies will be off because you've made the TV off. It's yes. And I have a lot of viewers who are colorblind and they just watch everything because it looks like it's black and white, but it doesn't matter to them, right? At the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. They buy these amazing TVs and they're colorblind, but they're looking at the luminance. They're very sensitive to luminance differences. All right, and Fruxmas comment, panel variation is a thing. Furthermore, once calibrated, the TVs should be really comparable. They will be. They're still within 3%, which is not bad. That means they're very close. And that's why I do it, so that they look as close to the source as possible. Javier, and this is the question we've all been asking. How long is this stream? It is as long as it takes for poor Sammie to calibrate the TCL. We've been at it since 11:30. No, not just the TCL. This is the last TV, and all the other TVs were fairly quick. We've had trouble with the TCL R655 because the app did not control to spec as we had hoped. It has limited control. It is very rough. It's not fine tuning at all, but we're able to get it a little bit more accurate, a little bit less warm. And as soon as he's done with HDR, he's working on HDR now. We're hoping maybe in the next 30 minutes he'll be done.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so less than 30 minutes, and then we can compare everything. And once we compare everything, I'll put in some content. We'll run Spears and Munsell. We'll run the posterization test. So those of you curious how the U8H compares in posterization, the little gradients spinning in the Spears and Munsell. We'll also run the entire Spears and Munsell at 1,000 and 2,000 luminance, just so you guys can see what it looks like at different luminances. And then, we'll run skin tones for fun from The Greatest Showman. And we'll also check out the black bars in The Greatest Showman, because that's pretty good for black bars as well. And specular highlights. And then that's it. We'll call it a day. And then I'm going to take Sammie out to dinner because we haven't eaten since he's been here. So yes. So maybe another hour if you guys are hanging around. How is the remote quality on the U8H? If you've had any other Hisense remotes, they're all the same. The remote is standard issue remote, nothing special. It has all the basic controls you need. You don't buy the U8H because of the remote. You actually buy it because of the audio. I am impressed by the audio. So of all my TVs here, the A95K has pretty decent audio, and the U8H goes low and loud. Lower than any of my TVs, and it gets very loud. I really like the U8H. It has a little 5-band equalizer to play with, right? But overall, it's pretty impressive, the package. And so they have to cut corners. Where do they cut corners? The remote is like some generic remote with Netflix, YouTube, Vudu, Hulu buttons. So nothing to write home about. Yes, Javier, highly recommended. The 75-inch U8H. People are saying great things. It actually is just a larger version, and it's a VA panel, and wow. I'm hoping quality control is good, but as you know, larger size, possible DSE, so keep that in mind. Are we going to perceptually match the white point to the A95K? We will probably not do it with the TCL, but what are your thoughts on that, Sammie? Are you going to perceptually match A95K?
Yeah, I mean, we can. Once we get them all on and showing the same picture.
All right.
See what we want to change. And that will be quick because
yeah, we can do it to faces.
We don't need to do any
So
any measurements for it.
So we'll do that at the end, throw up some faces, and we'll perceptually match it to the A95K. And now, just to warn you all, my camera is a camera with its limited ability to capture different technologies. Ooh. digital cameras, no matter how high end, by the time it gets to YouTube and to you guys, to us, it may look identical, all the white points. And then to you guys, oh my gosh, why is that so blue? Why is that so pink? Why is that so green? Because the way the sensor reads it and then displays it, it's hypersensitive to certain spectrum power distribution. LEDs being what they are, QD-OLEDs being what they are, the sensitivity of the sensor being what it is, it's going to present an image that is not what I see. So you'll have to listen to what we say, but we'll present it for you guys for fun. But we will tell you if indeed, it is pushing red or not. So definitely listen to what we say, and we'll tell you what we observe. Good question, Bubs. Where can I find the full calibration settings for the U8H SDR HMR? Where are they posted? They have not been posted yet. However, we talked about it in this stream, so you can always go back. On the bottom, you'll see U8H, right? So during the last 10% of the U8H calibration stream, for sure, Sammie did talk about it, but later he'll share with me the screenshots and I will put it up for you guys. But if you kind of fast scroll through YouTube, I did put up the settings up close on the U8H. And so if you kind of zoom in on your YouTube, you should be able to see those settings.
So
Wait, I got a face palm from Sammie as he's going to the HDR.
it uses the same white balance points. They're like global. So for instance, if I go to HDR picture mode and I go to HDR normal, the same 11-point white balance settings that I would have used in another picture mode are still here. If I go to dark, it's still the same ones. If I go to bright, it's still the same ones.
So you only get one balance. You only get one.
You get one, and it applies globally.
So here's the problem: you get one white balance you choose, and it applies globally, which is obviously an issue.
The only way you can fix it is you will have to go so. Warm is ideal if you're using normal.
Warm is ideal if you're using normal,
Yeah,
right?
So now I can't use normal. I can't use warm. I have to use something else. I have to use normal, and then fix it that way. I can't start with warm.
So you would write down to me when you're doing HDR. This is your picture mode and color mode, and that will get you the accurate setting because it's already been set globally on the other one for both SDR and HDR.
Correct. If we're for that color temperature, so there's not the color temperature is used across everything. So warm, if you adjust warm, it applies to SDR and HDR. If you adjust normal, it applies to SDR.
So in HDR, the picture mode that I thought was good was dark HDR. So that was what I would normally have because it gives also, I guess, the balance and stuff. So if you have in dark HDR, would it still be warm or would you be in normal now? Or you would go to normal, I guess.
So I have to go to normal.
Yeah. So go to normal because warm is already set for SDR.
Exactly.
All right. Oh, the workarounds. Oh, okay. Good question, Javier. Total Tech, Best Buy. You think I got a good deal from buying an open box 55-inch Vizio OLED for $44, let's just say $500, right? With tax at Best Buy, and you have Total Tech. Yes, the Total Tech is 2 years, and normally with the Vizio, if it lasts 2 years, it should last a little bit beyond that, hopefully. And I think the Vizio OLED is probably the best TV they've ever sold in terms of quality, hardware quality, just overall quality. All TVs have issues, but I found less incidents of issues with the Vizio OLED than any other Vizio. We're talking the Vizio P Quantum series, all that stuff. So you got the right Vizio TV, the best one, the OLED, and at say $500, that's a really good price for a bright OLED. And you have Total Tech, so you have 2 years of support, warranty. If I was you, I mean, it might be too late now, I would try to get the 4 or 5 year extended warranty with or without Total Tech. Because the thing is, if you let Total Tech expire, that's it. You got no support. Whereas if you got the prepaid warranty as part of that package, it doesn't matter if you have Total Tech or not, it's going to cover through the life of 4-year warranty. So for those of you considering open box, if Best Buy says, but you got Total Tech, say no. Throw in the 4-year warranty or whatever the max warranty is. I want that because I might not keep Total Tech next year, but I want the TV to be continued to be supported under warranty after I quit Total Tech. So that's something that I would, now it doesn't mean they'll do it, but something that you could at least throw out there for open box models. But yeah, I think it's a great deal. It's a great TV when it works. A jab at Vizio. And yeah, I know. Yeah, thank the heavens, all I have to worry about is HDR classy. It's hard enough working about HDR and tone mapping. I don't even want to talk about SDR. So yeah, this TCL will be optimized for HDR. We should have Sammie sign the TV so that when someone gets this, they go, it's the only TCL that's calibrated because no one else will put up with it. But you got to watch in HDR, HDMI 2. HDMI port 1 in HDR. That's it. Don't touch anything else. All right, question from Groover X13. Hey, FOMO and Classy, what's the difference between player-led Dolby Vision, which is the past, and TV display-led Dolby Vision? Does TCL R655 and U8H have TV or Dolby or display-led? Okay, so all the Dolby Vision TVs sold today that are above, let's say $500, right? These are the HDR TVs. If it's less than $500, don't worry about it because you shouldn't be watching HDR anyway. It's too dim. Dolby Vision doesn't look good on cheap TVs. Dolby Vision is for TVs that is capable of brighter. So we're going to keep it above $600. All TVs that are above $600 that have Dolby Vision are more likely than not TV LED. That means the TV has a chip on board that's doing the processing. Player LED is a problem because everything is done at the player level and then it gets to the TV doesn't do anything. It doesn't look good. There's never been a good looking player LED Dolby Vision TV. It has to be TV LED. So player LED, they call it low latency Dolby Vision, which I guess because the TV is not doing any processing, so it's low latency. But ultimately, the reason the Sonys could not convert via firmware from player LED to TV LED, the processor simply was not capable of it. It wasn't designed to also process Dolby Vision. That's why they shifted it to player LED, right? So player LED Dolby Vision is a step below because it takes the load off of the TV. The TV doesn't do the processing. That's basically the difference. So TV LED Dolby Vision is always better. That's just because you have a chip, a dedicated Dolby Vision processor, and that's going to be better. The image difference is player LED normally, unless there's a lot of heavy calibrating of the image, it's just too dim for whatever reason. So you want the TV LED, it's more accurate to the Dolby Vision source. And I think Sony was the only one that kept on doing player LED for the longest time, even though everyone else knows that it has to be TV LED. Sony never upgraded its chips to do it. And when they finally did, that was with the X900H, I think. That was the first generation of TV LED Dolby Vision from Sony. Oh my gosh. You have a fellow calibrator still working. Matt Ninjushin says he's still calibrating, Sammie. Feels your pain. But Ninjushin, at least you're not calibrating a TCL with a broken app. That's your TVs all work. And not yet. I will post it, Bubs. The calibration, the settings and the calibration details will be posted. But you can watch it now. If you scroll way back, and you'll see it. What is the difference between the Hisense A7 and the U7 series? So this is in the USA, so I don't know if it applies anywhere else in the world. Hisense U means their ULED. That is their highest end TV. That's the one with all their best technologies. They call it ULED. The A series is their entry level. It's a lower level TV. So A is mini, like anything that could be cut is cut in the A7. And the U7 has their good stuff. The U7 is the better TV, and it's going to be more expensive. Oh, hey, look who's joined us. Hey, Classy, welcome back, man. Are you done working?
Oh, on break, yeah.
Oh, well, glad to know that you're on break with us. All right. And Bubs, just letting you know, the out of the box and then the post calibration, they're close enough that you just need to play with the settings, right? And of course, we'll share the calibration points, but I think the U8H really is a good TV out of the box. I think playing with a few of the contrast settings and stuff, you're going to get an image you'd like without having to fiddle too much with any of the deep calibrator settings.
Yep. I just put up a video too earlier of like which modes and settings to use.
Oh yeah, great. There you go. That's what I love. You're doing the hard work, my friend.
So I think this is done. Like you can't really do too much.
Oh, wait. Come over, Sammie. Sammie is done or he just gave up, right? But basically, there's not much more he can do.
Yeah, there's not much you can do. Even using a different combination of
He
say
surrendered.
dark and like HDR dark and say warm, you can't fix it. Like it's just almost impossible to fix. Like you can dial in like 1 point, but then you get separation to the point where it's a visible error. Like you can actually see it go from fairly close white to like almost a tealish blue back to white, and it could be making as change of like minus, which because who knows what their change values are, but it could be like minus 70 and all of a sudden it's busted everywhere else. And there is a range, but it works really weird. So basically, if you ever want to know what the range is, if you hit say -9 and if you try to do like another 9, then it's not 100. Like you can't get that high. So you have to like play around. So like in CMS, for instance, you can go -50. If you try to go -51, you just can't input a 1. So the range for CMS is +50, -50, but it's like up to like 300 or something for white balance controls.
No rhyme or reason.
Yeah, not really.
And
Yeah, on the one that I was reviewing, I mean, there was with dark and HDR, it just could not reach like even luminance levels of the A95K. There was something being holding it back or whatever. So I just gave up on that. Just put it in normal, let it lift EOTF because that's what most people are going to do anyway. But
yeah, in honesty, you should probably be watching it in normal because that at least tracks ETOF fairly close. If you use like HDR dark, it doesn't really track. And then once
is it below the EOTF?
Yeah, it is. And then you get this little bump in the middle. Well, not even really the middle yet. It's probably like around 30%. It starts to show up, and it extends to about 50 or 60%, and then it has a shallow roll off into like clipping, or not clipping, but under tracking again.
So now, since we're adjusting everything, the difference between normal and dark HDR I noticed was the normal feels like it lifts everything a little bit.
But it actually tracks.
It
actually tracks EOTF. So if you use anything, it should be normal.
Okay.
It pretty much, if anyone uses anything on this television,
it should be normal.
It should be normal for SDR and HDR.
Okay.
You should use and
what about
normal and color temperature warm?
And the TV brightness, brighter, I found gave me more specular highlights. But if I put the TV brightness below that, then yeah, this TV, nothing is explained properly. But
yeah, the menu system leaves a lot to be desired.
But we'll do what we can. We'll get our best images out there, and then I'm just so disappointed.
I almost want to, and it won't happen because I'm not gonna buy one of these to test it. But I almost want to go into the service menu to see if you can actually fix it in the service menu. Because if you could fix it in the service menu, then the app is irrelevant. It doesn't really matter.
See, that's a good question, right? If they have if they have duplicate settings in the service menu, because this has to be saved on the TV,
Right.
and if they give you control directly on the TV, then well, there you go. I mean, this is just the UI, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would like to see if.
And then I just have to wait for Corey to come back with the secret codes to get into the service menu, because apparently he's the master of TCL's secret codes.
So I'm going to save this.
Okay.
And
and check
the
the peak. Yes, just to see. I'm just curious. Not like we're gonna experience it.
Actually need this anymore.
Oh, you know what that? Yeah. Well, not as if this was helpful. TCL. I'm gonna give you TCL. I'm gonna email you Sammie's email contact information, and he will help you fix the CMS and fix the color and calibration issues, because he is literally probably the only calibrator that's dived this deep, and his specialty is QC of these sort of things anyway. So, all right. No, we've moved on to 3D TVs. Is that it? No, 3D TVs are dead. Yes, they are. So
3D is not dead.
Oh, wait.
Projectors.
Projectors, you're right. But only JVC is truly supporting it. I think even the Sony 3D projectors is not.
Yeah.
I think you got to get a JVC if you're really into 3D, right?
See, and here's my plan. Like, I think I've narrowed it down. Instead of going like all out on an expensive projector, I think I want to go with like an NZ7 and just stick to SDR only, and then have a big OLED for all my HDR. And then all the 3D movies are SDR.
How large is your screen? NZ7? How big a screen?
Well, it depends when I move what I could fit, but I'm aiming for at least like a 135 cinescope or bigger.
I love it.
And then I don't have to worry about, HDR tone mapping and getting a processor and all that.
And I did the math on it. The 140-inch cinescope is equivalent. So you have a 140-inch, and then it fits into a 100-inch, I think, or 110-inch 16:9, right? Is that right, Sammie? 140 cinescope, and then when you put the sidebars, it drops to 110 16:9.
If it's 140, it will be.
That's what Display Wars is for. You put in all that.
100 or 98.
Yes, sir, 100. Right.
Because if you do 135 or 130, it's 96 inches.
Yeah. So this gives you that 100, 140, because 100 is kind of like the thing that you can compare TVs directly, right? So yeah, fun stuff, man. Hey, Corey, so I'm glad you're still here. The code I sent before is a type of service menu. Yeah, so find out the code to get into the app's hardwired settings on the TV, right? We need that code. Where is it saved on the TV so that future calibrators can just go directly in there and start playing with that, because this app thing is terrible. Good times. And we have someone here who's not a TV nerd, right? So if you just joined us on a Friday night at 6:30 here in California and 9:30 in the East Coast, Don, I'm not much of a TV nerd. My last TV was an LG passive 3D TV. I love my 3D Blu-rays, and I'm sorry if this is a stupid question, but does the U8H or the R655 do 3D? And I guess that goes to the answer. Unfortunately, no TVs do 3D right now. None of them. I think the last one was like years ago. I think it was probably, was it a Samsung or an LG OLED?
Yeah, I think it was the LG E6.
Yep, that's it. You can find one on eBay, but no, you have to go projector. And if you have a little bit of money saved up all this time, you might go with a NZ. Does the NZ7 do 3D?
Yes.
Right, NZ7 3D.
And then there's even the cheaper one than that. The was it like NP5 or something? Yeah. The bulb based one.
I recommend the bulb. Get the NP5, right? That will do the 3D as well. So JVC will do 3D. Great question. Hopefully you're okay with the projector. All right, we are
projection or 3D on projection is actually pretty good if it's a good 3D and you have good glasses, because you can get pretty much any glasses you want if you get good glasses.
Yeah.
It's a
Good glasses.
really good experience there.
I think because if the screen is large enough, you got good glasses. Now we're talking immersive because you sit close enough to the right content, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that definitely. I mean, it may make up the difference for lack of true HDR. You got 3D, you know, that's a different sense of immersion that you're not getting from an OLED, and you'll never get from an OLED because LG is not going to resurrect 3D under OLEDs.
I know I don't remember who it was that's been asking you to watch the Harry Potter movies, but I think it's Harry Potter 6 had very good 3D, not 3D that comes at you, but just depth to the image to make it look three-dimensional going away from you.
You know, I have to say, oh yeah, Sammie,
1537.
1537.
Yeah,
all right.
Once it ramps up, that's where it peaks up.
Peak brightness 1537. Okay, and that's a typical mini LED performance. Not disappointing, but not a reason to buy the TCL over the U8H for sure.
Yeah, the U8H, I think at 25% window, it was around 2000 nits.
Yeah.
Like I said, highlights throughout all scenes averaged around 100, 150, 200 nits more than the TCL. So.
And I noticed that real content as well. And it tracks EOTF better, obviously. We're getting issues all over the place. I can only imagine what it would look like on your Spears and Munsell.
Yeah, that's what I was saying on the last stream you were doing, where the TCL was crushing.
Or raised, you mean? The TCL was kind of raising the blacks? Or both?
No, the TCL was the one that was crushing in HDR dark. And then it was the Hisense that you thought was raising, but I mean, it was a little bit, but not a ton.
Right. Yeah, we figured it out on the Hisense. You kind of choose your poison. If you have the brights accurate, then it would raise it a little bit. If you get the darks accurate, then it would bring down. So, you know, choose your choice either way.
Yeah.
I think only a person calibrating the Hisense would be able to make that decision. Most of you won't. So
it's a good thing you didn't have him do anything with Dolby Vision on either, or he would have been here 3 more days.
No, like we agreed, right? Get yourself an A95K or an LG G2C2 and you're done with Dolby Vision. It's accurate, ready to go, out of the box. Hey, sir, Odin, thank you for hanging around, man. Loaded with questions today. Do you agree that TV manufacturers should have the same TV models for different regions instead of market segregation so we can have more reviews and more people to discuss it with? Yes, I do agree. I don't know why they have a different U8H there. I think partially is experimentation. They want to, like Australia, Hisense released certain TVs in Australia that I've never seen before and it looks great, blah, blah, blah. But they wanted to test the market. So the dual cell was out in Australia first, panned. Everyone hated it. And so they said, you know what? People hated it. Let's bring it to the USA. People here hated it. So I don't know. It didn't help anyone. Sometimes there's like the OLED released in Australia. People hated it. Released it in Europe. People hated it. And they learned their lesson. I don't think the Hisense OLED released in the US. So I really think it's sometimes to try out the market. Like the 98-inch for only $3,500 is released in Australia only. US doesn't get the 98-inch $3,500. But I'll tell you, if they released it here for $4,000, still at hotcakes all over Texas. Oh, are you done, Sammie?
Yeah.
All right. So what I'm going to do is Sammie's going to do a wrap up as he talks you guys through what he discovered between the U8H and the TCL, the strengths and weaknesses, his observations. I'm going to run them all through a splitter, and we'll start comparing images.
Did he just run a measurement on the 90A to see where it's currently at?
No.
What do you mean?
The 90A, I was just wondering if you checked it to see how it is.
He has a 900B?
Oh, yeah, I know the 900B was done. I just didn't know if the 90A was getting touched at all.
No. That one was supposedly already done. And
No
he's already
bueno.
happy with it, so
yes,
I was just going to leave that one as is. But I mean, overall, of everything that I worked on, the Sony calibrates very well. It's when it comes to Dolby Vision, it's much more accurate in regards to the CMS. So that's good, because with like an A90, I would have had to pump in a ton of luminance for all the color when I would do color. On this one, I barely had to touch it. In red, it wasn't super crazy. Like red's usually like the worst offender on Sony's,
Mhm.
and that really wasn't the case. Actually, for whatever reason, if I recall correctly, it was green.
Yeah, every one that I've seen and that I've seen from elsewhere, like red CMS is either 000 or maybe one click of one of the three spots. Like they fixed that oversaturation at the 100 range.
Yeah. So that lined up really nicely. The Hisense is actually out of all of these televisions, like if I were on a budget and I were going to get one, I would probably get the Hisense. It's actually pretty good. It calibrates pretty well. It wasn't. It was obviously it was inaccurate out of the box, but it wasn't offensive, right? It wasn't to the point where it's like I need to. I would be happy with it if I didn't know about calibration. After getting it calibrated, it's like the errors are like 1.4 to like 1.9. That's super low. Obviously, it's an LCD, so you're going to have issues with like near black. It's not going to be able to really handle it well, but that's what OLEDs are for.
Yep.
The Samsung, I don't like Samsung's UI. I don't like how they handle their menus. The funny thing is that like I had an S95B, and if the changes that everyone got all upset about were done earlier before I had sold mine, I would have kept it because it's not a bad television. It's just that I don't understand how they still have the same weird issues with their UI. I don't know. I don't like the limited amount of picture modes, but it looks like a Samsung. It calibrates well. That one was actually already calibrated, but it had like a kind of odd white point. So I didn't reset it. What I did is I turned off the 20 point on it and just readjusted it to a new white point within the 2-point menu. So that way he will effectively have two calibrations because I already have the settings for my 2 points. If he decides he ever wants to go back to the old calibration, all he has to do is pop in the old values for the 2 point and turn on 20 point, and he's back to where it was at. On that one, though, CMS was never done for SDR or HDR, so I left it as is. It wasn't awful. I think the max error for color was like 4.1, which is not bad. Though you can fix it, but you just have to be aware that you can cause posterization and banding with the Samsung menu if you go too crazy. Because I know sometimes people will say that something doesn't work, and to them it does work because it makes it an actual change. But it's like, no, if you actually have to go to negative 100, that does not work. That means it doesn't work. So same thing. It's just like any other Samsung. Personally, I wouldn't buy it, and not because of its being 8K or anything like that, but I saw more screen uniformity issues on that than I did the Hisense.
Yeah, that's what kind of been seeing on like even the 900B at the shootout was just unbearable for that price. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, at that price point, it should be much cleaner.
Are you gonna perceptually match the white?
Right now, what we're going to do is we're going to start up all of them and look at content, and then we're going to ideally perceptually match based on just a 2 point on each of them to the A95K if we feel that it needs it, because you don't need measurement equipment to do that.
Yep.
So, but overall, it wasn't bad. The TCL is my last TCL.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I did one once before for a friend, and I don't remember it being this bad, but I don't recall what the UI, the operating system was either. It definitely wasn't Roku.
Yeah, like the R646, just even getting it to D65 required like negative 35 blue gain or something. It was ridiculous. And then when I went into content, there was no blue in the skies anymore.
Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. Like you can make one small change, well, small,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden it wreaks havoc everywhere.
And on that menu, that was the Google system where 50 was the max. So it wasn't like what you were just doing where you're in the hundreds.
Yeah. Another thing I noticed, so I guess the two things that I did notice the most that I was kind of bothered with was with the Hisense. Number one, you can't select a menu option and have it like condense and be small. You always have that large menu on the left side of the screen. I don't like that. They need to make it so that it's just a very small menu option. And then the TCL, when it switches like the frame rate or like the hertz from like say 23,967 or 976 to 60, it goes to that middle screen where it's like that Roku. It's like, in this case, it's like red and like these little abstract triangles. It flashes to that screen before it actually goes back to the actual content. I don't understand why it does that. It's super strange. That was annoying.
So the TCL, is it in the HDR normal mode right now?
Yes, it should be.
So it's going to appear brighter on the camera because it's too bright. It's lifting EOTF.
TCL.
Yeah, on remote right there.
Yeah, it's in normal and it is with the TV brightness of brighter.
Yeah, and that TV brightness setting is universal with SDR and HDR. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, the Hisense and the Samsung look pretty close. The Sony looks reddish purple on camera, but that's the metamerism. All the QD OLEDs are going to have that push on them.
Yeah, I don't see that in person. And you probably see it more so, yeah, definitely on the left side or the right side with the clouds. What's funny is the Samsung and the Hisense look pretty much the same.
Yeah, that's how it looks
on
this end.
Yeah, and they don't look far from the Sony either. It probably does need a little bit more. Looks like it might need a little bit more green on them. But I would need to put up something that's white, like an actual test pattern. I'll probably use the FSI pattern. Use that first and then go to something with like a phase. Let me move my meters really quick.
I'll adjust it again. Yeah, do your thing. All right. What we did was there? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the TCL definitely looks like it's a touch brighter, right?
Yeah, you can definitely see more.
All right, so let's run through this quick. We're at 1,000 nit content, which is generally what most content's going to be now, whether you're streaming, whatever. If it's HDR, it's going to be 1,000 nits. And so this allows us to kind of compare it, relatively speaking. The white points will all be slightly different because of the different panel technologies you guys are going to see. So, but this will give you, relatively speaking, just brightness. So look more as the brightness difference than anything else.
Yep. See, with the 1,000 nit grade, they all should be exactly the same. And this is showing where the TCL is lifting.
Right. And generally speaking, the TCL looks like it's slightly pushing brightness a little harder than the rest, but without these TVs next to it, it's not noticeable, and it doesn't look unnatural either. They all actually look great.
Close.
Yeah, I mean, so a round of applause for Sammie. The A95K is on the bottom left, so let me change my banner so you guys can see that. And if you have any questions, go ahead and throw that out there. Yeah, never, ever, ever again. Okay, here we go. So if you just joined us, top right-hand corner, the very top one is the Samsung Q900B 8K TV. Right below that is the U8H, and then right in the middle is the TCL R655, and far left is the Sony A95K reference TV. And so we're trying to capture it so you guys can see that once calibrated, even though the TCL and the U8H are not reference level TVs, far from it, it actually looks pretty good.
Oh, and your 90A is not on, but you have it in
yeah, because my splitter is only 4-way.
Yeah. Well, you put 90A in the thing, so.
Well, I did, huh? Yeah, let me try that. Thanks for that. Yeah, off axis on the U8H is bad. So if you guys are getting the U8H off axis, definitely you lose color saturation, no doubt.
See, what's weird is for me, the R655 had worse off angle, but again, I was at 55-inch sizes.
And so you bring up a good point. I think at least 2 people with the 75-inch R655, they had no lifted blacks in their black bars. They thought it was awesome black bars, right? So that's just something. And here we have no black bars. The blacks are all great, by the way. So if I overexpose it, you guys can get a sense.
They're gray, you said?
Huh?
You said they're gray?
Yes, the black bars are a bit lifted on the R655, but there's no black bars here. So if I kind of max expose it for you guys here, you guys have a sense. There we go. That should do it. So I'm overexposing so you guys can see the black levels, and TCL does push that black a little bit on some of those things.
Yeah, and that's what's one of the unfortunate things about it is that because you cannot control like the grayscale, because like if you don't have luminous controls or gamma controls,
Right.
then you can manipulate the gamma and basically how gamma tracks using your grayscale using green because it's a natural luminant, but not being able to actually utilize the controls effectively, kind of screwed.
So I was going to stop right here.
Yeah, Sammie, do you see that ghost line above the top of the pen like I saw on the one that I had on the TCL? Like that artifact where it made like that weird edge?
Right there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it is on all of them?
Yeah, that was there. It's for sure.
No,
No,
all
not-
the TCLs, I mean, not all the TVs. The TCL R655 has an issue with processing.
And as you can see, the Q900B, local dimming in this bright scene is a match for the 2 budget TVs. Now the color, this is where you see the color difference. And I don't know if it's a color shift because of the UAH. So I'm going to wear exposure. Not to say, you're right, the TCL pushes red. This one, right? And I don't know if you guys see that, but yeah, that is. So I'm going to give you guys this to see if you guys can see the red push on the TCL. And so everything on the TCL is going to be slightly golder or redder or more orangish overall. And this is after calibration. Out of the box, it'll be even worse, unless you go into a normal.
And not just that, but if you look at the black area below the pin, it's like kind of glowing. It's like
Right. So this is something, but local dimming, obviously, both Hisense and TCL is doing a great job with local dimming.
yeah, and you could change those. I'm not sure I have one right now.
Well, that's fine because they look great. I'm not going to touch anything out.
So on the right is the Samsung 900B at the top, U8H
Yes.
at the bottom, TCL in the middle, and the A95K on the left.
Yes, there we go. Okay, now it's on. Thanks for telling me that. Okay, there we go. And so let's pause. I'm gonna pause right there for real quick. This used to be really difficult for the cheaper TVs to match OLED. And here we have an OLED on the far left, and I'm going to increase exposure so you can see the black level on these two TVs are so close. Oh my gosh, I love it.
Lewis M. Yeah, the R655 is a better gaming TV than the U8H, but the U8H is a better viewing TV for video content.
Okay, so when I overexpose, right, the TCL is the only one that is a bit lifted more, but look at the black levels though on the U8H, literally matching the QN900B, and both of them close to the A95K, but obviously A95K will have perfect blacks where it's supposed to be. But look how close they are when overexposed. This is what I'm talking about. When you're at $1,000, you're matching the performance of the black level on super bright HDR highlights of a $4,000 Q900B with 1,000 dimming zones. Dimming zones at this point doesn't matter. 500 dimming zones, 1,000 dimming zones, your U8H nails it. I mean, right here, I'm like, this is good engineering. This bravo Hisense.
But I'm really interested to have you go to that quantization
Oh,
pattern.
yeah, let me run to quantization.
You'll see the where they lower or where they don't put the budget.
Yes, yeah, good point. So I just want to go to the Ferris wheel, which we all want to see real quick. All right, and here is where the Q900B. I need to do this so that Samsung sees that they fell short on the blooming control of the Q900B right here. So I'm going to overexpose a bit. I can see it, by the way. I don't need to overexpose to see it.
Yeah, we can see it.
You guys can see it here? Okay.
Yeah, even like the roof of the buildings is really lifted.
There you go. So now I made it a little bit more obvious, but look at the U8H. It almost looks like an OLED. It's better than the Samsung, right? And this is like, guys, this is so close to OLED. So U8H in this one actually even slightly beats the R655. And after calibration, the magic is done. This is phenomenal. I'm just so impressed. So good job. And this is 1,000 nits, right? So if I go to 2,000, does it change anything? Let's see. Let's try 2,000 nits if that makes it better or worse based on tone mapping of HDR. And well, the Samsung got a little worse, but definitely this is near OLED-like when you overexpose. Very impressive, the U8H. So yeah. All right, let's do the quantization you were saying real quick. Oh yeah, go ahead. Let me just show. Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's hot.
I know. 6 TVs and dark room, light control, but not temperature control, unfortunately. Okay, we will lower a little bit. Okay, so we're doing advanced video processing. Quantization rotate? Is that what you're saying? Classic quantization rotate?
I think that's it. I think there's multiple ones. Hang on. Yep, that's it.
That's the one. So we're going to lower this a bit so you guys can see it.
Like you should be able to see the banding even in the middle one, the luminance one on the U8H.
I see banding on all of them.
Okay, so definitely the TCL black has less banding.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
And the CR is really bad on the TCL.
Yeah, CR, the TCL CR is bad. Y is okay.
Oh. Samsung is pretty good on Y, it's bad on CR. It's okay on CV. On the with the Hisense, it's on all of them. It's pretty yeah.
And so this is what you were talking about, right?
Yeah, so the processing and the banding and then those issues with the Hisense is across the entire TV. I imagine if you clicked it over into game mode, it would get even worse.
Right. Yeah. 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 Right, yeah. With less processing in game mode, that's definitely going to be even worse.
The Sony, the A95 doesn't really have it until you look at CR, and it's only when it is horizontal. Then you see it like for a little bit, and then it goes away. So when like cyan is up towards the top or the bottom, and the line's kind of straight, it's like it's turning around, that's when you'll kind of start to see it.
Yeah.
But the Sony is pretty clean on the other two. It's just CR.
And when it's CRs like that, what kind of image are we looking at? Like, where would you see the difference? Well, where would you see an effect?
Well, I mean, that's in anything effectively.
Okay.
So you can see that in any type of content, specifically content that is like, so the Spears and Munzel montage, where it starts to actually start up, and it's kind of dimming in.
Yeah.
You have, it's not just black and white, so you have a gradient of slight color in there. You'll see it there. You'll see it in a lot of skies.
So right here, we're going to put it in slow-mo. Oh, it's not worse slow-mo.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Put it back. Look at the edges of this U8H as it starts to lighten up.
Almost there. This is why I like that UB820 is the slow-mo feature, where you go super slow, frame to frame. This is way super slow. There we go. There we go. And there.
Yeah, so the U8H really shows it in dark areas, especially like that's where like that picture of the Destiny loading screen, how it has those pink swirls. Anything that's dark, you can see some red or pink in it. Yeah, game mode is much worse.
Really? It's even worse on game mode?
Yeah.
Oh.
Interesting is, yeah, the TCL definitely pushes that brightness. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Everything else is attempting to be near black, and she's you know what, you guys want right.
But see, like if you look on your right hand side of the Hisense, you'll see it in steps.
Yeah, I can see it through the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Samsung looks pretty good. The Sony, no problems. TCL's too bright to really tell.
Yeah.
I guess I can see a little bit.
Yeah. And as you go a little bit brighter,
yeah, I didn't check anything of any of the game modes. I pretty much leave that to Classy and Matt.
I agree. That's the thing, man. We don't need to do that.
Yeah, I will say that the Hisense game mode is nice in that like it automatically is preset with good settings, and it's at the low color temperature and everything, so you don't really have to touch anything. But it just sucks that the posterization is horrendous.
Yeah. I mean, that's is it their pre-calibration as well, or is it something that's introduced with calibration?
Oh no, it's there. It's out of the box. You whether it's SDR, HDR, you can be sitting at the Xbox dashboard, which is SDR, and you know how it has like those lines in the back that kind of move as like a screensaver type thing.
Yes.
You'll start seeing like diagonal and vertical lines of different colors in those lines. It's just it's terrible.
Do you have a Kaleidoscape, right, Funnel?
I do. I disconnected it.
I got a replacement one because they wanted their loader back. They got me mine finally, and so it's not connected yet.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, if as soon as you set it up, if you get this, just set a bunch of scenes. You can
Yes, I know. I wanted to do that totally.
Alex Searles. No, I had the 55-inch U8H, and the posterization issues are there. It's just whether or not you see them. Probably depend on if you have another display or are used to seeing it or looking for it or not. It's one of those things. Once you see it, you won't unsee it.
Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to look at the color on this one because I had issues with the Q900D. They're a little bit oversaturated. What are your thoughts in comparing the scene?
So it looks. It still looks odd. It still looks off on the Q900D.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, not as much as it was prior, but it definitely still looks off.
And definitely, yeah, and the TCL is again pushing a little bit bright.
Too much brightness.
And of course, we'll play with the settings. Who knows what we'll do? But all the other TVs feels like they match the luminance, and the TCL is just the brightest, and no reason to be so bright in the scene.
Yeah, I mean there is more red in her face because before she was kind of devoid of a lot of red.
Before,
yeah,
it probably in the moment or cool mode, yeah. And it feels a bit yellow on the Q900D, right? It feels like it's kind of gold.
Yeah, it does.
Because I love this because it's, and the A95K looks so natural. It's like, oh, that must be how they graded it. Same with his face is a bit.
See, it's
flushed.
Yeah, it's like too red there and it's too bright.
Yeah.
There's like too much green.
Yeah, it's a green.
Yeah, and then there it's kind of just dull, like overall. It's just like kind of dull.
And part of it, okay, and we're not really that off angle. It's just a U8H. It's not popping in that one. Okay, so let me put a specular highlight real quick for you guys.
Are you going to go to where the curtain opens up?
Yeah, that's the posterization scene. Yeah, okay, let's do that. I'll do that again later. The A95K just really popped at me.
At least it's not crushing like shadow detail like it was before.
Right. No, you got the contrast down. Okay, here we go. And pause almost.
The camera just lost focus.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Is that better? Better, Classy?
A little bit.
There we go. Okay. All right. Let me change.
So the reason that the TCL is appearing brighter isn't that it's a brightness setting, it's that it's inaccurate. It's unfixable how it lifts the EOTF.
Yeah, it's a bit brighter than it is for sure.
Yeah, I tried so many combinations of settings and adjustments just to see what I could do to fix it. And I can only get it to track just slightly a little bit closer, but I can never fully get it to track. Like it's like you're kind of just, it is whatever you end up with is what you get. Like you can't really do too much about it. The
U8H, the Hisense?
Yeah, that one looks pretty close to the Sony.
It does.
But that one up there still has.
But the remote's right there.
And then with Samsung, even when it measures that it's following EOTF correctly, the processing on their TVs will sometimes push certain objects or colors brighter than they're supposed to be, even though it doesn't measure that way.
And I think TCL may have done what they did intentionally, meaning you're not going to calibrate this anyway, but in a showroom at a Costco, you're running content. It looked like it pops more and everything because they're pushing certain mid tones a bit brighter, or maybe the top end a bit brighter, right? Because consistently in every scene, I'm getting a little bit more in the top end from the TCL for no reason. They're like inaccurately done. And it's also raising shadow detail for sure. It's the entire mid-tones are raised.
Yeah, this is why on my review of the R655, I just showed at the beginning, like there's no way to get it accurate at all. So you just use the HDR normal mode. It's going to be over brightened, but most people are going to do that anyway. So I just reviewed it as that, as just like a bright room viewing TV, not really a dark room, critical viewing TV.
And I increased exposure for you guys to see that in increasing exposure maxed out, what you guys now see is there's supposed to be a lot of darkness in the crowd, but the TCL it's totally erased, right? It's just it shouldn't be that bright. It should be dark like the A95K. Well, U8H, that's what Sammie was saying. It's matching very well with A95K, and the Q900B is close. So
I took out some green. There's still some in there, but it still has like that kind of goldenish.
And so this is the perceptual matching thing, right? Because even though on the measures it may be accurate, but when you put in real content, what's happening?
Yeah. So like if we were to perceptually match it like correctly, basically I'd need to put up a few different patterns. And we would basically look at white. We look at it at a few different stimulus values, match it to that. Look at color. Look at things that we're familiar with in regards to, like, say, if you know what color someone's jacket is, like really in depth, then you can say, okay, that's not right. We need to add a little bit more of red. We need to take away a little bit of green. But first you start with white. You also look at color, but you have to have them effectively all calibrated first. And then after you do that, then you can actually start to match them.
This is a scene I'm talking about where OLED really pops, right? You see the A95K, those little diamonds are like just bursting out, and the U8H is close. The TCL has to raise everything to get that bright. The face is raised, right? Everything is way too bright. And the Samsung Q9 falls behind a little bit.
Yeah, and like looking at her face and neck and stuff on the Samsung is too bright.
Yeah. It's crazy how good the U8H is, guys. I mean,
it actually is really good.
I'm looking at this, and these are hard scenes. This is why we use these scenes, because that's why you get an OLED, by the way. And the G2 looks very similar to A95K in this scene as well, because that bright diamond, only an OLED can do that, where it maintains the black around it. And for TCL to do it, it had to raise everything. And U8H cannot get as bright, but it's maintaining the shadow detail. And the Samsung falls slightly behind the U8H. This is very cool to see.
Yeah, so you have that diamond. You also have like that little like kind of glint in her eye.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing that all of them are missing are, like, if you look at her lips, like the color of her actual lips, as well as like kind of light bouncing off of that. That's like you have the light bouncing off it, but the color is just like not there for them.
You know, that's a good point, and that's what a lot of them will not see is the color, because me too, you have no sees color differences.
Yeah.
I would almost say go ahead and just disconnect the TCL at this point and turn on the 90A.
You know what? Well, we know what's going to happen to the Q90A. Color will be great, but you won't see the diamonds. If you think that it's dim on the Q900B, it's just going to be dimmer. But no, I think this kind of, after it's calibrated everything, first conclusion, let me come back on here real quick. I'd say my conclusion is the U8H has the ceiling to be an amazing TV. It's easy to calibrate. Well, Sammie, do you concur that the U8H is easy enough to calibrate, that its ceiling is pretty high?
Yes.
That is pretty amazing for a $1,000 TV. The TCL acts like a $1,000 TV, meaning this is what I expected of a budget TV. It does really good, strong, it pops, it's vibrant, but it's kind of like a vivid mode TV all the time. And it doesn't give you any chance to make it better. The U8H gives you a chance to make it better, which is pretty cool. I have to say, in these scenes, very specifically, the Q900B loses to the U8H. Now, there are other things we're talking. Posterization, Q900B does that better. It has amazing processing, image processing, low bit rate. I watch sports on YouTube TV. The Q900B beats them all. Haven't compared to the A95K. I'll compare it this weekend. But these are $4,000 TVs. I expect that of them. The U8H, the one corner it cut, what Classy wanted to point out, it had to cut posterization, but got everything else right. Classy, was it worth the trade-off? What do you think?
Oh yeah, for movies and TVs, like the U8H is going to get my like value award.
Yep.
Anything. If all you're doing is watching movies and TV or casually gaming, then for $1,000 you're not going to do better.
Yeah.
The TCL, if you're only viewing in a very bright room and you don't care the EOTF is listed and you're gaming, then that's what I would say the TCL is for. So yeah, Dad's saying about just reducing the backlight or brightness of the TCL. That's not the issue. The issue is it overtracks the midtones. So everything in the mid range is over brightened, and changing just a backlight or brightness setting isn't going to fix that.
Or it breaks something else. It either adds black crushing or raised blacks.
Yeah, it lowers your highlights.
Right. This is as good as you're going to get on the TCL, because anything else you do to change it, you will hurt something else. And all TVs are like that, by the way, right? So the reason why I like to run some of the more difficult HDR challenges is this is why you pay extra is, oh, okay, this is in the A95K, shadow details maintained. And of course, this is the camera. This is not HDR. It's kind of oversaturating everything. So look at the luminance. The A95K has that perfect balance where the highlights pop in her hair, the diamonds, but the shadow is maintained. TCL also pops, but it raises everything to get there. And the U8H keeps the shadow details close to the Sony, but it cannot pop anything because that's what it has to do. It kind of dims down everything. And the Samsung, well, it raised midtones and I still couldn't get it to pop. So the TCL kind of did that cheat a little bit better. So this is fun. This is what we love to do.
As for the 75-inch U8H, didn't you say Caleb confirmed that it's not an IPS?
Yes. All U8H this year's 55, 65, 75 are VA panels. It's confirmed by Caleb, who spoke to Hisense directly.
If I'm thinking about it, I'll take my jeweler's loop into Best Buy one day and confirm.
Oh, I love it. You should. I mean, Caleb is only telling us what has been told to him. So,
yeah.
Who knows what that really means. What were you saying, Sammie?
I was going to say I should have probably went into the service menu of the Samsung and adjusted the color temperature from the service menu, because I'm not sure if that was done with that calibration.
Right.
I'm thinking I probably should have reset it, went to the service menu, adjusted it from the service menu, and then retargeted it.
Yeah, this image does feel like it pushes green, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is why we talk about when you push, the TCL pushes red, but you can't really tell in this scene, but you can tell when something pushes green. And this is the image you could tell. Were you saying, Classy?
I was going to say, as far as I'm aware, the 900B would not have had the service menu touched at all.
Okay.
From the person that did it, they don't do Samsung service menu.
Okay.
All right. Now, we're going to wrap up soon as Sammie puts everything in his bag, and then we're going to go head out finally to eat. Any questions, go ahead and throw it out there. We'll try to answer it. But this, I think, for non-gaming purposes, the U8H, HDR, SDR, rock solid out of the box. You don't need it calibrated. If you do, it can get a little bit better, but it's so close. We'll share the settings that we have that you can play with, so that way you could kind of go in the direction to play with your version of your panel. The TCL is just, it is what it is. Don't attempt to calibrate it. We tried and we broke ourselves trying. This app does not work. You just have to accept. You like Roku, get the TCL. If you don't, get the U8H. Now for gaming, that's a whole different thing that Classy and KG will explore. But U8H, gaming aside, this is amazing HDR TV for $1,000. I'm in love with this TV. I love it. Love it.
Yeah, the Hisense is really, I'm really surprised. Like I've never really done a Hisense before.
Yeah.
But it's actually pretty surprising. I mean, for $1,000. Like,
Is it bad?
Yeah.
And you did it at the right
and $100 back.
And $100 back. It's $900 if you keep it. If you return it, whatever. If you keep it, they give you another $100. That's their $100 guarantee. 100 days to check it out, and if you keep it, they send you a $100 rebate. And this is the first year of Google TV, so you got it at the right time. That makes calibration a lot easier. Yeah. Hey, Dave, thanks for coming by. You made it just in time for the super chat. Curious if the light leakage on the QNET 85 is something that would permit me to return the TV as long as you return it within the return period. But if it's returned within the return period, then you don't need any excuse. Best Buy return period boom, no questions asked. If it's a warranty issue outside the return period, absolutely. But then that light leakage, if it's Best Buy Total Tech, we'll let you do a swab, whatever, don't worry about it. And everyone else, you're going to have to go through warranty RMA. So they'll probably RMA it. But if they tell you, hey, it's within spec, all of our TVs have a little bit of light leakage, you have a problem. And this is why I'm not recommending the QNET 85. I don't know if this is within spec, right? Classy, I mean, if it's within spec, they can't return it. They're like, hey, all 99% of our TVs have this light leakage. This is, that's what it is.
Yep. I mean, get it and check it out of the box. And if it's bad, take it right back.
Take it right back. Don't hold on to it. Don't hope for a firmware upgrade. It's not going to happen. But yes, thanks. Dropping by. Okay. We're going to.
See, but if that's the. So, and maybe this is just because I'm this type of person, but my question would be, if they say it's within spec, what's the spec? Because if you're saying that you have something that is within spec, that means you have a way to measure it and determine if that is within spec. So show me the spec.
You see?
So I can measure it to verify that it's actually within spec. Like that's what I'm thinking when I hear that.
And this is why Sony fans or former fans wanted to file a lawsuit in the 4K 120 half resolution. Sony says that's within spec. It's only capable of half resolution. Like, wait, you can't call something 4K 120 when it's not really 4K. Well, it's kind of 4K, but it's, and Sony says that's within spec, right, Classy? I mean,
they said working as intended.
Working as intended, but that's a less technical way of saying within spec. But yeah, working as intended. That's terrible.
Yeah, and so Jamie Neal said about failure rates and Hisense and stuff. So you got to remember that TCL is selling far more 4 Series TVs than anything. So those are built better than other $400, $500 TVs. But once you get up here in the flagship range of Hisense, it's probably going to be better than their bottom end models. And then they also give you a 2-year warranty with it. And I mean, honestly, if you spent $1,000 on a U8H and it lasted 5 years, I'd say you got your money's worth.
Yes, I would say so too, because they're selling at the high volume, they're cutting corners, and they're just hoping that you come back and get a TV from them when it breaks, because you don't expect it to last more than 3 or 4 years, right? But so thank you everyone for showing up. We're gonna, continue asking questions. Are you good to go, Sam?
Yeah, I'm just gonna start breaking down.
Okay, he's breaking down. So I'll answer questions while he's breaking down.
I have all the reports saved in different screenshots, and I have videos of all the settings, except for, I have the one or few settings I changed for the TCL, but you use at your own risk.
Yeah, definitely use at your own risk.
So, Sammy, if you can hear me, I was just curious what your thoughts are on the A95K with that white point.
It actually looks really good. I mean, it looks natural. I would need to see it probably compared to some of my other displays that I'm probably used to seeing. But it looks it has almost more of like kind of a goldenish kind of hue to it in certain areas, not everywhere. I mean, it looks good. I don't think it would be awful to use that as like the actual white point. It definitely looks better than D65. I will say that.
Did you try D65 on that one?
No, I went straight for this white point. But I'm just taking that off of when I did D65 on the S95E.
Okay. Are you going to get an A95K, you think, now that you've seen it?
Yes. I didn't know you didn't have one. Yeah, now that you've seen it, what are your thoughts? How is the A95K?
It's a nice TV. It really is a nice TV. I don't think it is worth $4,000.
Right.
And when I say that, I'm saying that specifically for me based off of the size. Because if they release tomorrow a 77-inch and it was $6,000, I would buy it because I would think it's worth it for that size. I just don't think it's worth buying a 65-inch TV for $4,000. Like, I just don't think that's a wise decision.
What about an A80? So without the heatsink, it's still Sony, everything else, and it would come in at, let's say, I don't know, $2,500 A80 next year.
And it was still a QD OLED.
QD OLED, just no heat
No
sink.
heat sink?
It's like their version of the S95B. But
Yeah. I would think that would be worth it. That would 100% be worth it.
I think, I mean, I don't know if you saw my last video, but QD OLED unit prices have dropped below the G2's unit price now.
Oh, nice.
It's for the 65 inch, it's $700 per unit that they're selling to the TV makers. Samsung has managed to bring it down where they're selling at $620 per unit now.
Wow, okay.
So obviously this is Master Series, but on the 880 side at $620, Sony would be like, wait, why am I paying you for your premium WOLED? I can get this from Samsung. And
yes,
and that's why they're saying this is just shaking it up, because it's costing them so much less to make now in terms of raw materials, just everything. And the QC is easier. So this is pretty cool. I think we're going to be seeing more QD OLEDs.
Yeah, it's a great looking television. For me, like I said, though, my only reservations about it is literally just the size. If it were bigger,
65.
Yeah, I just don't see buying a 65-inch like anywhere that I would want to put a new television, it has to be 77 or bigger.
Agreed. Yep.
Any color fringing that you can see?
No.
And the content we watch, though, is not super bright black on white that would have it. You know, most of this content is fast moving. It's really hard to see it. But I know what you're talking about in the, what was it, Boba Fett?
Well, I mean, even if there's black bars and there's something like a bright sun or something, or white next to the black bars.
I'm sure it's there, but like if we were looking at, say, one of those videos where you have like the iceberg moving across super slowly, or you have like a what, hell, you could probably actually put up like a white test pattern where it's just like a white bar moving across the screen slowly, and you'll probably see it. It's just, I don't see it on anything that we've looked at so far.
I'm just looking, speaking of black bars, it looks like the, honestly, the TCL black bar.
Yeah, it is still, it's still slightly lifted.
Yeah, you can see it in the corner.
Yeah. So for those of you wondering, this is what we're talking about. The black bar has been slightly lifted relative to the other ones.
Yeah, it's really a shame that the TCL pushes so much red and that it's so much brighter, because otherwise, if it wasn't pushing so much red and it was a little bit dimmer, it would be close to the bottom three.
It would be. And I think TCL or Roku, let's just say Roku TV, is not designed to be accurate. It's so hard to get it accurate at default with those settings they have. That's why they went with Google TV last year, I think.
They probably should go back.
I know. Well, look at Hisense. They went Google TV and it was a hit. So TCL, you just have to go back and try it again. You know, just back to the drawing board. It's okay. Okay, so so go ahead, continue breaking down.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, so I have all the settings. I'm gonna put those in a spreadsheet.
Yes.
Send those to you. I have a lot of settings to go through, so
no rush.
I won't be like tomorrow, but most likely by the time I get back to Colorado, you'll have
Great. So as soon, and I'll be in New York City next week anyway. So do your thing, and maybe next weekend when you're giving it to me, I'll post it for everyone. I'll put it on my community page or part of my review. I'll be doing a follow-up review comparing these things. Oh yeah, let's move that for you. Got it. Get out of your way.
So what's 0080? So I don't know what all of the settings will be shared. Basic settings should be universally fine, but when it gets into advanced 20-point or CMS settings, there's too much panel variance, and it's not recommended that you do that. So if you have to go into the calibration tab menu, that's not gonna really work, but any of the other settings should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'm going to.
Yeah, we will give you all the settings you could play with. Here's the problem, guys. When you have a setting, and let's say you're adjusting blue, how do you know how much to go up or down unless you have a reference where you can say, okay, it's too much blue, too little? You see the problem? when we give you the calibration, the deep calibration settings, and you change it, if you're doing it by eye, you're doing it to what you like to see, but you don't know what it's supposed to be. There is no reference. At least if you don't have a meter, at least you put a TV next to it that you know for sure is reference. Like in this case, I have the A95K, and you could kind of eyeball to reference, and it won't be exact, but at least, oh, it's too blue. And you can at least take that out. You won't get it fine-tuned to within 3%, but at 3%, you'll at least get it close. So we will share it with you, but you need a reference next to it so you can play with those things that are weak on this TV. So that's why we don't recommend it, because you don't know where you're going. It's kind of like driving blind on a road, right? You know you have the accelerator, but when do you turn left, when you turn right, because you have no reference, no map. That's why. That really is one of the reasons without a reference. That's why everyone has a meter. The meter is that reference. You have the little graph and all the good stuff. So yeah, good question. Sub. No subwoofer. Is that what you meant?
I think he's replying to Jamie Neal.
Oh,
He's asking
okay.
about the subwoofer on the U8H.
Oh, okay. The sub on the U8H will have a long-term effect on the panel. What does that mean? Sub?
Maybe that the movement of it could damage the panel over time. No, I wouldn't worry about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I didn't even think about it. Okay, so it's not a sub, Jamie. It's just a larger woofer. I hear more at 100 than all the other TVs. So we're not talking 80, 60. No. We're talking, the other TVs don't even have 100 hertz. So when you're talking TV audio, you hear stuff above 200. Okay, that's easy. Between 100 and 200, you're going to hear more of that on the U8H, and that's what it is. If you want to go below 100, you need a sub. This is just a larger woofer that gives you more of that 100. And most TVs, really, that's all they need to sound better. And if you go below that, now you're into subwoofer territory. So yeah, it's not going to go below 100, but at least it gives you something at 120 maybe, and that's more substantial than any other TVs. For most people, they just want dialogue, really, right? Too much of the other stuff, you don't have dialogue, you don't know what's happening.
Yeah, like it helps with like I used The Witcher for example with Geralt's voice, very deep voice.
Oh, Witcher. Speaking of, I'm so tempted. I'm going to show you guys. Oh, I can't. It can't split. Oh, actually, I can. I could do Dolby Vision. All of them. No, the Samsung's not capable of Dolby Vision. No, just screw up the Samsung. Sorry, guys. So you'll just get HDR10. I was going to do a splitter Dolby Vision split for you guys, but with the
the TCL and the Hisense Dolby Vision wasn't done anyway, so
yeah, that's true.
I turned it on for the Hisense, and I pretty much immediately turned it off.
Yeah, isn't it so like horribly low contrast, just looks awful, and it's so lifted with Dolby Vision.
It's almost like there's like a veil of like mud over it. It's really dark. It doesn't look clean. Yeah, I wasn't really impressed with it, so I just turned it off. I would say though, if someone can get an A95K on a deal where we're not paying like the MSRP retail of $4,000,
It's 3,500 now. But I don't know if it makes a difference. Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. If it were okay, say for instance, you can get it for 3,500 and like a free like Panasonic UB820 or something.
Right.
I would do that. Like if we were in the market for a 65-inch.
Well, isn't Robert Zahn given the FOMO credit for the A95K?
Yeah. Hey, there's a FOMO deal, but I think it's more of a bundled deal.
But hey, you never know. Okay, first of all, he'll match everything, and then he'll give you an extra like 5 to 10%, depending on what you want. And that would normally mean he'll throw an extended warranty, whatever. But you never know, because he cannot share those deals in public because he'll get in trouble by all the brands, and then he'll have to hunt me down. But if you guys do want price matching plus a little extra, call Robert. He's really good at that. All right, let me see. Oh, there it is. I'm trying to get to Netflix.
And then also you can always check with Cleveland Plasma. His name's Chris. He is usually quite a bit under MSRP and no tax, and offers a third-party warranty and all that. So yeah, just Google Cleveland Plasma and you can check with him too.
Yeah, I would say it's worth it if you can get a deal on it and you can get it for pretty close to $3,000. Then it would probably be worth it. In no circumstance is it worth downgrading from a 77-inch to a 65. At least not for me. Like, I don't. To me, that type of thing shouldn't exist. Like, I don't understand why someone goes smaller. I don't get that, but if you can get it on a deal, I say it's worth it. Also depends on what you're using it for. Like, if you're using it as like a reference display, then it might be worth it for a 65 just to have it.
Let's see here.
Well, Jamie Neal, no, I would not recommend that. If you're a gamer and you're playing on Xbox, then you would want to stick with the R655.
Have you ever considered getting an HD Fury and passing low latency Dolby Vision?
I do have.
I
have.
Supports it.
You know what? So I have the HD Fury room. I have different ones, and I could not get the Dolby Vision through HD Fury to look better than it. I'm like, you know what? It looks fine. So
FOMO, you should check with Jason Dustle, see what AV Pro has. I'm sure they got a 8-way something that you can get.
All right.
I know they got one for 2.1 now.
Oh.
Yeah, but have you seen how much that thing?
Yes, yeah. I'm not pro enough. I'm not like you, man. Come on.
Well, you wouldn't need the 2.1 version, but even if you got the 2.0, like the regular one, just for the amount of TVs that you usually want to show.
True. Yes.
Expand your 4-way into a 6-way.
You know what? I used to use monoprice, and that was a 6-way, and it kept on breaking on me. This one I like. It's monoprice also, but it's a dedicated 4-way 1 to 4 or 4 to 4.
That's what I have. Oh,
Yeah.
I have a 1 to 4.
This thing works phenomenal. Well, maybe I have it's a 4 to 4, but it has nothing fancy. It passes through everything, and it works really well. And it's only like 100 something. This is better than its previous, more expensive Blackbird that kept on breaking and didn't pass everything, and it just required too many buttons. Oh, this is not what I'm looking for. So anyway, let's see what questions we have here. Oh, thanks for covering all the questions, man. Let's see what we got here. Speaking of splitters, is an ARC a splitter thing? No, I don't imagine why you want to split an ARC. You'd be splitting 2 sound bars, which obviously doesn't make sense. So no, you wouldn't want to split an audio signal unless you have a specific reason to split it, right? Normally, most people do not split unless you have multiple TVs that you're sharing in a room. So you could split out of a TV to multiple sound bars in different rooms, I guess, which is kind of weird. But no, splitters normally don't work on ARC the other way.
Yeah, if you want to do Witcher Season 2, Episode 3, right at the beginning, it goes from like outdoors with lots of snow and it's white to indoors with very dark and fires and stuff. That's the scene I always use.
Season 2, Episode 3.
Yep, it's about 2.5 minutes in.
Okay.
Oh, where she's training?
Yep.
Oh, I like that one. That's a good one.
Yeah, and then like it pans, so there's a really good panning scene across the castle that you can check motion, and then it goes inside where they're like sitting at the tables, and it should be dark with a little fire and stuff. But definitely do your like slow viewing or pause it or something so you don't get a takedown for it.
It's a live stream. I'm taking it out anyway, right? So you're talking about around the 2-minute mark? All right.
Yeah, so like the 2.5 or so.
Well, you know what? And the takedown's temporary. I think I've had every one of mine and Brandon's takedowns. The minute we submit, oh, this is a review.
Well, I mean, they'll just end your stream. Like it'll just.
Oh yeah, that's
on.
different. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. Or like last time, I accidentally ended my own stream. Like, hey, what happened? I left. I took the stream off completely. Okay, is it this one?
Yep.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, see. So like, yeah, I just like using where she's looking like straight ahead for like a pale skin tone. You get the white snow in the area. And like I said, it moves to where it's panning, and you got that bright sun highlight, the panning, like it just to get a whole bunch of tests in one.
Well, yes. Unfortunately, the Chromecast doesn't pause well in Netflix, but we'll see. Let's see what happens. Is that right? This one?
Yep.
And when I go back, does it do it? Oh, there we go. Okay. So, does it require? Actually, you know what? All the TVs look identical. Good job. U8H, TCL, and Q900B, you look just like the A95K. And this is why I tell you people, if you guys are streaming, you do not need the best TV ever. But if you're watching high quality Blu-rays, Kaleidoscape, stuff that is good bit rate, yes, paying more for a TV to get that. But this is Chromecast on a gigabit, and they all really look the same because the signal's compressed. The HDR is not really like crazy awesome HDR. So all the TVs look the same in this one. Let's see.
Yep. In about 10 seconds or so as it's panning, actually probably less, you're going to see that little tower in the front that's really dark. And then you'll see on the TCL where it lifts it compared to the others.
Would it be this one?
Yeah, if you let it play for like another, well, you can see it there.
Yeah, well, I don't even have to do it. I mean, the clouds are totally lifted on this one, but yeah, let's go a little bit further, more obvious.
Yeah, like right there, like you can see like all the stuff that's in that tower on the TCL because it's lifting so much, whereas like the stuff is much darker on the other displays. And then like the rock wall. J IMAX Enhanced on Disney Plus is just expanding the aspect ratio of it.
Yeah, which we all like, by the way. A lot of people love adding that extra height. It gives you more content, doesn't it? Right, Classy? It's a little bit more.
Well,
right?
I mean, you gotta think for them to expand it height, you might crop some on the sides. It just depends on how they shot it and how much of the original frame was being used versus how they do it. So
right. Here's what. Okay.
Yeah, right
oh, this is a great one. Okay, so I'm gonna turn up the exposure so you can see.
maybe back the exposure back a little bit, a little too far.
A little too far. How about?
Yeah, right there. Now you can see where the U8H is really close to the Sony. The Samsung is pretty lifted, and then the TCL is just very lifted in the back.
There we go. Yes. So the A95K. Oh, you know what? I'm still too dark. 1 second. Okay, this is high dynamic range, so that's why it looks like it's partially overexposed and whatnot. Oh, now I got focus on thing. All right, and Sam, as soon as you're ready, I'll wrap up. Okay.
Yeah, whenever you're ready, I'm good.
So in this scene, the A95K gives you that perfect shadow detail. I'm gonna have to overexpose it one more touch. I'm sorry. Okay. Last commentary. So the Sony A95K and all OLEDs will look like this. This is the shadow detail that you have. It's very dim and dark. The other three TVs, everything is slightly lifted, except for the U8H gets closest to the OLED. It's just pretty cool. Yet preserves the brightness of those torches in the back, just think about what the U8H is doing. It's giving you the bright torches and the black around it is dark like an OLED, whereas both the TCL and the Q900B, everything is lifted and doesn't matter. And this is HDR10. This is not Dolby Vision HDR, right? So the U8H right here in this scene streaming, wow, I'm impressed. This is a good scene. Thank you, Classy.
You should, if you decide to mess around with Dolby Vision or just say screw it and go HDR10, House of the Dragon episode, is it episode 2 where the main character and the new stepmom are kneeling at the altar, getting ready to pray? Episode, I think that's episode 2. No, sorry, it's episode 3.
I was gonna say, I think that's 3.
That's episode 3, probably about, I don't know, 30 minutes in. It has kind of like the same vibe, very dark, but there's no light really coming in. It's all just based off of candlelight, and that's a really good scene.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I haven't watched House of Dragon because I want to binge it. Because once you start, like, I wonder what happens next. I hate waiting for the week. So, so before we go, I'd have to say I did not expect this from the U8H. To answer your question, Cade, I expected what the TCL is doing. It's lifting even after calibration. Calibration doesn't necessarily help lifting too much. I mean, it can do what it can. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's really similar to that one over there. Okay, can't wait to look at that. So yes, it's not just lifting, because I don't want to say the blacks are lifted. It's that it's pushing brightness. It doesn't follow the EOTF curve. Parts of the scenes are just too bright, and it shouldn't be. And in this case, it is lifting, but this is a different issue. It's just limited by the technology. It's just not as good at processing blooming control as the U8H. So formerly, the Hisense was the best blooming control I've ever seen. I would consider this more blooming control, because I'm looking at the U8H and I see why the other two are blooming. It's the bright torches in the back. U8H is not as bright as the Sony, but it looks like the Sony in preserving that look. And I'm just amazed. So
yeah, it's like where if you have the Sony in your living room and the Hisense in your bedroom, and you pick up watching the same scene and you walk in the other room, it's not that far off.
Right. While the other two, it's like, that's a lot brighter than I remembered it, right? And it is visible. I'm overexposing so you guys can see it on YouTube, but this is pretty good. Good job, Hisense. Hopefully you see this and you know how much I love this. Oh, and if you guys are wondering, this is one of Hisense loaner TVs. They're letting me hold on to as long as I need to. And because I told them I need it a long time, I'm going to have Sammie here calibrating it. And if it does well, I'm going to keep on holding on to it as my reference TV. And as of now, it is my reference LCD TV because it beat the Q900B in blooming control, and it has higher specular highlights than the Q90A. So by default, it's the best LCD TV I have in the studio. And I have the X95K, and that was also outperformed by the other TVs. So right now, U8H is my reference LCD TV. Now that's calibrated.
It also helps, though, like, to put things in perspective, right? Because now you have the A95K, which is going to be your flagship $4,000 best TV that you can get, depending on who you read or who you hear talk to, right? So best TV that you can get. Now you have another one that's on the total opposite end of the spectrum. It's not an OLED, it's an LCD. It's $1,900 after a rebate. So you have like both things covered. So when something comes out like this, kind of sits in between them.
Where does that?
Like how far is it worth the extra money or the leap to go from the Hisense to whatever you're reviewing next? So it makes sense.
And this is where gaming features comes in. Suddenly, what about gaming features? Oh, well, you know what? Let's get to a completely different TV. Now you've compromised this, that, but you got your VRR, you got your full resolution 4K 120, you got 4 HDMI 1.1 ports. You can't have everything. This one, for a person who watches movies streaming HDR, they're okay with a touch of posterization because for $1,000, right? This is it. It's the U8H, no questions asked. I love it.
And so for Brandon Rogers, that's the one Achilles heel of the U8H is its game mode. The game mode increases posterization, doesn't have full resolution at 120 hertz. So that's the only reason that the TCL does anything better is the gaming side. But if the gaming isn't highest priority or very high priority, then go with the U8H.
Bedroom streaming TV, 55, 65, 75-inch U8H. It looks like an OLED in some of these scenes that we've seen. The other TVs come and go. Sometimes it looks exactly, but scenes like this where it's a Netflix stream and it looks this good. Bravo U8H, Bravo Hisense, your processing, you cut the right corners, right? You chose posterization so that you could focus on blooming control. This scene did it. So thank you so much. And Classy, I got to give you credit. You called it. You said the U8H, it's all pointing to U8H. I hadn't seen it yet. I was so impressed with the Hisense, the TCL, and now I'm like, oh my God. Oh, good call.
And the out of the box, with minor adjustments, pick the right mode, turn off the light sensor, that kind of stuff. The U8H is very good, at least for the price point.
And it is time for dinner. Thank you for reminding me. Help poor Sammie. Now, just guys to let you guys know, Sammie will do these
calibrations at your place as well. And if you have a group of people doing calibrations, obviously it'll cost you a lot less, but he will not calibrate any TCL TVs. He has learned his lesson, and neither will Classy or any other calibrator I know. If we've learned anything, TCL, go back to Google TV if you want to be taken seriously. Otherwise, Roku is great for grandmothers and people who really don't care. Yeah, and Sammie, why don't you let people know if they want to reach out to you? What's the best way to get a hold of you to do calibration? And I have to say thank you for putting up with TCL. I did not expect it to be so bad, but you were a great sport. You are now probably the most experienced TCL calibrator in the USA.
I don't know. I hope that's true, because I wouldn't wish that on too many people. If you want to reach out to me for calibration, you could always reach me via my email, which is sdprescottjr.
It's pinned to the top of this chat.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
You could always reach me via email. You could reach me via phone. I'm listed on the ISF Dealers website. I'm listed on Ratings website. And you could also find me. I think you could even contact me through Projector Central. If you just search my name, I'll come up with a list of my reviews and my bio and stuff.
Speaking of Projector, Sammie Prescott, are we able to share your little project with a Chinese company?
Probably not. Yeah.
Not yet.
Not
Okay.
Yet. Not yet. Yeah.
It's not official yet, but he is working with major companies to help them with their color systems and so forth, because it's not easy, right? Not everyone is Sony. Even Samsung is not Sony. Sony and LG are in the lead when it comes to these things. So TCL needs help. Please reach out to Sammie. He knows what he's doing. He will help you make this Roku TV into a better TV for all of us. Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to go out to dinner. Yeah. Thank you, Sammie. He's been here since 12:30. A round of applause. I think we set a record today, or 11:30.
Yeah, a little over 8 hours.
8
and
hours.
he started before you started streaming.
Yeah, okay. Before I started streaming, Sammie's been here since 9, a little bit after 9. He came in. He's been here since 9 o'clock. It is now 9 a.m. It is now 7:45 p.m. Pacific time. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
This is a great project. Not everyone loves what we do, but here we are all together. Okay, guys, have a great weekend, and thank you for being on. I'm going to try and cut what I can from this creative review, and yeah, the U8H. Wow, how far we've come from the days of the H9F. TCL, Hisense, both of you good, but Hisense especially. TCL, your challenge. Next year, release a Google TV. All right. Until next time, everyone, stop the FOMO.
Have a good one.